Chapter 1001 Adoption. Sister, where are you taking me? The 3.5-year-old Qingqing followed behind Ruoren slowly. It was 6 in the morning, and there was no one in the orphanage. However, the two children were fully dressed and walking towards the remotest part of the orphanage. After walking for a while, Qingqing stopped and looked back at the orphanage building behind her, her expression a little hesitant. Sister, I want to go back. The matron said that Uncle Shen will come and pick me up today. The girl walking in front of her also stopped. Ruan took Qingqing's hand, looked at her innocent expression, and a dark light that did not match her age flashed in her eyes. Didn't you say earlier that you lost your necklace and it's in the small woodpile room just ahead? I'll go with you to get it. Qingqing was still hesitating, but Ruan dragged her forward without further ado. Hurry up and go, didn't your biological parents leave you that necklace? And Mr. Shen likes you so much, he'll definitely wait for you to go back. Qingqing was almost dragged along. The room was dark and dusty, and when the door was opened, the dust swirled about, choking her. She sniffed the musty smell and wrinkled her nose in discomfort. Turning her head, she asked uncertainly, Sister, is my necklace really here? This time, Ruan did not answer her. She raised her hand and pushed Qingqing, who was not prepared, into the room. Sister! The little ball of a girl fell to the ground with a thud, her round, starry eyes wide with disbelief as she watched the door to the woodpile slam shut in front of her. She got up from the ground and shouted through the door, her soft, little voice full of tears. Sister, let me out. Today, Uncle Shen is coming to take me home. Outside the door, Ruan calmly locked the door, ignoring the frightened child inside who was crying. Without turning her head, she turned and left. After walking for a long time, she felt in her pocket and found something hard. Ruan took it out and looked at it. It was a purple necklace. Each gemstone was exquisitely carved, with a unique luster and color, like a shining galaxy. Even she could tell that this was definitely no ordinary item. Ruan put it back in her pocket. When she returned to the small playground at the orphanage, it was already completely light outside. A few volunteers were standing in the corner gossiping. Qingqing is so lucky, the Shens are rich and caring. In the future, Qingqing will be Miss Shen. Right, go get Qingqing. Hearing the volunteers' voices, Ruan pursed her lips. She looked at the well-dressed man standing next to the director, her eyes full of eager longing. This was Xingyu, the richest man in City A. In this life, it was her turn to be the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Qingqing, who was locked in the woodpile room, cried for a while and called out for help, but this place was so remote that no one would pass by. In the end, she fixed her gaze on the only small window in the woodpile room that was open. The window was very shabby, with lots of cobwebs and very high up. Qingqing climbed up the woodpile, falling countless times along the way, until she finally reached the window. The large, flower-green spider on the web looked like a warrior defending its territory, surrounded by the corpses of countless smaller insects. The little ball of a girl was sobbing, her eyes red. Her small, chubby black hands were clinging to the window frame, while her other hand wiped away the tears, blackening her face. Perhaps the spider was disgusted by her appearance, because it quietly moved aside, making way for the little ball of tears. With tear-dimmed eyes, she hiccuped, then spoke haltingly, Good spider card, you are a good spider, thank you. She climbed onto the window, and when she saw the dizzying height below, her tears stopped. Then a louder cry erupted. Oh no! It's so high! Will I be able to climb back down the firewood stack in time? The little ball of fluff looked so pitiful with a spider's web on her head, her face a patchwork of black and white, and her big round eyes red from crying. She looked at the orphanage building in the distance and pressed her lips together. Uncle Shen was coming to take her home today, the matron had told her yesterday. Thinking about this, the little one wiped away her tears, covered her face and jumped down. As expected, her hands and knees burned with pain. After she could move a little, she stood up with gritted teeth. The sun had already risen high in the sky, and Uncle Shen must have arrived. She couldn't afford to waste any more time, she had to hurry back. The injuries on her hands were especially conspicuous on her pale palms, and bright red blood ran down her calves, a few drops falling to the ground. The little ball of a person, who was concentrating on walking, did not notice that the grass on the ground had become greener, and the grass that had come into contact with her blood was growing rapidly as if it had been fast-forwarded. After walking for a long time, finally a volunteer saw her. The volunteer put down what she was holding and walked over in shock. Oh my God! Qingqing, what happened to you? Qingqing raised her face, her eyes were red and scary. Seeing her familiar sister, her nose turned sour and she wanted to cry, but she held back. Sister, where is Uncle Shun? Is Uncle Shun waiting for me? The volunteer froze for a moment, unable to believe his eyes as he looked into Qingqing's bloodshot eyes. Qingqing, didn't you say you didn't want to go to the Shuns? Hearing this, the little ball of fluff let out a wail and started crying. She raised her small hand to wipe her cheeks, which were covered in blood, making her look miserable. I didn't say that. But the softies said you didn't want to go to the Shuns and hid, because you wanted to wait for your real parents to come and pick you up. Hearing this, Qingqing's sobs stopped. She looked up at the volunteer with her big, red eyes and kept shaking her head. I didn't. She didn't say she didn't want to go to the Shin's house. Qingqing walked past the volunteer and headed for the director's office behind her. I want to talk to Uncle Shin. I'm willing to go. She took 2 steps, when suddenly the little girl was lifted up into the air. The volunteer looked troubled, and finally made up her mind and said something. Qingqing, don't go. Mr. Shin adopted Wan Wan a long time ago. The little ball of fluff stiffly turned her head, her lips quivering, and even her tears stopped falling. She has no recollection of what happened afterwards, except that she heard the volunteer's panicked voice for the last time. Ah! Qingqing! Evening! Qingqing opened her eyes and couldn't help reaching out to rub her sore eyes. A strange sensation came to her touch, and she looked at her hands, which had been wrapped like a dumpling, and froze. The door to the room opened and a crowd of children crowded in, talking to her at once. All right, go out and play, don't disturb Qingqing's rest. After the headmaster finished speaking, the children obediently left. The bedroom returned to silence, and the headmaster closed the door and came in to sit by the bed. Her eyes were full of concern. Qingqing, what happened this morning? Where did you run off to? Last night you promised to behave and go to the Shins, didn't you? Why didn't you want to go again? Hearing this, the little ball of tears fell again, crackling. Her little baby voice was a little hoarse. I did not want to go. She was very sad, and while saying this, she cried and threw herself into the dean's arms. It was Softy who locked me up. Dean mother, it was Softy. She was very emotional, crying on the dean's chest and soaking a large area of her clothes. She's bad. The little victim was desperate to tell the matron everything she knew, but at the age of 3, her expressive skills were limited. The matron only caught a few key words: morning, woodpile, locked door, big spider. She patted Qingqing on the back and her mind was in turmoil. But Softy was only 3 years old, how could she have done such a thing? And the plan was too complicated for a 3-year-old. This morning, Softy clearly said. Qingqing had secretly told her that she didn't want to be adopted by the Shins, so she had deliberately hidden away today. The director, who was also 3 years old, hesitated for a moment, not knowing which of the two she should believe. She listened quietly as Qingqing finished her sob story, dried her tears with a tissue, and whispered to her. My dear Qingqing, let's not tell anyone about this yet, until I've found out what happened, okay? The little girl lifted her red and puffy face and looked at her in shock and with great grievance. You don't believe me. I don't not believe you. I know Qingqing is a good child who never lies. The dean tried to wipe her tears away, but the little ball of fluff turned her head away in defiance, her tears falling like broken beads, her voice choking with sobs. You're lying, you just don't believe Qingqing. The dean shook her head. Although Wan Wan is usually a bit bossy, she would never do anything to hurt someone else. I've watched you both grow up, and I'll make a decision after I've finished investigating. Hearing this, Qingqing became even more angry. She suddenly pulled away from the dean's embrace, wrapped herself in the quilt and retreated back into bed, leaving the dean with only a round, angry back. You're biased towards Wan Wan. Be careful of the wound. The dean's voice was helpless and worried. Hearing this, the little one, who was angry, directly held up her injured little hand. She herself was in pain and her face had changed, but she still snapped back. It was just an accident, anyway you will only feel pain for the Softy. It was at this time that there was a knock on the door, and it was to call the dean. The volunteer came in and said, Dean, someone called and wants to discuss with you adopting a suitable child. Chapter 2002, Brother. Little Tuanzi was lying on the bed sulking, so sulking that she looked like a little puffer fish. She didn't even eat dinner. So the next morning she woke up hungry. At 5:30, while the other children were still asleep, she sat up in bed, clutching her stomach. She was so hungry that the moment she got up she felt weak and her vision went blurry. She walked with difficulty to the kitchen, holding onto the wall. The cook gave her a hard-boiled egg, and the little ball of fluff sat in the doorway, holding the egg and eating it little by little. After eating the hard-boiled egg, her stomach no longer felt so empty, and she felt much better. She stood up and walked back. As she passed through the backyard, she saw a strange older boy holding a branch in his hand, swinging it back and forth at the dog tied under the peach tree. Xingxing's face turned white with fear, and without thinking, she ran over, her little voice full of anxiety. "Brother, don't hit Dayuan." Fu Yuetzi turned his head in puzzlement. A little ball of fluff, who came from nowhere, pounced on the dog and protected it firmly, and then looked back at him with a wary and frightened expression. It made him look like a bully. "Don't hit Dayuan. He's a good dog." Fu Yuetzi smiled when he heard the child's nasally voice. The adolescent in the midst of puberty didn't like to talk much, because the nasally voice contained some unpleasant hoarseness, but he still spoke. "I hit it?" It was obvious that it was barking at me all the time. Xingxing didn't say anything. She tightly pursed her lips and stared at the branch in her big brother's hand, looking unbelieving. Fu Yuetzi threw the branch to the side and snorted, defending his actions of just now, waving it around, saying, "I was just scaring it to shut it up." The little ball of fur stared at him for a few seconds, dumbfounded. "Oh." As soon as the word "oh" came out, Fu Yuetzi suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness as if he had punched a piece of cotton. He took a deep breath and felt sick. What's the point of explaining anything to a child? She won't understand anyway. The big yellow dog was frantically burrowing into Xingxing's arms, its tail almost shaking to the heavens, a world of difference from the ferocious look it had when facing him, with its teeth bared. It was like two different dogs. He didn't even let him touch him just now. Fu Yuetzi would never admit that he felt a sense of disparity in a dog. He stood aside with arms folded. At this moment, Xia Chuanzi went up to the big yellow dog's ear and whispered something to it. The big yellow dog also stopped moving, tilting its ear as if it really understood. Fu Yuetzi was not interested in what they were saying and turned to leave. But just then, a voice stopped her. "Brother." He turned around. The little ball of fluff tilted her soft, white face up, her big, crystal-clear eyes staring at him without blinking, asking with sincerity, "Do you still want to pet the dog?" Fu Yuetzi froze for a moment, didn't reply, and heard the little girl say again. "Da Huang had given birth to a baby, it's afraid of you, do you still want to pet it now? I'll hold it for you." It was just a yellow mongrel dog, and Fu Yuetzi had seen all kinds of expensive breeds. He didn't need to touch it. But at that moment, he couldn't move his feet for some strange reason. When he came back to his senses, his body had already squatted next to the dog. Fu Yuetzi put his hand on the dog's head and rubbed it. To be honest, the feel was average, not as comfortable as the fluffy, soft fur of a Samoyed. His peripheral vision inadvertently swept over the little ball of a girl hugging the dog. After seeing the tragic redness in her eyes, he asked absent-mindedly, "What's wrong with you?" When the little girl looked at him, he looked carefree again. "If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine, I'm just curious what you were crying about in the morning." Xingxing pouted in grievance, and the tip of her nose turned sour at the thought of what happened yesterday. No one wants me." At the end, she lowered her head and whispered this sentence with a choked sob. The little ball of fluff was shaking, and Fu Yuetzi could only see the top of her furry hair, which was a bit messy and made her look even more despondent. But just hearing that little baby voice made people feel sad. "How could no one want you? You're quite good looking." Those words were never spoken. Fu Yuetzi is arrogant and proud, and he doesn't know how to flatter people very well. Those two words had been stuck in his mouth for a long time, and in the end, they still didn't come out. Average. He was a bit unnatural. Xingxing wiped away her tears and looked at him with her big, watery eyes, confused. "Did he just praise me?" Fu Yuetzi nodded stiffly with a cold face and said against his will, "Yes, I was praising you." The little girl was much happier and, upholding the principle of reciprocity, praised him back with the same words. "Thank you, brother, you also look quite average." Seeing her big, sincere, happy eyes, Fu Yuetzi realized what it felt like to shoot oneself in the foot. His handsome face darkened, and he didn't say a word. Xingxing looked at him and saw that he had taken his hand down, so she thought he had felt enough, and let go of Ronghua and stood up. "I'm going back to sleep now, big brother. Ronghua knows you now, you can pet him by yourself. Goodbye." Fu Yuetzi came back to his senses, and his eyes followed the little ball as it ran out. He didn't know why he had called out to stop her. "Wait a minute. He pursed his lips and fell silent for a moment, looking at the child's reddened eyes and white face, and asked a question. What's your name? In the dean's office, a man in a suit was going through the information on the table. One after the other, the photos of the children flashed before his eyes, leaving no ripples in his eyes. After a few minutes, he stood up, his voice low and magnetic. I'm sorry to have taken up your time, there's no child here that I'm looking for. The dean also stood up, smiling and saying it's fine, before escorting the person out the door of the office. You go slowly, sir. She let out a long sigh of relief as she watched the figure's back grow distant. This man had no idea where he came from, but his aura was so powerful. He exuded the air of a superior, and just sitting next to him was suffocating. She didn't even dare to speak. The dean had met many wealthy people, but this was the first one that made her feel breathless. She turned around and returned to the office, putting away all the children's information. She had just put it in the drawer and locked it when the office door was knocked on. The dean thought someone had come to call her to dinner, so she answered, "Just a moment, I'll be right there." However, when she opened the door, she saw the same person who had returned. Chapter 3003, The Fu Family. In addition to the powerful man with an aura, there was also a teenage boy. The boy had an outstanding appearance, a slender and upright figure, and clean and tidy clothes, except that his expression looked a bit awkward. Fu Sihuai glanced at him indifferently, his voice cold as he told the dean, "What is the name of the child you are looking for?" Fu Yuetsi pursed his lips, his eyes flickering slightly. It's not that he wants to find him, he just feels sorry for the child. The dean looked at him suspiciously and asked carefully, "Young master, which child are you referring to?" Fu Yuetsi coughed lightly, his fair complexion turning red slightly, and he whispered the two words, "Ching Ching." The sound was so low that the dean almost didn't hear it clearly. "Ching Ching?" She looked at the young man, who was bowing his head, with some surprise. "You've seen that child?" Fu Yuetsi gave a low hum, and added, as if to cover up his mistake, "I just think she looks more pleasing to the eye." "It's not like I like her." Fu Sihuai's gaze swept over his awkward face. His black pupils were very deep, and looking deeper still made him a little speechless. He really didn't have much to say about his youngest son's arrogant nature. Recovering his composure, he looked cold and indifferent. "May I see the child now?" The director snapped back to her senses and nodded hurriedly. "She should be awake. I'll have someone bring her over." A few minutes later, a volunteer walked in carrying a dazed little ball of fluff. Xingxing didn't know what had happened. She had just gone back to her room to sleep when her sister dug her up from bed. They had to dig under the covers like they were digging for potatoes. After the little ball of fluff was placed on the ground, the first thing she saw was the nervous director. The child was too young to hold a grudge, and she had already stopped arguing with the director about what happened last night. Director Mother, the little one, walked softly towards the director, like a snow fairy, and bumped into his leg. After being held in his arms, she could see that there were two other people in the room. "Xingxing, this is Mr. and Miss Fu." The director paused for a moment, and then said, "You can call him Uncle Fu first." Xingxing clutched the dean's clothes a little uneasily, her big, watery eyes scanning the faces of the two men. When she saw Fu Yuetsi, her eyes brightened slightly. She obeyed obediently and called out Uncle Fu. Fu Sihuai's eyes lingered on her for a few seconds, and it was impossible to tell whether he liked or disliked her from the darkness of his eyes. Under this kind of pressure, the dean didn't dare to speak. But Xingxing acted as if she didn't feel anything, and gave Fu Yuetsi a small smile. It was sweet. A moment later, Fu Sihuai nodded slightly to the dean, his tone calm as he said, "Her. Go through the formalities." The dean was very surprised. Although he did not know the background of this Mr. Fu, just by looking at his manner and bearing, he could tell that he was no ordinary person. He must be no worse than the shins from yesterday. But he doesn't seem like someone who is easy to get along with. I hope Xingxing won't suffer after she goes over there. She hugged the little ball of fluff and whispered, "Xingxing, Mr. Fu wants to adopt you, are you willing to go home with him?" The little one was extremely surprised. Her big, round eyes lit up for a moment, and she peeked at Fu Sihuai quietly. The man was sitting in a simple solid wood chair in the orphanage, his facial features three-dimensional and deep, like a flower of high rank who had abstained from sex to the extreme. Xingxing looked away and saw Fu Yuetsi sitting next to him. Fu Yuetsi was a little nervous. His eyes flickered, and he did not meet Xingxing's gaze, his face stiff. Little Xingxing seemed to have thought of something. She grinned and smiled at Fu Yuetsi, looking as happy as the Fu mascots. I want to go home with Uncle Fu and my brother." Fu Yueqi's tightly knitted brows relaxed at this moment, and he curled his fingers. If he had a tail, he would have shaken it vigorously right now. Fu Sihuai stayed in the office to complete the paperwork, while Fu Yueqi stood outside. Qingqing happily walked over to Fu Yueqi, took his finger very casually, tilted her soft, white face up, and happily called him brother. Fu Yueqi gave a cold, grunted response, his lips pursed tightly. The little ball of fluff was not intimidated by the cold face. She tilted her little head and said in a baby voice, "Brother, the head nurse said that you were looking for me. Thank you for being willing to take me home. I like you very much too." This heartfelt confession from the little ball of fluff would soften anyone's heart, but Fu Yueqi was a hard nut to crack. "I don't like you, don't get me wrong." His appearance was still very green, and his fair cheeks turned a few red flushes for no reason when he was being confessed to. Qingqing looked at him for 2 seconds, then let go of his hand in disappointment. "Okay." The little guy was so shocked that he didn't say anything else. Fu Yueqi pretended to look at her several times without meaning to. The little ball of a girl squatted beside him, bored, poking, and drawing on the ground with a small twig. After sweeping the red color into her palm, Fu Yueqi's heart tightened suddenly. He suddenly asked, "How did you hurt your hand?" Qingqing pursed her lips, and her long eyelashes hung down like little brushes. "I wrapped it up yesterday, but my hand itched during the night, and I don't know how I scratched it open. I fell and broke it, and I already applied medicine to it." Her voice was low, and Fu Yueqi didn't think much of it, thinking that she had fallen while playing. He bent down and tapped her little head with his thin fingers. "Stupid, I've never seen anyone break their own hand like this." The little ball of a girl covered her head and sniffed, and she let out a low, pouty sound. She was soft and had no temper. Seeing her like this, Fu Yueqi's thin lips curled up slightly. "What a softie." Fu Sihuai came out of the office after completing the formalities, and the big and little ones outside had become much more familiar with each other. Somehow, they had become attached again. He glanced at them, said nothing, and led the two of them towards the orphanage's exit. Qingqing took a few steps, but then she looked back, reluctant to leave, and saw the matron smiling and waving at her from behind. After a moment's thought, she let go of the hand and ran back. The matron crouched down and smiled kindly. "Qingqing, when you go, listen to Mr. Fu and don't make him angry. If Mr. Fu is willing, I will come and visit you." She gently wiped the tears from the little girl's face with her finger and took a tissue from her pocket and put it in her hand. "Don't cry, go quickly, you can't keep Mr. Fu waiting." Qingqing's eyes were red with tears, and she choked as she said, "I'm sorry, I." The dean wiped her tears away and didn't let her finish her apology. "Go, Qingqing, I'll send your necklace to you as soon as I find it. I'll take good care of Da Huang too. If Mr. Fu's family wants a dog, when its puppies are 1 month old, I'll choose the prettiest one for you." She nudged the little ones back lightly to make her walk forward. Fu Yueqi walked back, bent down, and picked up the child without saying a word. He nodded to the dean and then got into the car with the little ball of tears. The dean didn't head back until the back of the Fu family car had completely disappeared. She went to the cafeteria and got 2 buns, walked to the surveillance room, and retrieved yesterday's surveillance. She has raised every child in this orphanage as if they were her own. She is soft-natured and a bit competitive, but she could never do anything to hurt someone. She has also changed a lot recently. In the past, whenever someone donated new clothes, she would be the first to rush up and choose them. But 3 days ago, when it was time to distribute the clothes, she was like a different person. She didn't compete or fight. Chapter 4004, Going Home. Qingqing is very sensible and knows not to disturb others, so she wipes all the tears from her face herself. Even though she is still very sad inside. Fu Yueqi, who is sitting next to her, has mixed feelings. Logically speaking, he should find her appearance pleasing. He hates children who cry all the time, and has even thought more than once about making all the children in the world disappear. But seeing Qingqing like this, his heart feels very uncomfortable. Fu Yueqi took out some tissue paper and held her face stiffly. "I'll bring you back next week." His tone was hard, and the way he wiped away her tears was not gentle, but it was much cleaner than if she had wiped them herself. The little ball of fluff stayed still obediently, and her childish voice sounded muffled as she said, "Thank you, brother." Fu Yueqi, unusually unarrogant, lifted her hand and rubbed her head. The car soon stopped in front of Fu's house, or rather, a temporary residence. The single-family villa in Jingshuiwen was priced at 80 million and had been bought for several years, but this was the first time they had lived in it. Standing in front of such a big house, Qingqing felt very awkward. She followed Fu Yuetzi uneasily, reaching out to hold his hand, but then she remembered what he had said about not liking her, and she timidly withdrew it. But it really was so big and so unfamiliar. Just stepping in, she was afraid that she would soil the floor. Her brother. S faint and uneasy voice sounded, and Fu Yuetzi lowered his head and saw that the little girl's eyes were wet, as if she was about to cry again. Can I hold your hand for a little while? Fu Yuetzi froze for a moment, giving the little girl the illusion that she was trembling so much that her voice was breaking. Just hold my hand for a little while. I'm scared. The young girl's heart trembled, and there was a silence for 2 seconds. Qingqing withdrew her hand as if she had done something wrong and lowered her head. I'm sorry, brother. Then, a fresh, cold fragrance came close to her, and the little girl was lifted up, foolishly leaping to a height she had never experienced before. She heard a hard sound in her ear. It was unnatural. I hate it when people say sorry, don't say it again. Oh. Qingqing wrote down these words. She carefully grabbed Fu Yuetzi's clothes on his shoulders, and seeing that he didn't react with rejection, she slowly leaned against him. Brother is so good. The little one's weak milk voice sounded. Fu Yuetzi pursed his lips, and held her as he walked in. When she saw the same big and beautiful house, Shen Yu's soft performance was completely different. She looked calm, following Shen Yu's footsteps, seemingly calm, but in fact her peripheral vision had already taken in the Shen family's everything. She suppressed the excitement in her heart, but could not extinguish the fire in her eyes. This is the Shen family, the richest family in City A. It is even more beautiful than she had imagined. From now on, she will replace Qingqing as the young lady of this house. Softly trotting to keep up with Shen Yu's pace, she pretended to be reserved. She didn't see any other members of the Shen family along the way, and there weren't even any servants in the courtyard, which made her feel a little puzzled. After stepping into the house, with a bang, something exploded above her head. Softly was so scared that she screamed and crouched down on the ground. She covered her head, and colorful ribbons fell from it. Welcome, Qingqing, to the family. Mrs. Shen was waiting at home with her 2 children, each holding a tube of confetti, but only the second son, Shen Jinhua, went off. Mrs. Shen threw the unpopped tube on the sofa, and the servant behind her immediately pulled up the banner. When Ruan looked up, she saw the words, "A warm welcome to Qingqing joining the Shen family." Her expression momentarily lost control, and when she turned her head, she looked at Shen Yu helplessly. It was also at this moment that the 3 jubilant women saw her face clearly. The smiles on their faces suddenly stopped and disappeared at the same time. Shen Yu rubbed his eyebrows, feeling a little embarrassed. His wife and children all thought that he was bringing Qingqing home today and had prepared a surprise at home, but he forgot to tell them. This is Ruan, and she will be our family member from now on. At this point, there was nothing he could do but just let the awkwardness pass. Mrs. Shen reacted quickly. She hurriedly told the servants to take down the welcome banner and walked up to Ruan as if nothing had happened. I'm sorry, Ruan. We made a mistake. We'll hold a bigger welcome banquet for you in the future. Ruan's eyes were slightly red, with tears in the corners, looking so pitiful. She nodded with her bottom lip between her teeth, looking aggrieved but not saying a word, which made Mrs. Shen feel a little guilty. All right, everyone, let's pack up. Mrs. Shen turned to the servants and said. There were many gifts on the table and sofa in the living room, all prepared by the Shen family to give to Qingqing, but who knew that the person who had come was Ruan, so it was a bit inappropriate to give these things away. An elaborate welcome party ended up in such an awkward way. After packing up, Mrs. Shen couldn't wait to drag Shen Yu to his room to find out what had happened, leaving the 3 children sitting in the living room. The Shen family's 2 children were well behaved and did not ignore Ruan in anticipation of the wrong person, but instead took good care of her. However, Ruan was not at all happy. She was still thinking about the gifts that had been taken away. The expensive teddy bear, the various beautiful clothes, the hair clip studded with diamonds. If she had taken a photo and posted it online, she would have attracted countless admiring glances. Since the wrong person had been sent, it would have been nice to give her the gifts as compensation. Even the mistress of the wealthy family was not as good at making people as she was. Chapter 5005, Third Brother. It was still early when he returned to the Fu family. It was a weekday, and Fu Sihuai had to go to the office. His aunt chased after him and handed him a glass of soy milk. After returning, she cleaned the dining table and, together with the other maid, pushed the breakfast out of the kitchen. Perhaps because she had been briefed in advance, she accepted Xiao Qingqing's identity very naturally. Qingqing sat at the dining table, silently lowered her head and nibbled on the buns without saying a word. After finishing eating, she leaned over to Fu Yuci and whispered, "Brother, are we the only ones at home?" Fu Yuci shook his head. "Apart from me, you have 3 older brothers, but right now only my 3rd brother and I are home, everyone else is not here." It's a very simple relationship, and it's easy to remember, it won't confuse the child. After hearing what he said, the little girl tilted her soft, white face up and asked in a baby voice, "What about the 3rd brother? Can I meet him?" Fu Yuetsi paused in his movement to stand up, his lips pursed and his eyes darkening within 2 seconds. "The 3rd brother is not well and is convalescing." Qingqing obediently said "Oh," and when she saw that he seemed to be about to leave, she stood up and looked at him expectantly. The maid brought a school uniform jacket, which Fu Yuetsi took and held in his hands, looking down at the little ball of fluff and explaining to her, "I'm going to school now and won't be back until the evening. Don't go wandering off when you're alone at home. Later, after Auntie Lu is done with her chores, she'll take you to your room. Be a good girl and wait for me to come back." Having just arrived in a new place, Qingqing is very dependent on him. But she also knows that she can't keep her brother from going to school, so she obediently stands aside to let him pass. "I know, brother. Qingqing will wait for you to come back." Seeing how sensible the little girl was, Fu Yuetsi moved his fingers hanging at his side. After a moment's thought, he lifted his hand and rubbed her head. He said in an unnatural voice, "Then be good, and I'll bring you something delicious when I come back." The little ball of fluff's eyes instantly lit up when she got her head rubbed. It wasn't because of the delicious food, but because her brother was petting her head. So happy. After watching his back as he left, Qingqing obediently sat on the sofa for a while. After tidying up the house, Auntie Lu took her to her room. The room was very clean, and it was obvious that no one had lived there. The furniture was all new, and some of it had not even been unpacked. "Oops, I was so busy that I forgot." Auntie Lu gave herself a little tap on the head in annoyance, muttering to herself, "I haven't even dried the quilt, washed the new bed sheets, or unpacked the mattress. There's so much to do, and I'm getting more forgetful every day." She spoke a little too quickly for the little girl Qingqing, who couldn't understand what she was saying, but she heard the last sentence. "Auntie, you're not old." The little girl's sweet voice was so serious that it made Lu feel all warm and happy inside. "Oh, you're so cute, young lady." Women care about their age, even Auntie Lu, who has been killing fish at our T-Mart for more than 10 years. She started tidying up Qingqing's room, because the little one was likely to get hurt in her room, so she took Qingqing out into the small garden. "Miss, you play here for now, I'll finish tidying up quickly and come get you back," she said. Auntie Lu looked at Qingqing as if she were her own granddaughter, speaking gently. After giving her instructions, she turned around and went back to tidying up. The little girl obediently sat on a beautiful wooden bench for a while, and when she saw the gardener in the distance fall while watering the flowers, she quickly ran over to help. Although she couldn't really help. On the floor directly opposite the garden, the gray curtains in one of the windows were pulled open a corner. The person inside glanced casually, and finally his attention was caught by the little ball of energy running around. Fu Xueji looked at him for a while. He was pale, emaciated, and his skin had a sickly, cold white hue. But his face was clean-looking, with clear, peach-colored eyes. Due to a long illness, the corners of his eyes were tinged with a rosy red, which made him look a bit gloomy. The inside of his thin, petal-like lips were a bit pink, but apart from that, there was no other color. This body was so weak that one could tell at a glance that he didn't have long to live. He was sizing up the strange ball of flesh. The little girl's clothes were not luxurious, but they were clean. When she ran, her legs were a bit unsteady, as if she had hurt herself somewhere, but that did not affect the vibrant vitality radiating from her. Like a little bird, she was different from him. Fu Xueji looked at her for a long time, his pale and emaciated fingers unconsciously pressed against the transparent glass. After a moment, the door was knocked on. "Third young master, your medicine is ready." He took a step back and expressionlessly let go of his hand. The gray curtains closed, blocking out the outside world. The servant carrying the medicine had not yet come over, but the bitter smell of traditional Chinese medicine had already spread. It looked bitter just by looking at it, dark and a little sticky. But there was no sign of resistance on his face, as if he were numb. In the end, he was choked by the small medicine residue that had not been filtered, and his face instantly turned red. Uncontrollable coughing sounds kept coming from his mouth. After a long while, he stopped coughing, but his face looked even worse. The maid left with the medicine bowl. Before she left, Fu Shueji said something. Take the pot of flowers out. The maid paused for a moment, then hugged the withered flowers on the desk, closed the door gently, and stepped back out. This was a very beautiful Poju jasmine, and it was also the third young master's favorite variety. But it was not a good plant. The young master commanded every day that it be carried out into the sun and watered. He nursed it like a child for 3 months, but it died before it flowered. Qingqing was having a great time watering the flowers in the garden with the gardener. After standing for a long time, her legs were a little sore, and just then, Auntie Lu finished tidying the room and came to call her in. Qingqing obediently followed her, and as she entered the door, she saw the pot of flowers the maid was carrying. The little girl's gaze fell on the wilted leaves, and suddenly she couldn't move. Her sister spoke up, carefully pointing at the pot of flowers in her arms and staring at it. Can I have this pot of flowers? The maid was stunned for a moment and asked uncertainly, Is this the precious jasmine? The little girl nodded, her big eyes unblinking. The young master told me to take it downstairs and throw it away, but I can give it to you. It's already dead, though, so there's no point in keeping it. Upon hearing this, Qingqing became a little anxious. Don't throw it away, sister, give it to me. Third young master, is that third brother? Qingqing's mind flashed back to what her brother had told her that morning. Third brother's health is very poor. If this flower can come back to life, will he be happier? Thinking about this, she wanted this flower even more. Chapter 6006, Resurrection. Auntie Lu listened for a while, and although she didn't know why the young lady wanted this dead flower, she helped out by asking for it to be kept. If the young lady wants it, then it's mine. She took the dead jasmine from the maid's hands, looked down and asked Qingqing, Young lady, where do you want to put this flower? Is it okay to put it in the room? Of course. Auntie Lu took the flower and led Qingqing into her room. Once inside, she placed the flower directly on the balcony, where the first rays of morning sunlight could shine in. Then she went over the usage of many things in the room with the child. Because she had other things to do, she did not stay with Qingqing for long. After Auntie Lu left, the little one walked over to the door. After making sure that the door was firmly closed, she ran up to the lifeless jasmine plant. The balcony was a little high, so she dragged a chair over with difficulty and climbed up so that she could finally touch the jasmine. Qingqing took off her shoes and stood on it. Her hands still had bruises on them, and her fingers were soft. She poked at the leaves of the plant, her soft little voice full of pity. Poor little flowers. The jasmine leaves, which no longer felt any life, suddenly moved, just the one that Qingqing had touched with her hand. It was as if it had used all its strength to respond to her words. Qingqing held out the other hand and cupped the drooping jasmine leaf in both hands. A pale, fluorescent green light shone faintly in the palm of her hand. One by one, the small light spots flew into the jasmine's trunk and branches like fireflies, and finally disappeared, merging with it. 2 minutes passed, and the little ball of light withdrew her hands. She was in a daze for a moment and almost fell to the ground. When she got off the chair, her face looked paler than before, and her forehead was covered in fine sweat. In just a short while, she had become so weak that she could hardly stand. But her eyes were unusually bright, like polished black gemstones, and they were beautiful. On the balcony, the color of the jasmine seemed to have changed. It was no longer as gray as before. Qingqing was very tired, so she climbed into the bed that Aunt Lu had just made up and fell asleep. She slept until lunchtime, when she woke up. It was still the same large table from the morning, and her brother had gone, leaving her alone. The little one was very obedient. I don't know if it was because she had passed on the energy of the jasmine, but she ate a lot at lunchtime. After eating and drinking her fill, she ran back to her room, closed the door, took off her shoes, and stood on a chair, continuing her work as if she were going to work. This time it lasted a little longer, about 5 minutes. Afterwards, it was obvious that the jasmine had undergone a huge change. Qingqing bent down and gave its flower bud a gentle kiss. Her soft, pale, and weak little face seemed to be glowing. You have to bloom quickly and fight for your life. After talking to the little flower, Qingqing climbed onto the bed and fell asleep, just like she had done in the morning. In fact, she was a little hungry, but she had eaten a lot at lunch today, so she didn't want to trouble Auntie Lu. When she opened her eyes again, Qingqing was awakened by a knock on the door. A young, immature voice came from outside the door. Qingqing, can I come in? Qingqing rubbed her eyes dazedly. When she heard this voice, her fur stood on end. It was her brother. The little guy quickly put on his shoes and ran to open the door. Fu Yuetsi was holding a small cake in the shape of a pink bow in her hand, and awkwardly handed it to her. Here, Auntie Lu said you were very good today, and this is what I promised you. Qingqing looked at the delicate cake with surprise, tilted her soft white face upwards and said thank you sweetly. Thank you, brother. She held the small cake as if it were a treasure and carefully placed it on the table. This was the first time she had seen such a beautiful cake, even more beautiful than the ones on TV. Fu Yuezi followed behind her and walked in. After seeing this empty and monotonous room, his brows lightly furrowed. To be honest, it looked like a guest room. His frown deepened as he glanced at the child's happy face. He hadn't noticed before, but now he realized that this really didn't look like a little girl's room. He would mention it to Auntie Lu later. Fu Yuezi's gaze swept the room, and inevitably ended up on the wilted jasmine plant on the balcony. It stood out because it was so out of place. He walked over and stared at it for a long time, then turned to ask Qingqing. Isn't this the one Sage kept? Why is it here with you? Qingqing pinched her little hand nervously, her beautiful big eyes fluttering, and truthfully answered, yes, a sister said she was going to throw it away, and I came over. Fu Yuezi was stunned for a moment, a little puzzled. It's already dead. The little girl hurried over, her eyes wide and her little head tilted up. It's okay, brother, you let me keep it. I like it. She even whispered a little plea. What could Fu Yuezi say? He could only nod in agreement. Seeing the child's happy smile, his heart felt like it was being gently scratched by a kitten's claws, itchy. So easily satisfied. Before he knew it, a smile crept onto Fu Yuezi's face. Seeing him smile, the little girl plucked up the courage to take his hand and pull him towards the table, shouting for him to eat the cake together. As they walked, he suddenly noticed that the way the child was walking seemed a bit off. He was limping a little. Fu Yuezi frowned, her heart suddenly rising, and she asked in a stern voice, "What's wrong with your leg?" Chapter 7007, Applying Medicine. Qingqing stopped and looked back at his gloomy face, her heart filled with anxiety. For a moment, she was tempted to speak up, but then something came to mind and she stopped. Even the mother superior who raised her didn't believe what she said, so how could her brother, whom she had just met a day ago, believe it? If he thought she was a bad child who lied, would he still send her back to the orphanage? Qingqing didn't dare say it. She liked this brother who would bring her beautiful cakes, and she was afraid of being disliked by him. The little girl tilted her soft, white face up and said in a baby voice, "Brother, I'll be fine in a couple of days." After thinking about it, she pulled a flattering smile and tried to muddle through. Fu Yuezi pursed his lips, his pretty face cold. Without further ado, he picked Qingqing up and put her on the bed. "Brother!" The little girl was startled, and when she saw him crouch down to look at her legs, her baby voice trembled. Her reaction made Fu Yuezi feel a bad feeling rising in his heart. If nothing had happened, why would she be so scared? Thinking this, he carefully pulled open Qingqing's pant legs, and then froze in place as if he had been petrified. There were so many scratches on her calves. Not only that, but there was also a large bruise on her knee, which stood out against the little white soft body. Fu Yuezi seemed to have thought of something, and with a gloomy face, he took the child's hand. The palm of the hand was red, covered in fresh scabs. It was not at all due to a fall, as she had previously said. It was clearly full of scratches, and the area near the wrist was a serious abrasion. Fu Yuezi's eyes froze, and her voice suddenly turned several degrees colder, her eyes like sinking stars in a coal pond. "When I asked you at the orphanage, did you lie to me?" A trace of guilt flashed in Qingqing's eyes, and she hung her head in silence, her voice muffled as she said, "I'm sorry." Fu Yuezi took a deep breath, and her heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. It wasn't because of Qingqing, it was because of himself. He had been negligent. When the child said she had fallen, he should have asked more questions. As a result, her injury has not been treated yet. If he hadn't noticed something was wrong just now, he doesn't know how long she would have kept it a secret. Fu Yuezi put her hand down without saying a word. He walked out the door and closed it. Qingqing was so scared that she didn't dare make a sound, and even her breathing was deliberately controlled. When the door closed, her wet eyes trembled. "Is my brother angry?" "Because she lied. My brother thinks she's a bad child who lies, so he left." Qingqing looked at the closed door and her tears fell. She wiped her tears away and jumped off the bed, her face pale as she thought about going out to find Fu Yuezi. She wanted to apologize to her brother. She hadn't meant to lie to him, she was just so scared. Just as she reached the door, Fu Yuezi, who had left, returned, carrying a medical case and a paper bag. Seeing Qingqing get out of bed, he frowned slightly. "What's the point of getting up when you're hurt? Stay in bed." "Brother, I thought." the little ball of joy was crying with joy. Her eyes were red, and she immediately sat back down on the bed. Fuyuetsi put the medical kit on the table and first opened the brown paper bag in his hand. He took out a small yellow dress from it, removed the tag, and handed it to Qingqing. I just asked someone to buy it for her, so she can wear it for now. The little girl took it blankly. Seeing her dazed expression, Fuyuetsi frowned with distrust. Can you wear it? If not, I'll ask Auntie Lu to come in and help you. I can do it. Qingqing nodded hastily after she came to her senses, with 2 dimples sinking into her tender cheeks. Seeing this, Fuyuetsi nodded and went out, closing the door firmly behind him. He leaned against the white wall next to the door, not in a very good mood. He seriously suspected that the child had been bullied in the orphanage before. That was why she was so careful, so understanding, and far more obedient than children her age. The door was knocked on, and Fuyuetsi came back to his senses. He pushed open a very narrow slit and let his voice carry in, "Are you dressed?" The soft voice of the little ball came from inside, "Okay." Hearing this, he pushed open the door and went in. The little girl, who had changed her clothes, was especially bright. Her skin was white, and wearing light colors didn't make her look dark, but instead made her look even more adorable, like a little dumpling in a yellow coat, extremely cute. Although Fuyuetsi thought this in his heart, the words he spoke were still extremely arrogant. It's okay, a bit like the Fu family. Qingqing was very happy, and gave him a big smile. Thank you, brother, I love it so much. Fuyuetsi bent down and hugged her as he walked her to the bed. He took the medicine box he had brought with him at the beginning and then crouched down. The boy's dark, disheveled hair also fell down, covering his eyelids. Qingqing felt a little chill on her lap, and she couldn't tell if it was the medicine or her brother's hand. Before, the little girl had worn a long-sleeved shirt, but after she changed into the skirt, her 2 lotus-like arms were exposed, and Fuyuetsi saw that she also had injuries on her arms. He applied the medicine in silence. The color of the medicine was very heavy, black to purple, and when applied to the white skin like a bunch of green onions, it looked like large dark birthmarks. After he had applied medicine to all the visible wounds, he asked, "Are there any others on your body?" Qingqing shook her head slightly in a high-pitched voice, "No, thank you, brother." Fuyuetsi put the medicine box away and placed it by Qingqing's bed. After doing all this, he pulled a chair over and sat face to face with the little one. He had something to ask. "Did someone bully you at the orphanage?" When she first heard this, Xiao Qingqing froze for a moment, and she shook her head blankly. "No. The matron said not to fight, and if you fight, you'll go hungry." Looking at her innocent and soft little face, Fuyuetsi's voice softened a little. "Then how did you get those bruises?" To prevent the little one from giving the same old excuse, he quickly added, "Don't tell me you fell over. I've never seen a child as clumsy as you." Qingqing's eyes widened. "But, she really did fall over." "Oh, I'm such a klutz." Fuyuetsi was speechless. He couldn't believe it. "You fell over?" He looked suspiciously at the little girl, who looked so aggrieved. Was this child really an idiot? Of course, there was also the possibility that they had just met for the first time and the child didn't want to tell him something. He didn't pursue the matter, for fear of making Qingqing feel uncomfortable. Glancing over to the table, he saw an unopened cake. Fuyuetsi walked over and removed the packaging. He used a knife to cut off a portion of the cake and handed it to Qingqing on a plate. "Here, you can't eat too much, you'll need to eat later." Instead of taking the plate, the little ball of fluff gently nudged it towards him, with 2 dimples on her cute little face. "You eat first, big brother." Fuyuetsi paused for a moment, then put the plate down and cut another piece to hand to Qingqing. This time the little one accepted happily. She used her fork to scoop some into her mouth and narrowed her eyes in happiness. Delicious. She took another bite and looked at Fuyuetsi as if she had thought of something, asking him in a low voice, "Brother, should we give some to third brother? Does he like cake?" Fuyuetsi looked startled, as if he was remembering something. When third brother was little, he loved sweets. His eyes fell on the half-eaten bao cake and his hand holding the fork tightened. Why not give him some? Chapter 8008, Sneak a Bite. Thinking about this, he looked at the remaining half of the cake. Xiao Qingqing stood on tiptoe and followed suit, happy that her brother had cut here and here, which were pretty. Fuyuetsi listened to her and cut off the prettiest piece. He carried the plate, got a pair of knives and forks from the cutlery box, told the little one, and walked out. Fu Xueji's room was at the end and very quiet. He stood in the doorway with the cake in his hands and knocked gently. After a while, the doorknob turned and the white door was slowly opened. Fu Yuetsi stood in the doorway, holding the small cake in his hands. Third brother. Fu Xueji's eyes fell on the cake in his hands, and his long eyelashes trembled slightly as he didn't say anything. Cough, I bought this for Qingqing tonight, do you want to try some? He paused for a moment when he said this, adding, it's very sweet. Fu Xueji looked up and asked an unrelated question. Her name is Qingqing. Right. Talking about the little one, Fu Yuetsi suddenly started talking a lot to herself. I went to the orphanage with Dad this morning to pick up the child we adopted. She's very obedient. By the way, brother, have you met her? Fu Xueji lightly coughed with the back of his hand against his lips, weakly. Yes, in the small garden. Oh. The atmosphere fell silent again. If you don't want to eat this cake, I'll take it out. After a long silence, Fu Yuetsi finally said these words. He was prepared for a rejection, but to his surprise, Fu Xueji raised his hand and slowly took the cake from him. Thank you. After closing the door, Fu Yuetsi stood in the doorway for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. Third brother actually accepted it. And he even said thank you. Fu Yuetzi's hand, hanging at her side, clenched into a fist, and some happy emotions welled up in her eyes. If he had a tail, it would be wagging furiously again right now. Fu Sihuai didn't come home for dinner, so there were just the two of them at the table, Qingqing and Fu Yuetsi. The little one had been holding it in for a long time, but he decided to ask anyway. Brother, isn't uncle coming home? Fu Yuetsi was in a particularly good mood and, with a casual turn of the head, replied as if it were a matter of course. Well, sometimes if he's busy at the office, he'll come home in the middle of the night. Oh. The little girl lowered her eyes, stared at the rice in her bowl and didn't say anything. She still ate a lot that evening, after all she had been hungry since noon. After finishing eating, it was already 7 o'clock. Fu Yueji had gone out on an errand and Xiao Qingqing went back to her room. She closed the door and stood by the balcony, looking at the pot of jasmine flowers. The little girl had nothing to do at the moment, so naturally she focused all her attention on the flowers. The jasmine, which had obviously died in the morning, was now stretching its branches in the dusk, lazily waving its leaves in the wind. Qingqing touched its leaves with her small, meaty hands and spoke to the flower. You have to recover quickly. So that third brother can be happy, you know? As if it could understand what she was saying, the jasmine affectionately brushed its leaves against her fingers. In the past, it was bare, with almost all its leaves having fallen off, and its small branches and twigs were dry, except for the top, and even the roots were the same. But now, its dry roots seemed to have a constant flow of vitality coursing through all the branches. The buds, which had been like frostbitten flowers, stood upright, small and white, and when you got close, you could almost smell the faint fragrance they gave off. Qingqing stood by the balcony for a long time, holding the branch in her hands like she did in the morning. What she knew so far was that the little green dots on her body had the effect of promoting plant growth and reviving dead wood. She had slowly figured this out at the orphanage. After coming down, she saw the flowers in the vase in the room. They were a few flirtatiously blooming roses. In the morning, Auntie Lu had seen that the room was too monotonous and had placed a bottle on the table. Qingqing walked over and held its buds in her small hands, the tips of her fingers glowing a bright green. The already flirtatious rose bloomed even more beautifully, and its fragrance filled the room at a tremendous speed. Qingqing took a breath and was very pleased with her masterpiece. In this way, the flowers would live a long time and become fragrant. She went to the bathroom alone to take a bath and went to bed. In the middle of the night, the little girl was awakened by hunger. She sat up in bed and noticed that the room light had been switched off at some point. A small, warm yellow night light by the bed gave off a soft light. The little one's hungry stomach grumbled, and she remembered the piece of cake she hadn't finished in the evening. At the time, her brother had said he was going to throw it away, but she had stopped him. In the end, it seemed to have ended up in the fridge in the living room. She quietly opened the door a crack and poked her little head out to look around. The hallway was lit up, but it was empty and there wasn't a sound. She tiptoed out, like a kitten patting on its paws, without making any noise. The light in the living room downstairs was off, and there was a faint nightlight, vaguely illuminating half the room. The little one crept up to the refrigerator, opened it with difficulty, and saw the cupcakes she had been longing for on the top shelf. Her eyes lit up even more as she reached for them. 2 seconds later, the little ball of fluff looked confusedly at her hands. She couldn't reach them. This was truly a sad thing. Holding onto the refrigerator door, she hesitated in her heart as to whether she should drag a chair over. But that would definitely make a noise. Just as she was torn between the two options, a tall figure suddenly appeared behind her. The large, knuckly hands reached over her head and touched the cupcake she had been longing for. Ching-ching! She turned her head sharply and tilted her head up. Coincidentally, the man behind her was also looking down at her. Fu Sihuai was still wearing a black suit. He was too tall, with a high nose and thin lips. His facial features were deep but not harsh, although his face looked a little tired. Is this him? His voice was magnetic, a little low and hoarse. Ching-ching was startled, either because she had been caught eating in the middle of the night or because she was a little afraid of him. She blushed instantly and stuttered, "Uncle." Fu Sihuai gave a faint nod, withdrew his gaze, and took the small cake on the top shelf of the refrigerator. As he walked towards the table with the item, his figure was stretched very long by the only lamp. "Didn't you eat enough?" Although his tone was very calm, the pressure he exuded was so strong that the little guy shook his head apologetically. He whispered, "I'm full, but I'm hungry again." Fu Sihuai didn't say anything else. He had just returned home and was going to take a break on the sofa before going upstairs, but before long after sitting down, he saw a small figure coming down the stairs. He didn't say anything, and watched the little ball of fluff walk over to the refrigerator. He kept watching until he saw that she couldn't reach the top, and then he stood up and walked over. Chapter 9009, Rose. Fu Sihuai looked away, and in a light tone, he said, "MMM." When a child first arrives in an unfamiliar environment, it is inevitable that they will feel unfamiliar, and in this case, it is normal for them to eat less. The cake was right in front of her, but Ching-ching was afraid to touch it. Because Uncle Fu's sense of oppression was just too strong, she was afraid and meek like a young quail. Fu Sihuai saw her discomfort and eased up a bit. "I'll go up first, and you should go to bed early after you've finished eating." Hearing that he was leaving, the little one's eyes lit up, especially obvious in the dim light. Fu Sihuai looked away, as if he hadn't seen it. After he left, Ching-ching sat alone on the sofa, finished the rest of the cake, and then went upstairs quietly as she had come down. Lying on the clean, soft bed, the little girl thought about what had happened today, and a smile unconsciously rose to her face. Today was her first day at Fu's house. Her brother had been very nice to her, and although her uncle was a bit intimidating, he was also wonderful. After going over the events of the day in her mind, Ching-ching closed her eyes contentedly. "I'm looking forward to tomorrow." The roses on the table looked even more enchanting in the dim night light. The moonlight fell on them, like a veil of mist, adding a layer of ethereal beauty. It was as if they had been transformed into spirits, absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon. The next morning. At 7:10, Auntie Lu opened Ching-ching's bedroom door quietly. She had come to wake the little girl up for breakfast, but as soon as she opened the door, a strong floral fragrance hit her face. Auntie Lu couldn't help but stop and take a deep breath, and her spirits were immediately lifted. "It smells so good." In addition to the fragrance, there is also a special feeling mixed in. Auntie Lu was not well educated, so she can't quite put her finger on it, but it gives you a feeling of being refreshed. Just one whiff seems to make you forget all your tiredness. She didn't sleep well last night, and her eyes were very uncomfortable when she woke up this morning. She had thought about going to rest for an hour after finishing her work, but just a few seconds after entering the room, all the soreness in her eyes had disappeared. Aunt Lu couldn't help but look at the bottle of roses on the table, and was amazed. She had personally arranged the flowers yesterday, and knew how they were doing. Not only had they not withered after a day and night, they were even more beautiful than yesterday. They were more beautiful than any roses she had ever seen, and looked as if they were alive. "Well." A soft, little, mellow voice sounded, and the little one in the bed woke up drowsily at the sound. Auntie had just opened her eyes. The little mellow nose sounded very heavy, and it sounded like a cat's meow, melting people's hearts. "Miss, you're awake." Auntie Lu couldn't help but lower her voice, for fear of scaring her. The more she looked at Ching-ching, the cuter she looked. She walked over to the bed with an auntie smile on her face. "Miss, this is what they call being so cute that it makes people's hearts melt." She helped Ching-ching get dressed and washed up with her. By the time they went downstairs, Fu Yuetzi had already finished eating. He was about to leave after receiving the book and school uniform from the maid, when he smelled a strong floral fragrance. He was someone who had never liked fragrances, but he stopped unusually for this. "Brother." Qingqing ran over to him and carefully opened her arms to hug him. Is your brother not coming back until tonight? Fu Yuetsi lowered his gaze and noticed that the pleasant floral fragrance had come from the little ball of fluff. Yes, I'll bring you something delicious when I come back. He couldn't help but rub the little guy's fluffy hair, and the pleasant fragrance was also transferred to his body. Fu Yuetsi was in a good mood, and he didn't even know why. When he saw Auntie Lu, he spoke. Contact the interior design company today and rearrange Qingqing's room according to her preferences. Auntie Lu smiled and agreed. The driver was waiting outside, and Fu Yuetsi realized that he had also been smelling of flowers when he got into the car. He felt strangely good and fragrant. When he arrived at school, Fu Yuetsi just stepped into the classroom and heard his arch-rival bragging about him buying cupcakes last night. He was describing the shape and color of the cake in vivid detail. Fu Yuezi's face immediately turned black, and he put his things down and rushed up. Hua Qian, are you sick? Before he could get close, Hua Qian got off the table, sniffed his nose, as if he had discovered something, and his face revealed a teasing, evil smile. My goodness, Fu Yuezi, you even spray perfume at school. He hid behind his little brother and shouted arrogantly. Everyone come and look, Fu Yuezi even wears perfume. Hua Qian was really a bitch, and Fu Yuezi was so angry that he rushed up and punched him. Most of the people in this class are well-known families in a city. Everyone is of similar status, and their parents have asked them to get along well, so the atmosphere is relatively good. Several girls around them, who are good at studying, helped to persuade them and pulled them apart. The two just let it go and went back to their seats. Fu Yueqi had thought that this was the end of it, but who knew? That after class, a few girls surrounded him with a smile and asked, Fu Yueqi, can you give me the link to your perfume? It smells so good. Fu Yueqi. Shen Jinhua, who was sitting behind him, also heard this and poked him with his pen. Brother Yueqi, give me the link when we go back too. My mom likes roses, I'll buy her a bottle. He was so angry that he ground his teeth and spat out a sentence, saying, I didn't spray perfume. Okay. Seeing that he was angry, everyone coaxed him. They agreed with him that he hadn't sprayed perfume, but in fact no one believed it. Fu Yuetsi could see it, and he felt even more depressed. He lifted his hand and sniffed his clothes, but he couldn't smell anything, so there was no perfume smell. It's inexplicable. Chapter 10:10 Conflict. Fu's family. After the people from the decoration company arrived, Auntie Lu hurriedly took the roses out of the house for fear that they would knock them over without noticing. She really liked these roses, and felt that they had a spirit. Qingqing, who was playing nearby, suddenly saw this scene and was a little confused. These are the flowers in her room. Auntie is holding the flowers in the same way she would hold a baby. Thinking of something, the little one went up to her and said sweetly, Auntie is young. Auntie Lu looked at her in surprise. What did the young lady just say? Auntie is young, holding flowers. Auntie Lu was overjoyed. She went to the bathroom mirror and looked at herself. She seemed to have really looked a few years younger. Several maids who were close to her got together. None of them failed to praise Auntie Lu's good spirits. While she was talking, her cell phone in her pocket suddenly rang. It was the security guard at the villa's front gate. Auntie Lu, Mrs. Bai of the Bai family, said she has something to deliver to Mr. Bai. Should she be let in? Auntie Lu's status is equivalent to that of a housekeeper, and she makes decisions about trivial matters such as who gets to visit. This Bai family cooperates with Mr. Bai's company, and she heard that Mrs. Bai is coming to deliver something, so she hurriedly asked the security guard to let her in, afraid of being late. Putting down the roses in her hands, Auntie Lu hurriedly went out to receive her. At this moment, Qingqing was sitting in the small garden, hugging her own pot of jasmine flowers. Basking in the morning breeze, she was surrounded by the jasmine she had grown herself, and she blissfully narrowed her eyes. So happy. Upstairs. Fu Shueji gently pulled back the curtains a little and sure enough, he saw the child from yesterday again. His gaze shifted to the jasmine flowers next to the little girl and he froze. He had grown those flowers with his own hands, so how could he not remember them? But even so, he carefully identified it for a long time before he was sure. Yesterday morning, Fu Shueji was sure that it would never come back to life again, so he asked the maid to take it downstairs. But now it was in the little guy's arms, and it looked like it had come back to life. In just one day, it had come back to life. Fu Shueji leaned against the window, his expression a little dazed. Just as the little girl was about to discover him, he pulled the curtains closed. Qingqing felt as if someone was watching her, but when she stood up and looked around, she didn't see anyone. The little ball of a person continued to hold the flower and talk to herself. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. "Are you the child Fu Sihuai adopted from the orphanage?" Xingxing turned around and saw an auntie in fancy clothes standing behind her. The woman was wearing an expensive watch on her wrist and a bracelet of the same color. She also had jewelry on her neck and ears. Although the little girl didn't recognize luxury goods, she subconsciously felt that this aunt was not ordinary because of her stereotypical image of wealthy people on TV. She put the flower pot in her arms on the chair and obediently stood up and called out to her aunt. She was obedient and cute, but Su Xiu didn't feel it at all. She waved her hand disdainfully, as if she had smelled something dirty, and held her well-maintained fingers under her nose. "An orphan shouldn't call me aunt." After she said this, the little girl's face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head and poked at her skirt, her face the color of blood about to drip. She knew that an orphan was a child no one wanted. Su Xiu lowered her eyes and glanced at the top of her clean, soft hair, her eyes full of disgust. She didn't dislike children, but she hated those who got in her way. She looked on coldly, a sneer curling the corner of her lips. "Coming from an orphanage means you can't be brought up properly. I really don't know what Fu Sihuai was thinking when he adopted you. My granddaughter is many times better than you." Her eyes dropped down, her eyebrows full of disdain. The little guy's face suddenly turned pale. If Auntie Lu saw this, she would die of grief. "Whatever you wish for, the universe delivers." Just then, Auntie Lu's voice squeezed in with a very forceful attitude. "Mrs. Bai, you're here." She felt something was wrong when she didn't see anyone in the living room, so she asked someone and the two of them ran off to the garden. This Su Xiu has always wanted to matchmake her daughter with Fu Sichuan, so she was so angry when she heard that the Fu family had adopted a girl from an orphanage. Su Xiu's daughter is also divorced, and she is 25 years old this year. She has a 4-year-old girl with her ex-husband. 2 days ago, her daughter came to the Fu family with her granddaughter for a while, but Fu Sihuai's cold attitude made the child cry. Because of this incident, Su Xiu was quite dissatisfied. Then Fu Sihuai went to the orphanage to adopt Xingxing, which made her even more angry. This time, she came here under the pretext of delivering documents and came to see Xingxing. After Auntie Lu came over, she suddenly took Xingxing's hand and pulled her behind her, like she was protecting a young cub. She glanced at the scene out of the corner of her eye and took it all in. Her expression wasn't good, but she didn't say anything. Auntie Lu was an old lady in the Fu family, brought over from the capital by Fu Sihuai, and no matter how angry Su got, she would never lash out at her. Therefore, she lazily looked at her manicure and returned to her usual self. "Didn't the lady say she was coming to deliver something? Why don't you go to the living room and I'll make you some tea?" Su Xiu's expression was cold as she replied in a neutral tone, "I forgot to bring it, so I'm not going in." She was being very perfunctory, and after she finished speaking, she glanced at Auntie Lu and was a little startled. The other day when she came, Auntie Lu was haggard and looked no different from the dowdy housewives who cooked in her family. If you sniff her carefully, you can still smell the fragrance of roses coming from her. Su Xiu suppressed her surprise and pretended not to care as she asked, "Auntie Lu, where have you been getting your beauty treatment these past 2 days? And why are you wearing perfume?" She mentioned the perfume because she was captivated by the fragrance. She had never smelled such a pure and pleasant rose fragrance before. Auntie Lu paused in her smile, and her thoughts raced for a moment. After a moment, she smiled awkwardly. "Mrs. Su, you must be joking. What kind of beauty treatments would a maid like me be doing? That's something only your noble wife can enjoy. As for the perfume, it's actually cheap perfume that we servants bought secretly. It smells nice at first, but actually gets old after a while." Hearing that it was cheap perfume, a look of disdain crossed Su Xiu's eyes. She had originally thought that the scent was nice and that she could buy a bottle to spray. But since it is for servants, forget it. She is the noble lady of the Bai family, how can she use the same as the servants? Isn't this lowering her status? Thinking of this, she withdrew her gaze, smiled with her hand over her lips. "Hypocritical, don't say that, you people can also experience it. Auntie Lu, you are an old servant of the Fu family, a month's salary is enough to try it once. Oh, that's right, if you go, remember to tell me which one it is, and I'll avoid that restaurant." Auntie Lu still smiled as if she couldn't hear the mockery in her words. Su Xiu felt like she had punched a bag of cotton, but she had come here today to see what this orphan was like, and now that she had met him, she felt that he was quite ordinary. Her purpose having been fulfilled, she didn't stay here any longer. After she left, the smile on Auntie Lu's face instantly disappeared. She crouched down and picked up the little girl with red eyes, and indeed she felt heartbroken. "Miss, don't cry, don't cry." She took out a tissue to wipe the tears from the little one's face, coaxing her. She can't speak human language, so let's not take her words to heart. Chapter 11011, Sending Flowers. MMM. Qingqing broke into a smile, her eyes still red with tears and misty, and said in a small, nasal voice, "I know." Auntie Lu took her back, settled Qingqing down, and pulled out her phone to tell Fu Sihuai off. This matter could be serious or not, and it didn't cause any physical harm to Qingqing. If the two families cancelled their cooperation because of this, it would be a bit too childish. Su Shou must have thought of this, that's why she came here swaggering. Auntie Lu typed on her phone while sneering. Heh, if Su Shou really thinks that, then she really doesn't understand Sir at all. Sir is very untimely in replying to messages after arriving at the company, and Auntie Lu is used to it. She shoved her phone into her pocket and sent the people from the decoration company off. The maid carried the original furniture in and arranged it neatly. Auntie Lu held the vase and reluctantly placed the flowers on the table in Qingqing's room. A pair of rough hands caressed its delicate petals. Little Qingqing stood on a chair trying to straighten the jasmine flowers. Seeing how Auntie Lu didn't seem to want to take the vase, she tilted her little head and asked doubtfully, "Auntie doesn't want it?" Hearing this, Auntie Lu shook her head quickly, looking very reluctant. "This is Mrs. Flower, it's rare to come across such a beautiful bloom, how could I take it? Let's just leave it here." The little girl was silent for a moment, looking at the roses. After thinking for a while, she walked over to the table, tiptoed and pushed the bottle of flowers towards Auntie Lu. Auntie Lu was surprised and happy, but she waved her hand, still not accepting it. "Young lady, the flowers are so beautiful and smell so sweet, they will perfume your room nicely." Auntie Lu looked at the flowers with great care, as if they were some kind of treasure. But the flowers were very ordinary to Qingqing. She was still determined to give the flowers to Auntie Lu. "If you want to be my auntie, I'll give you these flowers, and you can give me some new ones, okay?" Auntie Lu couldn't hold back her joy as she touched the petals. "Thank you, young lady. I'll go get today's flowers for you right now." She left happily, holding the rose, happier than if she had been paid a salary. After putting the flowers back in her own lounge, she found the florist who was arranging flowers. A huge rectangular table had many types of flowers on it, and there were cut roots and leaves underneath, making it look very messy. No one informed the florist yesterday, so they did not arrange flowers in Qingqing's room. Auntie Lu simply picked a few roses from all the remaining flowers and arranged them to send to Qingqing. She walked over to the long table with the flowers with a smile, but her heart inevitably sank when she saw the flowers on it. Alas, today's flowers are not as good as yesterday's. The florist was baffled. If she didn't know Auntie Lu's character, she would have thought that this was someone deliberately looking for trouble. These are all from the same florist, and the flowers delivered every day are all of the same quality, so how could they not be as good as yesterday's? Auntie Lu hovered around her for a while, and then picked a pink-themed pot, which contained roses, carnations, eustomas, lilies, and several other flowers whose names she couldn't recall. It just so happened that Qingqing's room was decorated in pink, and the flowers were a perfect match. She said hello, picked up the pot of flowers, and carried it like a treasure to Qingqing's room. "Wow! It's so pretty!" She jumped up and, like a kitten clinging to its owner as he returned from work, surrounded Auntie Lu's legs. Auntie Lu smiled happily. "I was worried that Miss would not like it because of its poor quality, but as long as you like it." Qingqing had a big smile. "It's okay, it will soon become very beautiful." In the evening, Fu Yueqi returned home depressed. He had really suffered today. The girls in his class kept trying to find out what perfume he was wearing. They asked him from morning till school let out, and they kept asking him every break in class and even followed him on the way home. He told them several times that it wasn't perfume, but no one believed him. Even when he went out to buy a snack after school, a lot of people followed him. When he got home, he handed his things to the maid to take downstairs and personally put the snack he bought on the table in Qingqing's room. When he went in, he first took a look at the style of the room's decor, and although he didn't say anything, it was obvious from his eyes that he was very satisfied. "Not bad, this is more like a young girl's room." There was also a faint floral fragrance in the room, the same one he had smelled in the morning. Fu Yuetsi looked at the bouquet of flowers on the table. They were very beautiful, but the fragrance didn't seem to be very strong. "Brother." Seeing that he was staring at the flowers for a long time, Qingqing curiously asked, "Do you want flowers?" Fu Yuezhi shook his head, took his eyes off them and said indifferently, I feel that your flowers don't seem to be as fragrant as this morning. He did want to take one to school to prove that he really didn't spray perfume. But since there aren't any, forget it. Flowers with a strong fragrance like this morning's must be extremely hard to come by. He didn't notice that after he said this, the little girl's eyes lit up. She understood, her brother wanted fragrant flowers. She would get started tonight. After dinner, Qingqing went back to her room, gave the pot of jasmine a little energy, and gave the rest to the flowers on the table. After doing this, she went to the bathroom to take a shower, and when she came out, the house was indeed filled with a faint floral fragrance. This time, the fragrance was not monotonous, but a mixture of several floral scents. Although it was a bit mixed, it was not unpleasant. Qingqing was very satisfied. Before going to bed, she deliberately looked at the jasmine. Its pure white buds looked like a little pearl, which was exceptionally stunning. If things continued like this, she could give it to her third brother in 2 days. The little ball of joy closed her eyes contentedly. After the night passed, the flowers on the table, like the roses from the morning before, were reborn, as if they had been given a new life. Today, Qingqing had already tidied up before Auntie Lu woke her up. She could dress and wash herself, and independence was the first lesson the children at the orphanage had to learn. When the decorator had come yesterday, he had installed a small one under her doorknob, which even a 3-year-old could reach. Qingqing stood on a chair to take the vase down, then excitedly opened the door and walked downstairs. She was looking forward to the expression on her brother's face when he saw the flowers. She was so excited about this that she walked with a spring in her step, holding the large bouquet of flowers, and couldn't see the road in front of her. Bam! The little ball of fluff bumped into someone's leg, and she took 2 steps back from the impact. She lowered the vase and tilted her head as far back as she could, but still couldn't see who she had bumped into. Thinking that it might be Auntie Lu preparing breakfast at this hour, the little girl raised her sweet smile and called out to her. Sorry, Auntie, I couldn't see and ran into you. As soon as she finished saying this, the vase in her hand became lighter and was lifted up. At the same time, Xiao Qingqing also saw who she had run into. Chapter 12012, Company. Uncle. The vase was taken away, and when Qingqing saw the tall figure in front of her, she was not as natural as before. The water in her big eyes flashed for a moment, and she looked a little awkward. It was nothing like the sweet way she had just called Auntie Lu. Fu Sihuai was wearing a pure black suit, which gave off an overpowering air of abstinence and coldness at first glance, but the flowers he was holding in his hands nicely diluted his inhuman aura. His voice was calm and indifferent, but his tone was very calm, because he thought about the courage of this little girl, like a rabbit. Where should I put them? Qingqing froze for a moment, then carefully pointed in the direction of the dining table and obediently said, I want to give them to my brother. Fu Sihuai took the vase and walked over to the side of the table. The little ball of fluff was flipping its legs around so fast, following behind him like a little potato with 2 short wooden sticks stuck in it. Feeling that the little guy behind him was having some trouble keeping up, he slowed down his pace. Today, Qingqing really did wake up much earlier. Fu Yuezhi had just come downstairs and had not been sitting at the dining table for long. When he saw his father walking over with the flowers in a cold manner, a moment of surprise flashed in his eyes. Dad, why are you? He took a surprised breath, it smells so good. Brother! At this moment, the little ball of fluff that had followed him poked its little head out from behind Fu Sihuai's legs. A dimple appeared on its white, soft face, making it look as cute as a freshly baked bun. Here, take the flowers. Qingqing rested his hands on the table and grinned at Fu Yuezhi, looking silly. Fu Yuezhi hesitated for a moment before reaching over and plucking a pink rose. This one was much better than the one he had seen yesterday, both in color and fragrance. Was this really the same flower he had seen yesterday? But there were so many flowers, and if he took one to school, it would prove to everyone that he didn't wear perfume. Fu Yuezhi's lips curled up slightly, and in a happy mood, he said to Qingqing, My brother is coming back today and will bring you something delicious. The little ball of joy looked very happy, and his smile grew even wider, looking very contented. The way these two got along together was a bit of a surprise to Fu Sihuai. He took his eyes off them and looked at his wristwatch. It was time to go to work. Hey, Dad, wait. Seeing that he was about to leave, Fu Yuezhi hurriedly stood up, holding the vase. Why don't you smoke one in the office? This fragrance is really refreshing. His eyes were particularly sincere, and after hearing this, Qingqing also turned her head nervously and looked at him. Seeing that Fu Sihuai didn't move, she gathered her courage and pointed to a pink rose and whispered, "Uncle, this one is the most fragrant." Fu Sihuai looked down at the vase of flowers and lifted his hand to pull out the one Qingqing had just pointed at. Last night, she was so afraid of him, but now she took the initiative to talk to him. It was really rare. "Thank you." He nodded slightly, his tone flat and gentle. After Fu Sihuai left, the little girl excitedly clenched her small hands, tilted her head and looked at her brother. Her big, dark eyes were sparkling, full of stars. "Uncle took my flower. And he even said thank you to me. Are you that happy about it?" Fu Yuetsi looked at her with a smile, and patted the little one's head. "Come, let's eat." For Fu Sihuai, today was just like any other day he had experienced countless times before. The driver parked the car downstairs at the company, and he opened the car door and walked down the stairs. After taking a few steps, he turned back to bring the flowers with him. The smell really did make people feel relaxed, and he, who didn't like fragrances, thought it was just right. When the receptionist saw him holding a pink rose and walking in downstairs at the company, she was dumbfounded. She stuttered and said hello to the president, then watched his back as he walked towards the elevator. Could it be that one of the sisters gave the president the rose halfway through? That's so brave. Assistant Mufong was no less shocked than anyone else when he saw the flower. He froze in place, staring at the rose like a monster. He didn't react until Fu Sihuai called out to him. "Ha? What did you say, President? There is no need for technical cooperation with the Bai family. Withdraw our personnel after the first phase is complete and let them find someone else." The assistant resumed his serious work attitude and took note of this matter. This cooperation was only made possible after Mr. Bai begged for a long time. The first phase is almost over, and they are now trying to negotiate the second phase. After explaining the matter, Fu Sihuai handed him the pink rose in his hand. "Find a vase to put it in and put it on my desk." "Oh." Holding the rose in his hands, Mufong felt that the world had become a little surreal. His boss didn't seem like the type to buy flowers on his own initiative, so someone else had given it to him? He had known Fu Sihuai for a long time and knew that he had never had a woman by his side since his divorce. For so many years, he had been alone, working hard to earn a living for his 4 children. Oh no, it should be 5. Could it be that he was going to have a boss's wife in the future? Mufong thoughtfully stroked his chin and held the rose without moving. Why not find an excuse to go to the boss's house and take a look? But I must say, this rose really does smell good. He held the rose up to his nose, took a deep breath, and greedily inhaled it to the very depths. It really does smell good. The boss's flowers are so fragrant, so pleasing to the senses. Suddenly, a cold chill wrapped around him, and Mufong shuddered. He turned his head carefully, and when he saw the expressionless handsome man outside the glass door, he shivered. "Boss." Fu Sihuai's eyes were dark and his tone was cold. Mufeng's face instantly changed, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. Fu Sihuai's face did not show the slightest sign of emotion. He turned and left, dropping 2 words in passing. Mufong was now a good boy, and like a good son, he put the pink rose in the most beautiful vase in the office, then took the documents and went to the meeting room. Fine. When he entered, the folder in his hand made a slight clicking sound when it touched the table. "Why, where did you buy these roses? They smell so good." His tone was familiar, and it was clear that he and Fu Sihuai were old friends. "Why are you here?" Xiaosu casually sat down next to him, sighed, and said, "I came to see how you've been doing since you left the capital. Since you're in the mood to raise flowers, that's not bad, right?" After saying this, Xiaosu's words turned, and he looked at the flowers on the table curiously. "Seriously, Huai, give me the address of this flower shop. I'll go back and bring some for my eldest sister, and if you make her happy, you'll be a benefactor to our whole family." Fu Sihuai didn't know anything about the flowers, and it was all done by Auntie Lu. He took out his phone and called Auntie Lu at home. After asking for the address of the flower shop, Xiaosu hurriedly left, saying that he was afraid he wouldn't be able to buy it if he went too late. He hurriedly took his driver to the flower shop. Before they even entered, Xiaosu had a bad feeling. Chapter 13013, An Argument. In theory, it was impossible that someone standing in the doorway of such a fragrant flower shop wouldn't be able to smell anything. After going in and looking around, Xiao Su didn't say anything, but the disappointment in his eyes was almost overflowing. Depressed, he left and got in the car to start calling Fu Sihuai. Why, did you give me the wrong shop? The flowers there are just so-so. I even showed them the photos I just took, but they insisted that those aren't the flowers from their shop. After he finished complaining, there was silence for a while. A few seconds later, Fu Sihuai's low, cold voice slowly came through the phone. Auntie Lu wouldn't have made a mistake, it really was that shop. Xiao Su's expression was a little lost, but there was nothing he could do about it. Okay, maybe I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and that batch of flowers had already been bought out. Something flashed through his mind, and he suddenly perked up, excitedly saying, right, otherwise I'll go to your house and take a look, and if there are any left, I'll take them all, you don't mind, do you? Fu Sihuai gave a nonchalant and said, go ahead. After hanging up the phone, he glanced at the flowers on the table. His eyes seemed to see someone else through it. Xiao Su's eldest sister is the current head of the Xiao family, a very capable woman. But since losing her child 3 years ago, she has become violent and her moods are unpredictable. If taking those flowers back home can make her happy, it's worth it. Fu's family. At around 8 or 9 in the morning, Xingqing likes to go to the garden and water the flowers with the gardener. The gardener takes care of the big ones, and she takes a small watering can to water the small ones. Just as she was having fun, she heard the sound of an argument. She stopped with the watering can in her hand and walked a few steps towards the source of the sound. There were many people in front of the villa. The most conspicuous one was a woman wearing a purple haute couture dress. She had a mature and beautiful appearance, a slightly plump figure, and was not as tall as Auntie Lu. Blocked by the bodyguard at the door, Bai Wei's face was indifferent. Auntie Lu was also there, her face expressionless. I'm sorry, Ms. Bai, but my husband has told me not to make things difficult for you, a servant. Bai Wei pursed her red lips in anger at her attitude. But when she glanced at Auntie Lu, she couldn't help but be surprised when she saw that her face looked 10 years younger. Just as her mother had said, the old hag had secretly gone to a beauty salon and was trying to hide it from her mother. Bai Wei's expression turned even colder at this thought, but she hadn't come here to ask about the beauty salon. My mother just came here to say a few words, and what did she say wrong? For this reason, she wants to stop cooperating with my family. An orphan is not so delicate. Auntie Lu's eyes flashed, and her smile deepened. It seems that Mr. Lu has intervened, that's great. I think so, but a look of regret appeared on her face. I don't know about that, I'm not qualified to ask about Mr. Lu's work. A flash of sarcasm appeared in Bai Wei's eyes. You don't know? You're the one who told him on him, aren't you? You're a coward, old woman, and now you're pretending to be innocent. Auntie Lu's smile faded, and she felt that this was really the most offensive thing to say. She simply stopped pretending, and gave a look of indifference. Yes, I told Sir on you, so what? If your mother hadn't come to the Fu family to bully people, I wouldn't have had this opportunity to tell Sir on you. You reap what you sow. The more Bai Wei listened, the more furious she felt, and her anger rose rapidly. What part of what her mother said was unfair to the child? She was an orphan, and she was not allowed to say anything? Seeing the fearless expression on Auntie Lu's face, she really wanted to slap her. And Bai Wei did just that. Her manicure left 2 bloody marks directly on Auntie Lu's face, and the half of her face that was hit also swelled up at a rate visible to the naked eye. Auntie Lu covered her face and refused to be outdone, slapping her back with a backhand. She had been working all year, and her arm strength was simply incomparable to Bai Wei's. After she slapped her, Bai Wei fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing that she had the upper hand, none of the bodyguards around her moved. After falling to the ground, Bai Wei saw someone from this short perspective. It was a child hiding behind the villa gate, wearing a light green dress. Her small hands were clinging to the gate tightly, and her little head peeked over nervously. Chapter 14:014 Fight. The identity of this child was obvious, and Bai Wei didn't even need to think about it. She didn't get up, glaring viciously at the child with a menacing look in her eyes like a poisonous snake. All the grievances she had suffered today were because of this child. This morning, his father came home in a rage, saying that the Fu family had explicitly refused to cooperate with them, and blamed her mother for all of this. Bai Wei knew that her mother had gone to the Fu family to find the child in order to vent her anger at her. Her parents were arguing at home, and the quarrel was getting more and more serious, to the point where they were about to divorce. She was so angry that she came to the Fu family. She had intended to beg Fu Sihuai, but she didn't even get in the door. Now she had been beaten by the maid, and most importantly, she had made her the culprit and was laughing at her. Possibly driven by hatred, she sprang up from the ground and pounced on Auntie Lou. Her movement was so sudden that Auntie Lou did not expect it and was really knocked to the ground by her. The bodyguards came quickly, but they were a second too late and could not save her. Auntie Lou's head hit the ground, and the pain made her brain dizzy for a moment. She reached back and touched the back of her head, and her hands were full of blood. Seeing this bright color, Ching Ching could not hide anymore, and she hurriedly ran out. "Auntie!" Her voice was drowned out by the rest of the commotion, and the bodyguard quickly drove off, ready to take Auntie Lou to the hospital. Ching Ching crouched down next to her, holding her hand, and her little face turned white at the sight of the growing pool of blood on her head. She turned her head and looked at Bai Wei, who had just gotten up from the ground and patted her clothes down. "Why did you hit Auntie?" Bai Wei's movements stopped, her eyes lowered, her voice cold as ice, as she ground out her reply. "Why did I hit her? It's all because of you." Ching Ching was shocked by the hatred in her voice. Her little body trembled, and she didn't dare to speak to this person again. She had the feeling that if she looked at her again, she would be bitten. Bai Wei walked 2 steps towards Ching Ching. When she saw Aunt Lou, who was in the arms of the bodyguard and had her eyes closed, a feeling of panic arose in her heart. Has something happened to this old thing? She subconsciously backed up, wanting to take advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention to quickly leave. However, as soon as she turned around, she froze, because she didn't know when someone had stood behind her. "Hello, police officer?" Yes, I want to report a crime." Xiao Su held the phone up to his ear and was talking to someone inside. "Someone has intentionally hurt someone, come and arrest him." "Police officer, if you come late, she will run away." Xiao Su. Hearing what he just said, Bai Wei hurriedly reached out her hand to try to take his phone. "You're crazy, don't call the police." At the moment she made a move, Xiao Su saw what was in her mind and leisurely took a step to the side. After standing firm, he held up one hand in front of him and spoke in a leisurely tone. "Watch your image, Mrs. Qian. Men and women should not be close to each other. Don't get so close to me." Upon hearing this name, Bai Wei's face instantly turned ugly, and she glared at Xiao Su viciously. "Qian is her ex-husband's surname. You're all acquaintances. What are you calling the police for? Cancel it quickly." Xiao Su lightly raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a distracted and teasing gaze. "Acquaintances? I do know Auntie Lou, but you." The unspoken words were full of meaning. But it was even more embarrassing for him not to say it than to say it. "Xiao Su, this is none of your business." Bai Wei didn't want to offend him, and she had just glanced at Xiao Su's phone screen and found that he had really called the police. So she was now in a hurry to go home to discuss a solution with her mother. "It's all the kid's fault." After glaring at Ching Ching fiercely with bloodshot eyes, she panicked and frantically looked for the car keys to go home. Looking at her fleeing back, Xiao Su snorted. "Can you run away?" After Bai Wei left, the Fu family bodyguards drove the car over, and the 2 bodyguards lifted Aunt Lou into the car together. All that was left at the front door was Ching Ching, who looked confused. She tilted her little face up and looked at Xiao Su several times. She felt that he was very impressive. He just said a few words, and the very fierce auntie was scared away. Chapter 15:015, Cute. It seems that she noticed her gaze. Xiao Su's eyes twitched slightly, and he looked at the little child full of admiration at his side. So obedient, and even without getting close, you can feel that there must be the fragrance of milk on her. Even if you're in your 30s, it's still nice to be looked at with adoration by a little girl. The little girl's eyes were wide, her black and white pupils unflickering as she stared at him. "What are you looking at?" Xiao Su bent down and gave the little guy's head a gentle tap, curling his eyes in amusement. "Are you a friend of Uncle's?" The little ball of fluff looked at him earnestly, her soft white face a little tense. She didn't dare to speak to her uncle, but when faced with this uncle she didn't know, she felt at ease. Xiao Su's expression froze slightly, and then he suddenly laughed. "You're not going to call in Dad?" Xiao Qingqing pursed her lips, and her little bun-like face turned rosy in a matter of breaths. She blinked shyly, and whispered a sentence, "I'm a little embarrassed." This expression and the content of the words made Xiao Su smile the whole time, and the rarity of it made people who didn't know think that he was her biological child. "Still embarrassed? So cute." He rubbed the child's fluffy head and didn't want to let go. Such a good little girl, Fu Sihuai has found a treasure. He walked with Qingqing towards the villa, and they didn't stop talking the whole way, as if he really liked talking to this little ball of fluff. You weren't hurt just now, were you? No, I wasn't. Qingqing shook her head, her big, clear eyes still following him curiously. Her little, soft voice sounded so nice, and I still don't know who you are. Xiaosu laughed, and stopped, imitating her tone. You want to know who I am? Qingqing also stopped, staring at him. My name is Xiaosu, I'm a friend of the uncle who adopted you, you have to call me Uncle Xiao. The little ball of a person let out a little sound, obediently called Xiaoshu uncle. Thank you, Uncle Xiao, what are you doing here? Hearing this, Xiaoshu finally remembered the real reason for his visit. He called a servant, sat down on the sofa like a bandit robbing a bank, and expertly, as if he were at home, asked for all the flowers in the house. Hearing such a strange request, the servant froze for a moment. Xiao, Mr. Xiao, you mean all the flowers in the house? Xiaoshu let out a soft The maid did not understand but did as she was told. 10 minutes later, all the flowers in the house were brought over and placed on the table in front of him. Xiaosu stared at the flowers on the table for a long time, and then very reluctantly raised his eyes. Is this all? These are all the flowers in our house. He waved his hand listlessly and said, Okay, put them away. Maid, yes, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Qingqing sat next to him and saw the whole process. She jumped off the sofa and ran upstairs when Xiaosu wasn't looking. There was still one that her sister hadn't taken out, the one she had given her brother in the morning. But her brother hadn't taken it all, he had smoked too, and the rest was still in her room. Qingqing found the bottle of flowers in her room and ran downstairs hugging it. Uncle Xiao, there's one more here. Before Qingqing could get there, Xiaosu caught the strong floral scent first. His eyes lit up, and he looked back at the little ball of flowers in his arms. Yes, this is the right scent. Chapter 16016, Return it to her. Xiaosu couldn't help but be surprised and delighted when he saw the flowers in Qingqing's hands. Where did you find these? He asked, his eyes turning to Qingqing. The little girl pointed upstairs and replied in a soft voice, Brother. Xiaozi's? He ran his long fingers over the vase thoughtfully. Since they belong to Xiaozi, I'll just take them. The little ball of fluff looked at him blankly, not quite understanding what requisitioning meant. At that moment, Xiaosu placed a big hand on her shoulder and patted it, looking like he was entrusting her with an important task. Little one, when your brother comes back, tell him that Uncle Xiao took this vase of flowers. Okay. She didn't understand, but obediently nodded, looking very gullible. The delicate and cute little face, coupled with the right amount of blank eyes, could make Xiaosu fall for her like an idiot. He felt as if the flowers smelled even more fragrant and his whole body felt light. If he hadn't had an appointment at noon, he wouldn't have wanted to leave. Qingqing was very happy to see him holding the flowers carefully. In the past, only the matron liked her flowers, but now there were a few more people, which made her happy. By the way, she didn't know when the matron would come to see her. At this moment, the matron, who was being nagged by Qingqing, was standing outside the Shen family's door. The situation in the Shen family was the same as in the Fu family. Both adults were not at home on weekdays, the younger one was at school, and there was only Ruan Ruan at home. The maid walked outside Ruan Ruan's room and knocked on the door. After a few seconds, the door opened from the inside. Ruan Ruan's room was very exquisite, with every detail in it well done. It was a beautiful room that had obviously been prepared in advance with care and time. There was a soft and expensive carpet on the floor, and the maid did not dare to go in, standing by the door. Miss, there is someone outside the door who claims to be the director of the Welfare Institute and wants to see you. Ruan Ruan was smiling when she opened the door, but after hearing this, the smile on her face disappeared in an instant. Her eyes became a little wary, and her small hand holding the door became clenched. Is she here alone? Is she not accompanied by any other children? The maid froze for a moment, looking at her in shock. Is a 3-year-old child supposed to react so quickly? Isn't this logic a bit too strong? She recalled the situation at the door and shook her head. There was no one else but the headmistress. Upon hearing this, Ruan Ruan let go of the doorframe, and she came out of her room and, in an extremely natural tone of voice, told the maid to tell her to come in. The maid left, but the strange feeling in her heart continued to spread. When the master and wife were around, the young lady was quite normal, but once they were not at home, the young lady had an indescribable strong sense of discomfort. Several maids who had come into contact with her said this when they were chatting in private. Without thinking too much, the maid went to the door and brought the dean in. Shun's living room. When the dean came in, Ruan Ruan got up from the sofa and raised an innocent smile at her. "Dean mother, you came to see me?" The dean smiled calmly, and after the maid poured the tea and left, she began to speak. The conversation started with some simple questions, which made Ruorin feel impatient, but she endured and answered. Although she didn't say anything, her every movement revealed her thoughts. The matron's eyes darkened, and she knew that Ruorin didn't want to talk to her. She didn't beat around the bush either, and got straight to the point. "Ruorin, did you take Qingqing's necklace?" Although it was a question, her tone was very certain. She had searched everywhere in the orphanage, even going through the children's dormitories, but still couldn't find Qingqing's necklace. Qingqing's necklace was beautiful, and many children wanted to wear it, so the headmistress was afraid that it would get lost, so she found a box and kept it for Qingqing. She kept it in the cabinet in her own room, but she still lost it a few days ago. After checking the surveillance camera, she found that the only child who had entered her room in the past 3 days was Ruan Ruan. When she heard this, her heart tightened, and she shook her head nervously. "I didn't take it." The dean sighed helplessly, reached out to her, and continued to speak to her gently, not angry. "Give it to me, Ruan Ruan. That's Qingqing's. When she grows up, she'll need that necklace to find her real parents, and it's really important to her." After she had finished speaking with earnestness, Ruan Ruan's expression immediately changed. "Who took her things? You only favor Qingqing. I am now the third young lady of the Shin family, and the necklaces my parents bought me are so many that they can't even fit in a cabinet. I don't care about her broken necklace." As she spoke, her eyes kept darting around, and at first glance she looked very imposing, but in fact her eyes were full of panic. The director listened to her quietly, and her face never changed, even her voice was flat. "If you don't care for it, then give it back to Qingqing." She softly bit her lip, and she guessed from the director's attitude that the other party definitely knew something. But that shouldn't be the case, because no one saw her steal the necklace. Ruan Ruan knew the orphanage like the back of her hand, and she knew exactly where the surveillance cameras were and where they couldn't be seen. She decided to trust herself and continue to be stubborn. "I told you I didn't take her things, and you suspect it was me because you're biased in favor of Qingqing." Ruan Ruan became more and more angry as she spoke. "I am now the third young lady of the Shin family. Have you ever thought that if these words get into the ears of my parents, they will think I am a bad child, and you have never considered me?" The director rubbed her forehead with a headache, and her eyes fell in utter disappointment. If she had intended to expose Ruan Ruan, why would she have spoken to her in private? After all, she had raised the child herself, and she was partly responsible for Ruan Ruan's current state. Therefore, the dean was not angry, but instead reasoned with her more gently. "You are all my children, and of course I will think about your future. I will never tell Mr. and Mrs. Shin about this matter. As long as you return the necklace to Qingqing, I can promise never to bother you again." Ruan Ruan bit her lips and stared at her with red eyes. "I said I didn't do it. If you can't produce evidence that I did it, then you're slandering me." Seeing her unrepentant expression, the dean's heart gradually sank. "So it was you who tricked Qingqing into the woodpile room the day Mr. Shin came to pick her up, right?" This was all captured on the surveillance footage. "If you don't want Mr. Shin to see this footage, then give Qingqing back her necklace." The head of the household suddenly became very stern, and what she said scared Ruan Ruan so much that she turned pale. This was the first time the head of the household, who was usually gentle and kind, had been so fierce. Coupled with her threatening words, Ruan Ruan thought stiffly for a few seconds, and then suddenly burst into tears. "Ugh, I hate you. You framed me, and you're biased in Qingqing's favor." Her crying attracted the attention of the Shin family's servants, who were shocked to see Ruan Ruan crying so miserably. "Miss, what's wrong with you?" As she was being comforted in the arms of the maid, Ruan Ruan pointed at the headmistress standing nearby and said with a sob. She asked me for money, and I didn't want to give it to her, so she threatened me." The maid looked at the expressionless headmistress in shock. "Is that so?" The headmistress's eyes were filled with disappointment, and for the first time, she felt that Ruan Ruan was so unfamiliar. So unfamiliar that it was like she had become a different person. "Madam, please leave our home." One of the maids had already come forward to ask the director to leave. Looking at the eyes of Ruan Ruan, who was cowering in someone's arms, the director said coldly, "Ruan Ruan, I will not persuade you again. This is the path you have chosen for yourself. No matter what happens in the future, you must not regret it." Chapter 17017, Comparison. Ruan Ruan didn't take this threat seriously at all. She was now the third daughter of the Shin family, while the dean was just the director of an orphanage, and Qingqing was still in the orphanage. Their social classes were already different. Even if Qingqing was adopted in the future, the family that adopted her would definitely not be richer than the Shin family. Because the Shin family was the richest family in City A. After her parents returned, she would tell them about the dean coming to ask for money. I'm sure they won't let the director in again in the future. And they won't believe the words of someone with such poor character. So she really has nothing to be afraid of. With this thought in mind, Ruan withdrew her gaze, her heart gradually settling down as she continued to enjoy everything about the Shin family. The meticulous service of the servants, the careful care of her parents, countless dresses and jewelry, endless money, countless envious glances and spotlights. Mrs. Shin is very good at raising children. She has given Ruan everything a normal little lady should have. On the other hand, because she met a father who doesn't know how to take care of a baby, Qingqing was forced to grow up wild. It's not that he doesn't know how, at least Fu Siwai still remembers Qingqing getting up in the middle of the night looking for something to eat, and he ordered someone to put a small refrigerator in the house for her. It's filled with all kinds of snacks, and the height is also easy for a child to reach. As you can imagine, when Qingqing found this refrigerator, she was overjoyed. Because Auntie Lu had gone to the hospital, the house suddenly became much quieter. The next morning, a well-dressed man walked into Qingqing's room at exactly 8:30. The little girl was already awake, staring blankly at the quilt. When she saw the stranger, she looked confused. "Hello, young lady. Auntie Lu is away these days, so I'll be taking care of you. You can call me Mo." The little one's big black and white eyes fix on her, and it takes a moment for her to figure out what she just said. "Sister Mo." Qingqing climbs out of bed and washes her face and brushes her teeth as she normally would. Mo follows her to the bathroom door, wanting to help, but the little one is already expertly stepping up onto the little stool, squeezing toothpaste into her mouth. She washed herself the whole time, without any help from anyone. After washing up, she opened the closet and picked out the simplest style of the little dresses hanging in the bottom row. Holding the clothes, she was about to change when she suddenly turned around again, blushing and looking at Xiao Mo apologetically. "Sister Momo, would you turn around?" Xiao Mo was taken aback, and her body reacted faster than her mind. After she turned around, she hesitantly asked, "Miss, can you put on your clothes by yourself?" "Yes, I can." Qingqing laboriously pulled the nightgown off her body and put on the new dress she had just picked out. Then she walked over to Xiao Mo, patted her leg, turned around, and said, "Sister, help me with the zipper." This was the only part of the morning that Xiao Mo felt like she had participated in. After getting dressed, Qingqing went downstairs to eat. She had woken up late that day, and Fu Yuetzi had already gone to school, so she was the only one downstairs. The little one was also very well behaved when eating, so she didn't need to worry about her at all. "Is Mo having breakfast?" Qingqing asked her with a tilted little head. Xiao Mo quickly nodded, "Miss, I already ate when I arrived." "Okay." Qingqing replied, and after finishing her breakfast, she went for a stroll in the small garden. After the sun rose, she returned to her room. Xiao Mo remembered that when she was choosing clothes, her little hand automatically skipped over most of the dresses with fancy designs and chose a relatively simple one. But from what she could observe at the time, 9 out of 10 dresses in that wardrobe were flashy princess dresses. I don't know what kind of straight man's aesthetic it is. She felt that Miss might not like those complicated dresses very much. She walked to the edge of the balcony, and Xiao Qingqing was just about to look for her. "Sister Momo, can you help me carry this pot of flowers down?" Xiao Mo glanced at the pot of jasmine with its green leaves, nodded, and asked where she wanted to put it. "Put it on the chair first, thank you, sister." Qingqing stepped up to the chair and carefully wiped the dust from the leaves with a paper towel, one after the other, until they were shiny. Xiao Mo fetched a chair for her to sit on and then squatted down to help her wipe the leaves together. "Does Miss raise this plant? It's really well looked after." Qingqing giggled and then continued wiping the leaves. "By the way, Miss, would you like to go out?" "I can go out." The little girl stopped what she was doing and looked at her with delight. She had been in the orphanage since birth and had never been outside once because she was so young. After being adopted into the Fu family, she was afraid to even think about it, as she always felt a sense of fear towards the outside world. Chapter 18018, Meeting. "Of course you can. Mr. Fu told me to take you out to play when I'm free." "Did Uncle say that?" From this morning until now, Xiao Mo has seen Qingqing's childlike smile for the first time, and she is happy too. Yes, sir said that before he left. Are you going out later? Qingqing blinked her eyes and looked at her expectantly. Can it wait a little? I want to clean the flowers first and give them to third brother. Xiao Mo nodded without thinking. Of course you can. She helped Qingqing, and the two of them were quite efficient. Halfway through cleaning the flowers, Xiao Mo suddenly remembered what Qingqing had said about the third young master. If she remembered correctly, the third young master of the family was very ill, wasn't he? The flowers were soon cleaned, and the precious jasmine plant was full of vitality and exuberant life. It was growing vigorously, with dense leaves covering all the branches. Each leaf was plump and the color was bright green. After being carefully cleaned by the two of them, it was now as beautiful as if it were fake. Mo couldn't help but exclaim again. This was the best-looking potted plant she had ever seen, and just looking at it made her feel good. Let's go, miss, take it to the third young master. Mo bent down to help Qingqing lift the pot. But at this moment, the little one hesitated a bit. She looked up at Mo and said softly, I don't know which room the third young master lives in. Just ask someone at home. Qingqing was still hesitating. She was actually a little scared because she had never met third master before and had no idea what he was like. But Xiao Mo had already stopped a servant and asked. Qingqing stood by their legs and recognized the servant as the sister who had given her the flowers in the first place. The lady wants to see third master? But he just finished taking his medicine and is asleep now. The servant's face showed her dilemma. Xiaoma lowered her eyes and glanced at Qingqing, then whispered, My lady, why don't we come back and deliver it again? The little girl tilted her soft, white face up, and after a few seconds of hesitation, she said, My lady, then we won't go. Would you please give the flower to my brother? The servant glanced at the flower in Xiaoma's hand and was surprised by its growth. She recognized the flower pot but not the flower inside, thinking that Qingqing had planted a new one. After all, no one would have thought that the jasmine, which had died a few days ago, would come back to life in just 5 days and look completely different. Thinking of the young master's fondness for jasmine, the maid quickly nodded. She smiled and took the flower, saying, Of course, young miss, leave it to me. She didn't think about how Qingqing had managed to get such a large pot of flowers. Thank you. Qingqing watched the servants back as she left, and didn't pull Xiao Mo's hand until she couldn't see her anymore. Sister, can we go out now? Of course. As they approached the door, Qingqing was still a little scared. She took Xiao Mo's hand and walked to the front door of the Fu family villa, looking at the road outside. A fear of the unknown arose in her heart. Wait a moment, Mississippi. I just contacted the driver, and he'll be here soon. She now realized that the young lady had never been out before. After a moment's thought, Xiao Mo bent down and picked her up. The Fu family lived in a villa area, which was close to the river and had a very nice view. While the two of them were waiting for the driver outside the gate, 2 cars just passed by in front of them. Qingqing was being held in his arms and was looking at the Fu family behind them, so she didn't notice. So naturally, she didn't see that there was a familiar face in the car behind them that flashed past. The Shin family also lives in this villa area, but it is so big that the two families are far apart. Ruan leaned against the car window with her head sticking out, trying to peer out to see the 2 people who had just flashed past. Mrs. Shin took her down and said gently, Ruan, this is very dangerous. You mustn't do this in the car in the future. Ruan absent-mindedly nodded, her mind still on the person she had just seen. Was it an illusion? She felt that the child in the woman's arms looked like Qingqing. Although she didn't see his face, just a back view, she felt a resemblance because she knew Qingqing too well. And when she saw that back view, her heart skipped a beat. But then Ruan thought again, Qingqing is currently staying at the orphanage, so he shouldn't be here. This is a villa area, and the people who live here are all rich people, like the Shins. Qingqing doesn't have the qualifications to come in. Thinking of this, her heart let go again. At this time, inside the Fu family residence, the maid opened the door, holding the pot of flowers that Qingqing had given her, and placed it carefully on the bedside table. The curtains in the room were drawn, and the room was warm with the air conditioning on. She glanced at the person in the bed, who was still asleep, and then carefully retreated. 10 minutes later, the pale teenager in the bed opened his eyes. He subconsciously covered his heart with his hand and arched his back. But halfway through this movement, he realized that his heart did not feel bad after waking up today. He felt like he had slept a lot, but he had only slept for an hour at most each time, and it was the same at night. Basically, he would sleep for a while and wake up for a while, day and night, for a long time. Fu Shueji narrowed his eyes and looked at the gray ceiling, but suddenly he smelled a jasmine fragrance from the tip of his nose. He should have been able to smell it all along, but it was only now that he had calmed down enough to find the source of the fragrance. He tilted his head and looked at the table, where a pot of jasmine had been placed at some point. Fu Shueji supported himself up from the bed. When he saw the familiar flower pot, he felt a sense of disorientation. It was as if he had more strength than usual, and his body was no longer as limp as it had been. Fu Shueji sat down on the edge of the bed and ran his pale hands over the flower pot, looking at the jasmine roots and the direction of the branches. His black hair was messy, but his light brown eyes were surprisingly bright. This is the pot he had thrown away before. He was sure of it, because in the many wakeful late nights, he would stare at the jasmine by the bedside over and over again, and had long since engraved its appearance in his heart. Fu Shueji carefully broke open the lush branches and leaves and saw a white flower. The faint jasmine fragrance in the room came from it. A few more rosy hues appeared on his pale face, as if a warm current was flowing through his body. This flower he had seen in the hands of his new sister 4 days ago. At that time, she was sitting in the small garden. Fu Shueji couldn't believe it. It had only been 5 days, and not only had the jasmine come back to life, it had also grown so beautiful. He pressed the bell by the bed, and in a moment, the maid walked in. "Third young master." The maid called out to him. Fu Shueji lifted his eyes, and his voice didn't sound as weak as usual, sounding a little better. "Where did you get the flowers?" Chapter 19019, Spending Money. "Young master, this is from Miss Qingqing. She told me to give it to you. I think she specially grew it because she heard you like jasmine." From the way the maid said this, she obviously hadn't discovered that the jasmine was the one she had thrown away. Fu Shueji placed the back of his hand against his lips and coughed softly twice. The maid looked at the flower and continued to marvel. "Miss Qingqing is amazing. It's not easy to grow a flower so beautifully, it must have taken a lot of effort. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel that the scent of this flower is soothing." She looked at the flower several times with a fond expression before reluctantly leaving. Fu Shueji leaned against the headboard and closed his eyes. The bitter smell of medicine in the room slowly gave way to the fragrance of jasmine. He had only smelled such a pure floral fragrance when he was very young. A picture scroll slowly opened up in his mind. It was early morning in the mountains, the dense tree canopy blocked out the sky, but there were still patches of light falling on the weeds. The birds sang crisply and sweetly, the grass tips were covered in dewdrops, and there were many unknown wildflowers dotted among them. For a moment, Fu Shueji felt as if he were in this scene, and he felt a rare sense of ease. Before he knew it, his body slipped and he fell asleep. Looking at the tall buildings and the people of all kinds going back and forth, Qingqing got off the bus and looked around for a few seconds, pushing the door to try to get back in. Xiao Imo quickly bent down to hug her. "Miss, don't be afraid, this is just a shopping mall." Qingqing was picked up, and her limbs gradually gave up struggling, hanging on Xiao Mo's arm and lying flat. Some passers-by laughed at the scene, and an aunt holding her 5-year-old pointed at Qingqing and her son and whispered, "Look, that little girl doesn't want to walk, she's playing up and wants her sister to carry her." Qingqing heard this and her little face turned red, and her little body immediately straightened up. Xiaoma couldn't help but smile, and holding Qingqing, she walked inside. She took Qingqing to a children's clothing brand counter and let her pick out some clothes. Qingqing felt very uncomfortable at the enthusiastic attitude of the shop assistant, and looked back at Xiao Mo pitifully. In the TV series that Qingqing watched, these beautiful shops were supposed to be very expensive, so after some sales talk, she was red with embarrassment and didn't choose any of them, awkwardly pinching her skirt. The shop assistants were discerning, and knew at a glance that the skirt Qingqing was wearing was very expensive. They thought that she didn't like the clothes here, and watched her leave with pity in their eyes. "Miss, you don't like the clothes in there?" After exiting the boutique, Xiao Mo asked her. The little girl shook her head apologetically, saying, "Sister Mo, we don't have any money." Xiao Mo was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. "Miss, are you still worried about not having any money?" Qingqing was a little confused, and then she heard Xiao Mo say, "Mr. Fu has plenty of money, so you can change into 10 new outfits a day if you want." Xiao Mo felt that Qingqing was a little too mature for her age. Born into the Fu family, who would ever think about the problem of having no money? As long as you don't try to start a business, the family wealth will last for 3 lifetimes. This is also the reason why the Fu family is fighting so fiercely for the family fortune. Qingqing is now the 5th Miss Fu, so what's there to worry about having no money? But my uncle works very hard to earn a living. Qingqing said in a small voice, her baby voice and the thoughtfulness in her words made Xiao Mo unconsciously smile. It's okay, young lady, the money you spend on clothes is nothing to Mr. Fu, he won't even ask. The little girl was perhaps taken aback, and remained silent for 2 seconds. Xiaoma then picked her up and entered another shop. An hour and a half later, Xiaoma came down from the mall with Qingqing, with the shop assistant carrying the clothes behind them all the way to the car. The entire boot was crammed full. Qingqing had no idea how much all this had cost, Xiaoma hadn't told her. The driver asked, "Miss, where are we going now?" "Miss, would you like to go shopping somewhere else? Or would you like to go eat something?" Qingqing shook her head at Xiao Mo's suggestion. She wanted to ask if they could go home, but when she looked out the window and saw an old lady selling flowers, a place flashed through her mind. "Sister, can we go buy some seeds?" "Of course." Thinking about the pot of jasmine she had watered this morning, Xiao Mo couldn't help but marvel at it. Miss seems to have a great talent for growing flowers. After all, even some professionals can't grow flowers of that quality. She asked the driver to drive to the flower and bird market. The people and environment here are much noisier than in the mall, with all kinds of people, young and old. Qingqing was attracted as soon as she entered, because there were really too many kinds of flowers here, so many that she had never seen before. Mo hugged her as they walked further inside and asked, "What kind of flowers would you like to keep?" Qingqing looked at the flowers with a dilemma, and after a long time, she said hesitantly, "I don't know. In September, chrysanthemums, orchids and jasmine are all very good. If you don't know what to choose, we can take a little of each home." As they were talking, they walked up to a small stall. Dendrobium nobile, cultivated Dendrobium nobile, only has one pot left, and it will be sold out soon. The flower seller's shouts attracted Qingqing's attention, and Xiao Mo also stopped. The two looked at the last pot of Dendrobium before the flower seller. "Come and have a look, these are all grown by my family, including the ones that have already bloomed." Qingqing couldn't take her eyes off the flowers. She carefully tugged on Xiao Mo's clothes and whispered in her baby voice, "Sister Mo, I want this." As if she could read Qingqing's mind, the flower seller introduced his Dendrobium orchid even more enthusiastically. "This one is the most fragrant perfumed Dendrobium orchid. It has many uses, clearing away heat, nourishing the body, and treating yin deficiency and hyperactivity of the fire element. This is the last one, so I'll sell it to you for 250. Mo frowned and started bargaining, "Cheaper, cheaper. Who does business by counting on a fool's head? 50. The flower seller widened his eyes, shocked by her aggressive bargaining tactics. "Not a girl, not bargaining like you." The flower seller pointed at Xiao Qingqing and said sincerely, "I am only giving you a real price because I can see that this little girl really wants it. You have cut it down to a fraction in one go, how can this be? The lowest price is 230, it can't be cheaper." Qingqing tilted her little face up, looking worriedly at Xiao Mo's sister Mo, "If it's expensive, we don't want it." Xiao Mo patted her hand reassuringly and gave Qingqing a look that said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." She then continued to bargain with the shopkeeper. The leaves of this Dendrobium are rough, and many of them have faded and speckled, with no luster at all. No wonder they were left over. And now you want to sell them to us at the original price? Isn't that a bit too heartless? Chapter 20:020, Fool. The owner's face froze, and he knew he had met a professional. He was no longer as assertive as before, and after an awkward cough, he gave a truly realistic price. 100, and my pot is still worth more than 30 yuan. This time, Xiao Mo didn't say a word and paid the money cheerfully. Her initial offer of 50 yuan was nonsense. She had already cut the price as low as possible to 100 yuan. After paying, Xiao Mo called the driver and asked him to come and help her carry the Dendrobium nobile into the car. She then went with Qingqing to buy two more things. One was a chrysanthemum and the other a jasmine. Both were also common in the market. Back in the car, the little one kept looking at the Dendrobium nobile in Xiao Mo's arms from time to time, her expression happier than if she had bought new clothes. Xiao Mo asked someone to help her carry the flowers she had bought into the room, and put the jasmine where it had been before on the balcony. After lunch, Qingqing hurriedly ran back to her room. Now that she had nothing to do, the only thing that gave her a sense of accomplishment was taking care of the flowers. In the orphanage, she liked to spend time with the plants and flowers when she was free, and she felt happy when they bloomed beautifully. After taking care of the 3 pots of flowers, she felt a bit hungry. Qingqing went downstairs and walked over to the small refrigerator prepared for her. She took out a small mousse cake from it and carefully carried it towards her room. The two maids chatting nearby walked past her, not noticing her because she was so short. I just went to take a look, and third young master is still asleep. Should I tell master? Maybe he woke up partway through, but you happened to miss it, so you wouldn't be disturbing master. You're right. The sound of their voices pulled the little girl, who was about to go upstairs, like a string. She looked back at the backs of the two maids and fell into thought. Has something happened to third master? The little girl's joy at receiving the cake vanished in an instant. She went back to eating while pondering whether she should go and see what was going on. She was at home all day and sometimes heard the servants chatting. She thus learned that third master had a strange illness and that everyone spoke of him with pity and fear. After eating a small cake for 10 minutes, when she opened the door again, she saw the maid talking to someone on the stairs. She carefully pushed open the farthest white door and, a minute after entering, ran out in a panic. Go and contact the doctor and the master. The young master has been asleep for such a long time, something must have happened to him. The servants were shocked and hurried to the living room to call Fu Sihuai on the house phone. In the chaos, no one noticed that there was a small potato-sized lump standing by her legs. Qingqing walked up to the door she had just left. Before she could get close, the warm temperature from the room leaked out through the crack in the door, enveloping her. The maid was so scared that she panicked and forgot to close the door when she hurried downstairs to make the phone call. At that moment, the door was ajar, leaving only a small gap. Qingqing touched it with her hand and it opened. The room was very large, but not very bright. All the windows were covered with opaque curtains, and only a dim light was on by the bed in the distance, so that after entering, one could not tell day from night. It was a very suitable room for sleeping, but it was different from what she had imagined. She stood in the doorway for a while, her small hands holding the doorframe, peering in without daring to go in. The air was filled with the smell of bitter medicine with a hint of jasmine, which had now faded and was quite pleasant. Qingqing hesitated for a long time at the door, but then decided to leave. It was just that the door was a bit open, and she wanted to help close it. Unfortunately, the doorknob was too high for the little girl to reach. She stood in the doorway thinking for a long time, and suddenly had a good idea, her eyes lighting up. She walked into the room, stood behind the door, and was proud of her brilliant idea. If she couldn't pull it from the outside, she could push it from the inside and it would close. With a click, the room door closed tightly, and Qingqing smiled happily. She was a clever child. Okay, now that the door was closed, she would leave too, so as not to disturb her brother's sleep. With this thought in mind, Qingqing prepared to walk out. However, the next second, facing the closed door, she froze in place. Hey! Hey! She was locked inside the room. The little girl's proud expression visibly crumbled, and she stood on tiptoe, her little body leaning against the door, but she still couldn't reach it. Oh no! She couldn't help but whimper, lifting her white arm to wipe away her tears. She spoke too soon, and she was not at all clever. Qingqing lay spread-eagled on the door, like a salted fish hung up to dry, with no hope of survival. Since she had not turned around the whole time, she naturally had no idea how long the person behind her had been watching her. It was quiet in the room, which meant that the faintest sound behind her could be heard clearly. Qingqing! Hearing someone call her name, the little girl stopped crying and turned around with tear-stained eyes. Seeing the figure sitting up, she wiped away her tears, her baby voice tinged with some nervousness. Brother, brother. As nervous as she was, she couldn't hold back her inquisitive heart. As she walked over, a look of amazement crossed the little girl's eyes. What a beautiful brother! Fu Xueji was also looking at her. The child's face was plump, with big watery eyes like a fawn's, the eyes red from crying, and at first glance it was a very spirited look that made people feel unable to help but feel pity. He reached out his hand, thin and pale, and said, Qingqing, come here. The little ball of a child moved a little closer, looked at the pale hand, thought about it for a moment, and then placed her own plump little hand on it. Brother, your hand is so cold, she said in a small voice. Fu Xueji's fingers twitched, as if he wanted to pull his hand back. There was some apology in his voice, and there was some. He didn't pull back, and the child was clutching his hand, her soft, little, milk-like voice low, Qingqing will warm you up. She held Fu Xueji's fingers seriously, as if that would really warm his hands. Fu Xueji's thin, white lips curved up, and he smiled at her a little bashfully. Thank you, Qingqing. Chapter 21021, Turning for the Better. The little girl tilted her white, soft face up and giggled sheepishly. Her brother had a really nice way of talking. When her big, slightly twinkling eyes fell on Fu Xueji's face, the clarity of her eyes suddenly turned worried. Are you okay, brother? The sister outside said you had an accident. Fu Shueji's eyebrows dropped on hearing this and he let out a light laugh. He could probably guess what chaos was like outside, because he had just been woken up by the noise outside, but he had waited until Qingqing came in before getting up from bed. I'm fine, I just slept a little longer and scared her. Having said that, he couldn't help but look at the jasmine at the head of the bed, which seemed to glow under the light, making it seem very unreal. Qingqing grows her flowers beautifully. Fu Shueji said softly. The faint light reflected on his side face, and in a trance, Qingqing thought that it wasn't a person in front of her, but a white jade sculpture. Thank you, brother. The little girl unconsciously tightened her grip on his hand, and 2 red spots appeared on her soft white cheeks. She blinked apologetically. Brother, do you still like flowers? I'll grow them beautifully and give them to you. Fu Shueji coughed softly, his long eyelashes lowered, his face full of illness, but it was touching because of the gentle expression. I like white flowers. The little white guy muttered, and began to search his mind. She didn't see many of them at the orphanage, so it was a bit of a struggle to think. Fu Shueji just looked at her, his hand still holding Qingqing's little hand. At that moment, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and a number of people walked in from outside. The man in the lead, wearing a white lab coat, had a slender figure and took the biggest strides. After walking to the bed, he looked at the scene in front of him and was stunned. Shue, the man murmured softly, his words inevitably containing a hint of doubt. Where did this child come from? Fu Shueji raised her eyes and gave him a pale and fragile smile. Uncle Gu. The two were obviously familiar with each other. Gu Shuyan quickly reacted, shifting his attention away from the child and nervously saying, You don't need to get up, I'll examine you first. Qingqing let go of Fu Shueji's hand at this time and obediently walked over to stand and wait. Many people carrying various instruments came in through the door again, and the little guy looked around, afraid that he would delay others if he stood here, so he left the room. After a few minutes, Fu Sihuai also returned from the company. Shueji's door was closed. He stood outside the door for a while, then walked over to ask the maid who was serving him what had just happened. After hearing the whole story from the maid, he rubbed his eyebrows and waved without saying a word. His face was not very good. Sleeping time is much longer than usual? Since Xiaoxue got sick, the time she slept has become shorter and shorter. This is the first time like this, so it's no wonder that the maid was so scared that she quickly contacted him. This had never happened before, and Fu Shuai was at a loss for what to do. He could only wait until the doctor came out from the room. He looked away, and suddenly saw the little ball sitting on the sofa. She was staring at Fu Shueji's room door, and had been in the same position for a long time, not moving at all. Xiao Mo came in from outside and stood next to her. She had thought that her young lady was asleep, so she went out to eat. After she came in, she subconsciously looked for Qingqing. Miss, are you tired of sitting here? She asked in a low voice, bending down. Qingqing shook her head and reached out to grab Xiao Mo. She was actually a little worried that what had happened to third brother was because of the pot of jasmine she had given him. The child's young heart was struggling and feeling guilty, but she didn't dare tell anyone. Xiao Mo sensed that she wasn't in a good mood, so she didn't say much and quietly stayed by her side. Time passed like this, and the atmosphere downstairs was unusually quiet. Until Gu Shuyan walked out of the room. His face was very calm, so calm that it was hard to tell whether things had turned out well or not. Why, do you want to take a guess at what happened to Xiaoxue? He stood in front of Fu Sihuai and pretended to be serious, tensing his face. When he heard these words, Fu Sihuai's heart, which had been raised, finally dropped. Based on his knowledge of Gu Shuyan, if something really had happened, he would not have the heart to play any guessing games. You really can't hide anything from me. Xiaoxue is fine. I can see that her pulse is better than usual, but we won't know for sure until the test results come back. Fu Sihuai listened carefully to the end, then patted him on the shoulder. In a low voice, he said, Thanks. I'll go up and check on him. As he walked upstairs, Xiao Qingqing hurriedly got off the sofa and ran after him. She also wanted to go see her third older brother. Fu Sihuai didn't notice as he walked ahead, but Gu Shuyan did. He saw that the little guy wasn't very tall, but his legs were moving so fast that it looked extraordinarily funny. Gu Shuyan couldn't hold back his laughter, and he walked over and scooped the little ball of fluff up off the ground before the bodyguard could. The little girl suddenly went up in the air, and she thought it was Sister Momo who was hugging her, but when she looked back, she saw a strange face. Ah! Uncle? You're walking so slowly, I'll carry you. The confusion on Qingqing's face disappeared, and she obediently stopped moving, so that he could save some effort by carrying her. Thank you, uncle. Gu Shuyan had been in too much of a hurry when he first came in, and now, holding Qingqing in his arms, he came in again, and only then did he smell the faint floral fragrance in the air. The room's lights had been turned on earlier, and Gu Shuyan immediately saw the jasmine flowers by the bedside. He walked over and sniffed them, as if a cool breeze and the fragrance of the flowers were being sucked into his body. These flowers are pretty. Brother Huai, my father likes to grow flowers and keep fish. Can you get me a pot? Fu Sihuai was sitting by the bed, whispering to Fu Shueji, and didn't hear what he was saying carefully. Gu Shuyan looked at the flowers more and more, and couldn't help touching them with his hand. Uncle Gu. A sudden voice startled Gu Shuyan, and he subconsciously withdrew his hand. He looked at the person who had just spoken. Fu Shueji covered his chest and coughed violently, coughing and saying with difficulty, Don't touch that flower. Okay, I won't touch it, don't get excited. Gu Shuyan took a step back, afraid that Fu Shueji would get emotional and do something, and stood there obediently. He even put Qingqing on the ground and raised his hands. After a while, the blush on Fu Shueji's face faded. You can't get agitated when you're sick, so just talk nicely, and I'll listen to you on everything. Fu Shueji pursed his lips, and then said, Then don't touch this pot of flowers. Gu Shuyan nodded, agreeing without hesitation, Okay, I can take a look, right? He touched his chin and leaned closer to the pot of jasmine, exclaiming in amazement. After thinking for a moment, Gu Shuyan took out his phone and snapped a photo of the potted plant. He snapped a photo to show his father. Fu Sihuai's gaze lingered on the jasmine for 2 seconds before moving away. How do you feel now? He asked Fu Shueji. Dad, I'm fine. I slept for a while and I feel much better than before. He couldn't even remember how long it had been since he had a good night's sleep. He also felt slightly stronger, not as limp as usual. Fu Shueji knew very well that this was not the effect of those pills he had been taking all day. If those things really worked, he wouldn't have been lying here for so many years. Chapter 22022, Talkative. Fu Shueji needs to rest in peace, and the people in the room left one after another. When he went downstairs, Gu Shuyan's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a message from his grandfather. Grandpa Gu, where did you get the fake flowers to fool me? Gu Shuyan let out a hey, and his eyebrows rose. Fake flowers? He saw them clearly. If Xiao Shua hadn't told him not to move, he would have definitely run back and plucked a leaf to show his grandfather. As the group was about to go down the stairs, Fu Sihuai saw the little girl following them. Her 2 little short legs were moving too slowly, like a stuffed doll wound up. So he bent down and picked her up directly from the ground. At the moment she was picked up, Qingqing had never been so stiff. She was written all over with a few words, dare not move at all. Fu Sihuai returned from the company, and he hadn't had time to change his clothes, still wearing the black suit he had worn in the morning. A cold, unknown fragrance mixed with a fresh citrus scent came from him. He was calm and collected, but Qingqing was tense all over. As they walked downstairs, she held onto a piece of fabric with her small hands, afraid that she would fall. Fu Sihuai's indifferent gaze swept over the piece of fabric she had crumpled, and his words were much more rare. I've asked someone to get in touch with a kindergarten. After a pause, he added, You don't have to go now if you don't want to, you can put it off. When she heard this, Qingqing tilted her soft, white face up, looking at him with surprise and delight. Uncle, I want to go. 3-year-olds have not yet experienced the beatings of school, and it is normal to long for that place. I want to go to school. Fu Shuai nodded and said yes, in 2 days she could go. It was also very worrying to leave the little girl at home alone. If she was willing, then going to kindergarten would be good, with children her age to play with. Gu Shuyan was leaning his chin in his hand, and the corner of his mouth curled up. He had just learned that Qingqing was an adopted child, and now watching the father and daughter get along, he really wanted to laugh. These 2 people have a kind of polite and courteous feeling. Just thinking about how they would get along in the future made Gu Shuyan feel inexplicably happy. Just then, Fu Sihuai's phone rang. He walked out to answer the call, leaving Gu Shuyan and Qingqing alone in the room. Little girl, come here and let uncle have a look. As soon as he left, Gu Shuyan couldn't wait and waved at Qingqing, telling her to come over. The little girl looked at him blankly for 2 seconds, pursed her lips, and slowly walked over. Uncle, she said softly. Gu Shuyan asked her to sit next to him, and then smiled as he stroked her hair. He had a friendly, clean-cut appearance. Do you know where your third brother bought the jasmine flowers on his bedside table? Qingqing was completely taken aback and looked at him blankly. Third brother, bedside table, jasmine flowers? She pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Gu Shuyan was undaunted and said, "If you know, you nod. If you don't know, you shake your head." Xiao Qingqing. How was she supposed to express herself? Her confused expression was naturally interpreted by Gu Shuyan as meaning she didn't know. Thinking that this was just a 3-year-old child, it was normal to not know. Gu Shuyan didn't ask again. He began to feel intrigued by the child's expressive abilities and flexible thinking, and found many topics to talk about. At this time, Fu Sihuai, who was outside, was on the phone with Xiao Su. Xiao Su's voice was very excited. "I'll come see you tomorrow, save some of those flowers for me, they're so useful." Fu Sihuai suddenly realized that he hadn't seen those flowers in a couple of days. He thought they were delivered randomly from the flower shop, and that maybe the quality would be better occasionally, but there was no guarantee. But Xiao Su didn't listen to his explanation at all, and kept praising the flowers, and after praising the flowers, he started talking about his eldest sister again, not giving Fu Sihuai a chance to speak. After he had finished rambling on by himself, someone called out to him, and he hastily said his closing remarks before hanging up. Fu Sihuai, who had only said one sentence the whole time, silently put away his phone and turned back inside. He hated people with too much expressiveness, because they would make him feel like he couldn't get in. In the house, Qingqing was still having a pointless chat with Gu Shuyan. Gu Shuyan was doing most of the talking, and Qingqing's little head could not keep up, and for a long time she was in a daze. When Fu Sihuai came in, the little girl, unusually, ran towards him of her own accord, tilting her soft, white face up at him for help, her little voice soft and fluffy. Uncle Fu Sihuai glanced down at the little girl's face and knew that she had been tossed around quite a bit by the chatty Gu Shuyan. His eyes looked coldly at the smiling Gu Shuyan, and he lightly rebuked, "Don't bully the child." Gu Shuyan let out a huff, feeling surprised. Shuai and the others had all been tormented by him when they were young, so why hadn't he seen this person protect them back then? He watched the little girl run over to him with a watery face to complain, and his rebellious streak came back. If he came again next time, he would sneak in when Fu Sihuai wasn't home and chat with the child for a couple of hours. The medical team that came with him packed up their equipment and called for Gu Shuyan to go back. Before leaving, he was still thinking about the pot of flowers. He stood in front of Fu Sihuai and begged him with his hands rubbing together. "Brother, when Xiao Shuai wakes up, can you ask him where he got that pot of jasmine flowers? I'll get one for my father back home too. He loves flowers and it'll make him happy just in time for his birthday." Shuai had looked at the flowers online first and then asked the maid to pick them up. That was much easier. He just needed to find the seller online. Fu Sihuai was a little puzzled, though, why everyone was asking him for help with flowers these days. He walked back after seeing Gu Shuyan to the door. After returning to her room, Qingqing began to take care of the 3 pots of flowers she had been growing. The flowers were now a world apart from when she had first received them. Not only are the flowers blooming larger, the leaves are more moist and green, and the colors have become much more conspicuous, not to mention the fragrance. If you get a little closer to the chrysanthemums, you can smell that unique, bitter fragrance. It's just that when the Dendrobium nobile was bought, it was too weak to bloom, otherwise the fragrance of the Dendrobium nobile would surely dominate the whole room. Qingqing stood on a chair and spoke to the flowers in a babyish voice. "I'll be going to school soon, and like my brother, I won't be able to come home until nightfall, so I won't be able to stay at home with you for long." The little one muttered to herself, while the pots of flowers beside her swayed as if they could understand. Chapter 23023, Reunion. On Saturday, the Fu household was bustling with activity. Fu Yuetzi and Fu Sihuai were both at home, and after breakfast, Xiao Su also arrived. As soon as he entered the door, he skillfully ran over to the table to look at the flowers in the vase. Like a pervert, he sniffed them one by one, then went to ask Fu Sihuai with a face full of pain. "The flowers. My flowers." Fu Sihuai's knuckled fingers squeezed the teacup tightly, and he took a sip of tea with a calm expression and a scattered voice. "There are no flowers of that kind today." Xiao Su had a mask of pain on his face. If it weren't for his good looks, he would have looked really funny with that expression. He knew Fu Sihuai very well. Their families had been friends for generations, and they had grown up together. So Xiao Su didn't care about appearances in front of him, angrily accusing, "You cold and heartless person." Fu Sihuai put down his teacup without saying anything, and continued to read the business newspaper without even looking up. Obviously he was used to it. Xiao Su raged in impotence for a while, and when he saw that no one was paying any attention to him, he went to lie on the sofa with no reason to live. Fu Yuetsi and Xingqing were in the garden. The little girl now relied heavily on her brother and followed him everywhere. Because she had discovered that although her brother was sometimes fierce, he was always insincere. So now she was not afraid of Fu Yuetsi's cold face at all. The two played for a while until a guest arrived at the door. At this time, outside the Fu family's door, a couple holding two children were talking. The Fu family, like us, also adopted a child from an orphanage. It seems to be from the same orphanage. The two children might know each other, so they can go to school together in a while. First, they can get to know each other now. The sound of the couple's conversation reached the little girl's ears. The girl's eyes flickered with panic for a moment, but then returned to normal. This family is the Shins. The girl they are holding is Ruan Ruan, and Shinjinya is standing next to her. Yesterday, Mrs. Shin went to the kindergarten with her assistant to inquire about the admission requirements, and she saw Fu Sihuai's secretary. After some conversation and inquiries, Mrs. Shin learned that the Fu family had also adopted a child, and her assistant was here today to complete the admission procedures for that child as well. What a coincidence! So after returning home, she told Shinyu about it, and the two of them discussed it at home and felt that this was a very good opportunity. The two children have experienced the same thing and are the same age, so they can go to the orphanage together, which will not only give them a companion, but also promote the relationship between the two families. So they brought Ruan Ruan here today. When she heard Mrs. Shin's words just now, for some reason, a strong sense of panic rose in Ruan Ruan's heart. She thought of Qingqing. But then she quickly shook the thought out of her head. No, it couldn't be her. Qingqing must still be living a hard life in the orphanage, so how could she be adopted by the Fu family? The Fu family is a big family in the capital city, and in the past life, she had never heard of the Fu family adopting a child. Thinking about this, Ruan Ruan's heart calmed down slightly. As long as it wasn't Qingqing, it didn't matter who it was. She followed the Shun couple and Shinjinya into the living room. The Fu and Shin families lived in the same villa compound, but the compound was so large that the two families didn't usually interact. The Fu family's decor was a little more sparse than the Shin family's. It was clear as soon as they entered that they hadn't lived there long, so there was no sense of warmth. After the maid served tea, she quietly withdrew, and Mrs. Shin spoke of the reason for her visit. While she was talking, Ruan Ruan kept peeking at Fu Sihuai. Fu Sihuai had extremely handsome features. Now that he was older, he had an added air of maturity and stability, which, combined with his indifferent and abstinent temperament, not only did not diminish his charm, but made him even more attractive. Ruan Ruan was not really a 3-year-old child. She had seen this face in the financial news in her previous life, and it was exactly the same as the one she saw now. After looking at him for a while, she withdrew her gaze with a slight sense of regret. It's a pity, a great pity. If he were 10 years younger, there might still be a chance for the two of them. Mature men know how to take care of people. She had dated one in her previous life and knew this truth well. But in this life, she was the Shin family's only daughter, and in the future, she would have plenty of handsome, wealthy men to choose from, so she would not consider Fu Sihuai. After withdrawing her gaze, Ruan Ruan began to size up the person next to him. This person is also good-looking, and there is an air of both righteousness and evil about him. He has only said one thing to his parents since entering the door, and has been silent ever since. Anyone who can sit on the same sofa as Fu Sihuai must also be a big shot, without even thinking about it. Ruan Ruan sat up straight, trying her best to control her expression, making it pure and cute. Just as the Shin couple and Fu Sihuai were talking, a young and immature teenage voice came from the door. Ruan Ruan's eyes lit up and she quickly turned her head to look. The young boy who had entered looked immature, but there was a resemblance between his eyebrows and eyes and Fu Sihuai's, somewhat like a younger version of him, so one could guess his identity at a glance. This was a young handsome guy, but Ruan Ruan had no interest in looking at him. Her gaze swept over the little person in the boy's arms, and her mind thundered as she felt a bolt of lightning strike her straight down. How could this be? How could Qingqing be here, and be in this boy's arms? Shouldn't she be at the orphanage right now? Qingqing also saw her, and likewise, the little girl froze for a moment. The Shin couple and Shinjinya turned around when they heard a noise, and when they saw Qingqing, their first reaction was to think that they were seeing things. Qingqing! Mrs. Shin stood up from the sofa, looking at her in shock. How could you be here? After asking this question, Mrs. Shin felt a sense of realization in her throat as if she had thought of something. Could it be that you are Mr. Fu's adopted child? Qingqing was also very surprised to see them, but she was also a little sad. Because originally, she was supposed to be adopted by the Shin family. One day in advance, Uncle Shin and Auntie Shin had already called her on video and showed her her room and her family members. She thought that the Shin family was her family, but on the day of the adoption, she was softly locked in the woodpile room and missed the Shin family. I never thought I would see them here again. Qingqing was a little nervous, took Fu Yuetzi's arm, and in a soft little voice, called out to them, "Uncle, Auntie." Fu Yuetzi had already noticed something was wrong. He looked at Shinjinya's complicated expression and asked, puzzled, "Why do you look like you know my sister?" Shinjinya glanced at him with a strange expression. "Qingqing was supposed to be my sister." Fu Yuetzi didn't understand, and he thought Shinjinya was provoking him. They were the front and back seats at school, and their relationship was usually pretty good, just like they liked to fight and tease each other. "You're not here to steal Qingqing, are you?" As soon as these words came out, the soft and gentle color of her face became even more unpleasant. "Steal Qingqing? What's so good about Qingqing? She's stupid and dumb and eats a lot." Seeing the strange behavior of the Shin family, Fu Sihuai spoke slowly. His voice was low and magnetic, neither hurried nor slow, but it easily attracted everyone's attention. "Mr. and Mrs. Shin know my daughter?" Chapter 24024, True or False? Mrs. Shin looked back at Qingqing, her expression a little complicated, and then looked at Fu Sihuai. She sighed helplessly. "To be honest, Mr. Fu, Qingqing was originally a child we planned to adopt, but something happened on the day of the adoption, or perhaps it was just not our destiny." The little girl was in Fu Yuetzi's arms, pouting with grievance, resting her head on his shoulder. Fu Yuetzi almost immediately sensed the little one's lonely and sad emotions. He supported Qingqing's body, not in a very good mood, glanced at Mrs. Shin, and whispered, "Do you want to go to the Shin's house? What's so good about the Shins?" The little girl shook her head quickly, put her hands around his neck, and said in a small, aggrieved voice, "No, brother." Fu Yuetzi was a little distracted. He rubbed the top of Qingqing's furry head and suddenly felt the presence of a strong gaze. He looked over. He saw that the little girl brought by the Shin family was looking at Qingqing in her arms with a fierce glare, full of threat and disgust. Fu Yuetzi's heart suddenly leapt. At that moment, Ruan also sensed his gaze and quickly looked away. She was the same age as Qingqing, and Fu Yuetzi couldn't understand how a 3-year-old could have such a look in her eyes. And why was she looking at Qingqing with that kind of look? The two children were both from the same orphanage, so could it be that this Shin child had bullied Qingqing when they were in the orphanage? The more Fu Yuetzi thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The Shin family had already told her everything about their relationship with Qingqing, and there was nothing to hide after all. Mrs. Shin knew that she still liked Qingqing very much, and she had accepted the Fu family adopting Qingqing, so she didn't feel anything. After all, you can't force fate. Thinking about why she had come today, she felt even more that it was a coincidence. Ruan and Qingqing know each other. Ruan said that they were good friends when they were in the orphanage. In the future, the two of them can go to school together and take care of each other. I'll ask the teacher to put them in the same class. Shinjinua, who had not spoken up until now, spoke up at the right moment. The kindergarten is right next to our school, so Fu Yuetzi and I can drop the two of them off on the way to school. Hearing this, the Shin family nodded in satisfaction. Fu Sihuai did not say a word. Qingqing wrapped her arms around her brother's neck, rested her head in his arms, and left the others in the room with a round, plump back, as if she didn't want to face the situation. The Shin family didn't notice anything unusual about her. Because they had learned during their previous phone call with Qingqing that the little girl was a bit shy and reserved, and she might be feeling a little intimidated by the crowd. Only Fu Yuezhi knew that Qingqing's little hands were shaking. It seemed that she didn't like the Shin family's softy. So he was unhappy and gave a cold face, arguing with Shinjinya, "If I'm not sending your sister, you shouldn't send mine either." He couldn't argue with the Shin family elders, but he could still argue with Shinjinya, and the two of them were used to fighting at school. Shinjinya just thought he was a sister-obsessed person. Just then, the soft sitting next to Mrs. Shin suddenly spoke with a sad and aggrieved voice. "Mom and Dad, I don't want to stay with Qingqing. When we were in the orphanage, the director liked her very much, so she has a bad temper. I'm scared." The Shin family froze, looking at her in disbelief and then at Qingqing. Mrs. Shin was the first to react, and she asked hurriedly, "Is she the director who came to our house last time asking for money?" "Yes, that's her." "Oh my God." Mrs. Shin was shocked and scared, thinking that Fu Sihuai might not know the director's character yet, so she quickly told him what had happened last time. "Mr. Fu may not know, but the other day the director came to our house and threatened to give money to Ruan. At that time, none of us were at home, and little Ruan Ruan was directly scared to tears. Upon hearing this, Qingqing turned her head in shock. Her big, clear eyes looked at the aggrieved Ruan Ruan, and her childish voice carried anger. You're lying. Director Mama is not like that. Ruan Ruan was not willing to be outdone. When you were at the orphanage, the director loved you the most, so of course you would speak up for her. No, no. Qingqing was flustered and angry, and her big dark eyes looked as if they were covered in a film of water droplets. You're lying anyway. The matron also liked you very much. The adults in the room were shocked by the sudden outburst of the two children. It was clear that the two little ones did not get along well, much like the scene on TV where two sisters pulled each other's hair. Qingqing was about to cry in anger. She didn't expect Soft to say such things. The head teacher liked her best, and she didn't believe what she said last time. Seeing Qingqing's aggrieved expression, a dark light flashed in Ruan Ruan's big eyes. Now that they were both 3-year-olds, it wasn't just Qingqing who could cry, she could too. She pinched herself secretly, and her eyes immediately filled with tears. Then, Ruan Ruan hugged Mrs. Shin's arm and snuggled into her embrace. Oh, Mommy, I'm scared. She said with a croaky voice, Mommy, I don't want to be with her because she has a bad temper. Mrs. Shin quickly comforted her, her delicate eyebrows knotted, embarrassed for a moment and not knowing what to do. She had wanted the two children to be friends, but had never expected them to become enemies. What could she do? The Shin family quickly comforted her, saying that Ruan Ruan would be a spoiled child and her cries were pitiful. Qingqing also cried, but she didn't say anything, just kept dropping tears. Children who can cry get candy, but in a situation where there are two of them, the one who cries louder is more endearing. Fu Yuetzi lowered his voice and said in a huff, in Qingqing's ear, You cry louder too. Qingqing was taken aback, tilted her soft, white little face up, and looked at him with teary eyes. Seeing the little one's sad eyes, Fu Yuetzi couldn't help but think of the look in Ruoro's eyes just now, and felt a panic in his heart. Her sister's clear, but foolish eyes are what a 3-year-old should have. Even now, the Shin family's child is crying so miserably that the Shin family must all believe her words and think that she has been bullied by Qingqing. But after spending so many days together, Fu Yuetzi believes that his sister is definitely not that kind of person. How could she possibly bully others? With all those injuries, she is more like the one being bullied. The little girl is just too honest, even her voice is so small when she cries. Fu Yuetzi took a deep breath and whispered to Qingqing while everyone's attention was on Ruan Ruan. Later, when I let you down, you go find my dad and cry. You have to cry louder than that kid from the Shins, got it? Qingqing's eyes were red and her voice was uncertain as she hesitantly spoke in her soft, childish voice. Go find uncle? Idiot. Fu Yuetzi whispered, Don't call him uncle, go call his father, cry while you're shouting, he loves his daughter very much. Ha? Go, I'll take care of it. Qingqing's little head was buzzing, and before she could react, Fu Yuetzi put her on the ground. Chapter 25025, Shame. She stood there stupidly, and looked back at Fu Yuetzi blankly. Fu Yuetzi's gaze made her feel so embarrassed. What are you looking at? Go! The two of them didn't make much noise, but Fu Sihuai had noticed. He looked over this way, his expression a little bit inquisitive. When this gaze fell on her, Qingqing's heart hardened, and she stumbled over to him. The little girl ran and cried, and ran straight into Fu Sihuai's lap. Thinking of what her brother had just told her, she was extremely aggrieved with a strong crying voice, What, Daddy? Fu Sihuai reached out to hold her, and his expression obviously froze for a moment when he heard this name. But because of his calm personality, he still looked as cold as ever. However, in detail, he reached out and picked up the little girl, placed her in his arms, and took a tissue to wipe her tears. With the first time, the rest was much more acceptable. Qingqing's tears flowed like a burst river. She nestled in Fu Sihuai's arms, raised her little face and looked at him with tearful eyes. Dad, the dean and mommy are not bad people, and neither is Qingqing. Can you believe me? Fu Sihuai lowered his eyes, and the faint eyebrows and eyes added a little tenderness. I know, I believe you. Xiao Su was full of curiosity next to him. Last time when I came, the little girl was still calling you uncle, but in just a few days, the relationship between the father and daughter has progressed so quickly. At the Shin family side, Ruan Ruan gradually stopped crying. She was just howling, with very few tears flowing. Seeing that Qingqing was being held in Fu Sihuai's arms, a flash of jealousy crossed her eyes. Coincidentally, Fu Yuetzi happened to see it. He frowned, and no matter how he looked at it, he felt that the little girl in the Shin family had something wrong in her eyes. However, when looking at Qingqing, he was very satisfied. The little guy is good, quite smart, it's just that the sound of crying is still small. The Shen family members were hesitant to speak, especially Mrs. Shen. She was holding Softy and looking at Qingqing with eyes that no longer held the same fondness as they had at the beginning, but instead held more doubt. Obviously, she believed what Softy had said. That was normal, as Softy was now their child, so of course they would believe her. Just as Fu Yuezi did not doubt Qingqing at all. Fu Sihuai held the little ball of fluff in his arms, not lifting his head, and nonchalantly, since they were both saying different things, they would invite the dean over. The little girl looked up at him gratefully, let out a woof, and snuggled into his arms, thanking her father. As long as the dean came, she was sure she could prove that Ruan Ruan was lying. But Ruan Ruan was unhappy. She slumped into Mrs. Shen's arms, a guilty look in her eyes. If the dean came, she would surely be exposed for slandering Qingqing the last time, and it was likely that the story of tricking her into the woodpile would also be revealed. Thinking about this, she burst into sobs again. But this time, it wasn't fake crying, it was real. I don't want to. I'm scared of the matron, I don't want to see her. The shrill voice made people subconsciously frown and feel annoyed. Mrs. Shen quickly comforted her, patting her back non-stop. Don't be afraid, Ruan Ruan, as long as your mommy and daddy are here, she dares not threaten you. Ruan Ruan still cried, crying her heart out. Her cries echoed throughout the living room. The servants in the house couldn't stand it anymore, and quietly walked out to find peace outside. My goodness, that Shen family child is too. That's right, I heard that like our young miss, she was adopted from an orphanage. No wonder, but our young miss is so obedient and sensible, which is not the same at all. Just like that. Just now she said that young miss bullied her. In my opinion, it's not certain who bullied who. The servants were talking about it outside. Inside the house, Xiao Su rubbed his ears, unable to bear it anymore. If you can't stand it, take her back and cry, our ears are just as good as anyone else's. Hearing this, the Shen family members were extremely embarrassed. As the richest family in City A, they were treated politely everywhere, so they had never been so humiliated. Xiao Su was from the capital and had no relationship with the Shen family, so he didn't care what he said. After a few seconds of silence, Shen Yu and Mrs. Shen glanced at each other and stood up to say goodbye. They hurriedly left the house with Ruoren in tow. When they left the house, Mrs. Shen's face was still red. Although she knew that Ruoren was still a child and it was normal for her to be unable to control her emotions, and she also knew that she could not blame her for this matter, there was still a little more blame in her eyes when she looked at Ruoren. In front of the Fu and Xiao families, how embarrassing. This child usually doesn't cry so much at home, why is it like this once she arrives at the Fu family? Coincidentally, once they left the Fu family's house, Ruan Ruan stopped crying. She wiped her tears and called out to her mother pitifully. Mrs. Shen felt even more uncomfortable. She sat in the passenger seat, kept looking out the window, and ignored Ruan Ruan. Ruan Ruan's attempts to be cute had no effect, so she looked at Shen Jinzi, who was sitting next to her. Shen Jinzi also avoided her gaze, pretending to play with his phone and not looking at her. It wasn't that he was heartless, but it was just too embarrassing. He had never made such a fool of himself in someone else's home before. Thinking about this, Shen Jinya subconsciously thought of Qingqing. It turned out that in school, the younger sister that Fu Yuezi often praised was Qingqing. Qingqing was supposed to be his sister, but who knew that she had suddenly become Ruan Ruan? Because of his upbringing, he didn't want to make things difficult for a 3-year-old girl, but there was still a sense of disappointment in his heart. Today, after comparing the two, he was even more disappointed. Fu family. After the Shens left, Fu Yuezi walked up to Qingqing. His dark eyes looked at the little girl, and he bent down, his face slightly stern. Qingqing, did that girl from the Shen's family bully you just now? Fu Yuezi frowned as he thought about the girl's eyes. If you don't tell me, I'll ask your headmistress. Qingqing was a little scared. She didn't want to cause trouble for the headmistress. She looked carefully at Fu Yuezi's face and saw his serious expression. She called out pitifully. Brother. Fu Yuezi was unmoved and glared at her coldly, saying, Tell me, did she do the injuries on your body the day you returned? Fu Yuezi was the only one who knew about this matter. After he asked, Fu Sichuan and Xiao Su looked at Qingqing together. Seeing everyone's attention on her, the little girl pouted her lips and after hesitating for a moment, she nodded. It really was her, I knew it. Fu Yuezi's face turned dark, and the sight of the girl threatening Qingqing at the time filled him with anger. So she had the nerve to accuse someone else of wrongdoing? After a pause, Fu Yuezi asked again, did she hit you? Or bully you with other kids? Chapter 26026, Story. It was the day Uncle Shin came to pick me up. Ruan Ruan locked me in the woodpile shed. Qingqing's voice was very low, and her small hands were still tightly clutching Fu Sihuai's sleeve as she spoke, so nervous that even her voice trembled a little. Everyone in the room fell silent, perhaps startled by the thoughts of a 3-year-old, and no one spoke for a while. Dad, I'm telling the truth. The little one's childish voice was tinged with a hint of tears, and her black and white eyes could be seen to the bottom of her soul. Fu Sihuai raised his long, slender hand and gently stroked her hair. I believe you. After these words were spoken, Xiaosu also followed suit, sighing with emotion. Is this still a 3-year-old child? He was surprised enough the other day when he met Qingqing, thinking that the child spoke fluently, had a clear mind, and was extremely pleasing. Today, after learning about the softie, he was even more shocked. Have children evolved quietly nowadays? At the age of 3, can someone be so calculating as to lock other children in the woodpile room in order to climb up the Shin family tree? If they can be so ruthless at such a young age, what will they be like when they grow up? Fu Yuezi got goosebumps when he heard this, and he quickly rubbed his arms together. I felt that girl's eyes were wrong just now, and she kept sneaking glances at Qingqing. It seems that his feeling was correct, that girl really isn't a good person. His sister is really pitiful, anyone can step on her. Fu Yuezi couldn't help but sigh. With a child like this adopted into the Shin family, I'm afraid the Shin family will never have a quiet day again. Seeing as Shinjinya is his back seat, he will give him a little reminder when he goes to school tomorrow. Shin family. Ruan Ruan knew that the Shin family members were more or less blaming her in their hearts, and she also knew that her behavior at the Fu's just now was indeed a bit excessive. So she had to find a way to win back the Shin family's hearts. The best way to do this is to play the victim. As soon as she entered the house, Ruan Ruan cried, Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. Mrs. Shin paused for a moment, and when she heard the sound of crying, she couldn't help but turn around to look at her. Ruan Ruan's eyes were swollen from crying, and her little face was flushed from wiping her eyes, which looked very heartbreaking. Mrs. Shin's anger subsided a little, but her attitude was not as concerned as usual. Come in and tell me what's wrong. Shinjinhua went straight upstairs after entering the room and had no heart to listen. Ruan Ruan looked at his departing back and her eyes grew dim. However, the urgent task at hand was to win back Madame Shin's heart, and the rest could be dealt with later. Thinking about this, Ruan Ruan slowly walked over to Madame Shin and tearfully recounted how Qingqing had bullied her at the kindergarten. The more Madame Shin listened, the more astonished she became. She had thought that the introverted and quiet Qingqing was actually a bully in the orphanage. After listening to the story from Ruan Ruan, Mrs. Shin could understand why she was so resistant to seeing the director. Now when she looked at Ruan Ruan's little red face, all her dissatisfaction had disappeared, leaving only a sigh. You should have told your mother about being bullied at the orphanage. She reached out and gently pulled Ruan Ruan into her arms, stroking her hair. A dark light flashed in Ruan Ruan's eyes, out of her mother's sight. I didn't dare say anything because my mother originally planned to adopt Qingqing. Hearing this reason, Mrs. Shin felt extremely distressed. She patted Ruan Ruan's back, her voice gentle. Now you are our child, of course I will believe what you say. Ruan Ruan sniffed, looked at her with tear-dimmed eyes, and said, Thank you, Mom. Since Qingqing has bullied you before, you don't need to go to kindergarten with her, Mrs. Shin said. Neither of them noticed that, as they were saying this, Shinjinhua had walked out of his room at some point and was standing on the stairs, listening quietly. Shinjinhua looked at his mother, who was full of love, and a very complex feeling welled up in his heart. His mother still didn't know that the very fragrant roses he had brought home from school the other day were from Qingqing to Fu Yuezi, and they were then snatched up by his classmates and divided up, and he managed to grab one too. The flowers stayed at home for 4 or 5 days before they withered, and the fragrance filled the entire living room. At the time, she was overjoyed and had the maid take out her favorite vase especially to put them in. Shinjinhua withdrew his gaze and quietly returned to his room. His mother had one flaw, she was very gullible. In her view, the world was full of good people. His 2 uncles were sister-obsessed, and his father was a wife BD, spoiling his mother like a child. Perhaps because she was now dealing with a 3-year-old, she had lost the ability to distinguish lies, and believed whatever the other person said. When Sofu said that the dean had threatened her at home, his mother had believed her without hesitation. He was the only one who asked the maid at home, and although he didn't get any useful information, he knew one thing. That is, when Ruan Ruan was alone at home, she seemed to be a different person. Because of this, Shinjinya also proposed to install several surveillance cameras at home, but his mother vetoed it. The reason is that she feels that this will hurt the maid's feelings. At that moment, Shinjinya deeply understood what it meant to be unable to control a situation. The next day, Shinjinwa heard a completely different version of the story from Fuyuezi's mouth. In this story, Ruan was the bully. Shinjinwa was lying on the table with mixed feelings. Although he already guessed that the truth was not what Ruan had said, hearing it from her mouth was another matter. Fuyuezi thought he didn't believe her. Anyway, I definitely believe what my sister said. If you really don't believe it, after school, the two of us will go to the orphanage and ask. Shinjinwa nodded and said okay. He also wanted to know what really happened. If it was confirmed that Ruan had bullied someone and lied about it, then he would bring the evidence home. Because if he didn't let his mother see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe it. So after school, Shinjinya told his driver to go home first, and he would take Fuyuezi's car. When they arrived at the orphanage, the two of them went in, and Fuyuezi found the director's office with ease. Unfortunately for them, the director happened to be away. Fuyuezi thought back to the first time he met Xingqing, when he had seen the big yellow dog in the backyard. He took Shinjinya to see the dog again. The big yellow dog was sleeping, but when it smelled the unfamiliar scent, it stood up guardedly. When it saw the two sneaking up on it, it started barking without thinking. Shinjinya was dumbfounded because he realized that the dog was only barking at him. What's going on? Why isn't it barking at you? Fuyuezi curled her lips up in some satisfaction. Last time when they came here, Xingqing had already familiarized him with this dog, so of course it wouldn't bark at him. It's okay, Big Yellow, we've come to see you. Fuyuezi walked up to him and petted his head, and Big Yellow gradually stopped barking. Shinjinya then dared to come over. Chapter 27027, A Local Dog. After confirming that Shinjinya was also a good person, Daho wagged its tail enthusiastically. You know this dog? Shinjinya asked in surprise. Well, Xingqing took me and this dog to get acquainted. Just then, he saw several small heads poking out from behind the doghouse behind Dahu, and they were looking at the two of them curiously. Dahu had barked so fiercely just now that the puppies didn't dare come out. Now that they were sure it was safe outside, they all came out, looking so cute. So he had puppies, no wonder he was so fierce with me just now. Bitch mothers are especially protective of their children, and Shinjinya understood why. There were 7 puppies in total, all chubby and plump, looking like little puppy dolls that could melt anyone's heart. The little ones were very affectionate, curiously circling the two of them before beginning to gather around their hands. Their cries were so babyish that they melted the hearts of everyone who heard them. So cute. Shinjinya couldn't help but pick one up. When my father and I picked Xingqing up, the director said that when these puppies were weaned, he would pick one out and send it to our home. When she said this, Fuyuezi was full of pride, as if these weren't just mongrels, but some kind of precious breed. Shinjinya was jealous, but he didn't say anything, and a sour taste spread throughout his body. Such a cute puppy, he wanted it too. But there was a conflict between his family's Ruan and the dean's. The dean definitely would not send it to them. The two played with the dog here for a while, and when it was almost time for dinner and they still had not waited for the dean to return, they left together. The Fu family chauffeur first took Shinjinya to his home, and then took Fuyuezi back. Shinjinya entered the house just in time to see Ruan nestled in Mrs. Shen's arms. The two were as close as a real mother and daughter. You're back? Mrs. Shen asked with a smile when she saw him enter the house. The driver said you were with the 4th young master of the Fu family. Where did you go? Although they had a bit of a row at the Fu family last time, it was between Xingqing and Ruan. Mrs. Shen still wanted her child to be friends with the Fu family, so naturally she would not restrain him. Shinjinya handed his school uniform to his aunt and sat opposite Ruan, saying in a relaxed tone, We didn't go anywhere, we just went to the orphanage where Ruan was before. Mrs. Shen looked up at him in surprise. Shinjinya did it on purpose. After he finished speaking, his gaze locked onto Ruan's, and when he saw her expression of panic and fear, it was as if something in his heart had been confirmed. It seemed that Fuyuezi had been right, she really had lied. Shinjinya suddenly felt a little relieved. He stopped paying attention to Ruan and instead mentioned the dog to Mrs. Shen. Mom, I went to the orphanage today and saw some puppies. They were pretty cute. Fuyuezi said his family is going to get one, and I want one too. Mrs. Shen's expression froze for a moment, and then a gentle smile appeared on her face. Of course you can. You and Yuetsi can make a date, and we'll go with them when they go to get the dog. Shinjinhua nodded, with a sincere smile on his face. At that moment, Ruan suddenly took Mrs. Shin's hand and shook her head in fear. No, Mom, that dog always barks at us, it's very fierce. Ha! Hearing this, Mrs. Shin was extremely surprised, and she turned to look at Shinjinya. Xiaoxia, is that true? Shinjinya looked at Ruan with mixed feelings in his eyes. The other party evaded him sheepishly, not looking at him. No, that big dog is also very affectionate. It initially barked at us to protect its young. Mrs. Shin felt a little love rise in her heart, for the mother dog protecting her young. That's right, they are also protecting their young. However, Ruan firmly shook her head. Mom, it usually barks at our kids a lot, that's why it's tied up under the tree. Besides, it doesn't look good, it's a dirt dog. Can't we get a good-looking dog? Mrs. Shun looked embarrassed. On the one hand was her newly adopted daughter, and on the other was her own son. No matter which she chose, she would hurt the other child's feelings. Shinjinhua didn't know what to think. He looked at Ruan with a half-smile, as if to say, Ruan, what do you know about a muddy dog? Ruan's heart sank when she heard this. Mrs. Shin's attitude had made her feel a little more relaxed in the Shin household, so when she spoke, she often used an adult tone of voice, without thinking about hiding it. It was tiring to pretend to be a child, and sometimes when she asked childish questions herself, she felt like an idiot. Now that Shinjinya had mentioned it, she realized that it wasn't right. Ruan's expression stiffened for a moment, and when she saw everyone looking at her, she clenched her hands and said nervously, I also heard it from someone else. Shinjinhua smiled ambiguously and didn't say anything. Mrs. Shin vaguely felt that something was wrong. She looked down and saw that Ruan's eyes were red again. This just emerged idea was suppressed. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Xiaoxia, go upstairs and get your brother to come down and eat first. Shinjinhua nodded and went upstairs. Ruan looked at his back in an ambiguous manner, her lips biting white. Compared to the Shin family, the atmosphere in the Fu family was much better now. The originally empty home finally had a bit of warmth. Because of Qingqing's change of heart, they now felt like a real family. There was also one more thing, Fu Shueji's condition was slowly improving. Although it was a very small change, it was a happy event for the Fu family. He had been in the capital for nearly 10 years without any improvement, and in less than half a year in a city, he had made such great progress. Qingqing didn't know what they were happy about, but she followed suit and was happy too. She grinned, revealing 2 dimples on her soft, white cheeks, which made people's hearts tingle. Fu Yuetsi couldn't help reaching out to poke her cheek. In a couple of days, the little guy would start school, and after enduring the beatings at school, he would probably find it hard to see such a pure smile. When she thought about this, Fu Yuetsi couldn't help but laugh. What was her brother laughing at? The little girl tilted her head doubtfully. No, I'm just laughing. Qingqing looked at him with even more strange eyes. After dinner, he followed Qingqing to her room. Fu Yuetsi hadn't been here for a few days, and he admitted that he was surprised when he first walked in. It smells so good. He subconsciously looked out onto the balcony, and then his gaze was drawn to the pots of flowers. When did you plant these flowers? Qingqing followed behind him, speaking softly, Sister Momo took me out to buy them. Fu Yuetsi walked closer and looked at the 3 beautiful potted plants that looked like artificial flowers. He was simply amazed. I have never smelled such a strong floral fragrance in my life. After saying this, he remembered the flowers he had received at school before, and the jasmine he had sent to his 3rd brother. Those were all grown by the little guy, and as long as they came from her room, none of them smelled or looked bad. Fu Yuetsi couldn't help but exclaim, Qingqing, you really have a talent for growing flowers. Chapter 28028, Stealing Flowers. Hearing this praise, the little guy was embarrassed. It's not that amazing. She can just make the flowers grow faster and bloom more beautifully, but that's about it. Seeing that her brother really likes these flowers, Qingqing worked for a while before going to bed, channeling a little spiritual energy into all the flowers in the vase on the table. Her thoughts had been on the 3 pots she had been growing for the past 2 days, and she hadn't done this in a long time. Qingqing had originally planned to give the flowers to her brother tomorrow, but she overslept. When she got up, Fu Yuetsi had already gone to school and Fu Sihuai had also left. The Fu family servants were chatting in their resting place after finishing their work. Today, the sweet smell came from Mrs. Room again. It seemed to be the kind of beautiful flowers from the other day, and the fragrance was so nice. I pretended to pass by several times today just to smell that fragrance. The day before yesterday, Mr. Xiao also came for these flowers. Just as he was talking about them, Xiao Su arrived. He entered the Fu residence as if it were his own home, and the servants all knew him. Xiao Su strolled leisurely, unhurriedly circling the small garden, looking even more like the master than Fu Sihuai. The servants who passed by would stop and politely call out to Mr. Xiao. Xiao Su nodded, ignoring me. Go ahead with your work. He was going to stay in City A for a few days, and he was just visiting the Fu family to have some fun and to check whether there were any flowers he liked in the house. In fact, Xiao Su didn't have high hopes today, so he first strolled around the small garden after entering. After walking around for a while, he walked into the living room. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled a faint floral fragrance in the air. His eyes were shining like he had just been given a shot of adrenaline, and he scanned the room. He hadn't smelled wrong, it was the kind of flower he had been thinking about. Xiao Su stopped a servant who was about to go outside and asked where the flower fragrance was coming from. The servant pointed upstairs and said that it was coming from the young lady's room. After learning the location of the flowers, Xiao Su went straight up without stopping. He stood in front of the door the servant had mentioned and was about to raise his hand to knock when the room door opened from the inside. After the door opened, the fragrance of the flowers became even stronger, making the person who was smelling it feel carefree and happy. Xiao Su narrowed his eyes contentedly, and when he looked down, a small head poked out first. Uncle Xiao? The little girl looked up at him in confusion, her young, baby voice full of disbelief. Why are you here? Looking at the simple and cute little guy, Xiao Su smiled like the wolf grandmother who lured children away. Xingxing asked in a gentle voice, Can Uncle Xiao go inside your room and take a look? The simple little guy opened the door and stood to the side, letting Xiao Su go in. The bedroom balcony window was still open, but the fragrance inside was still strong. Xingxing didn't close the door, and she peered at Xiao Su through the doorframe, puzzled. Uncle Xiao looks really strange. Xiao Su didn't know where to look first. He looked at the 3 pots of flowers on the balcony, then at the extremely beautiful flower arrangement on the table. He was so busy that he wished he could scan with his left and right eyes separately. What a life this little guy leads. He turned his head and glanced at the small ball of innocence and confusion, his heart itching. He kind of wanted to trick him. At this time, in front of the Fu's house, Gu Shuyan walked in with Fu Xueji's various test reports in his hands. He walked into the living room and found it empty. Then, Gu Shuyan smelled a floral fragrance, which was very spiritual, just like the kind he had smelled in Fu Xueji's hospital room a few days ago. Following the scent, Gu Shuyan walked up to the 2nd floor. At first, he thought Fu Xueji's room door was open, but when he went up to take a look, he found that it was closed properly. Gu Shuyan finally walked to the door of Qingqing's room and determined that this was the source of the fragrance. Little Qingqing was still standing in the doorway. When she saw Gu Shuyan, she politely called out, Uncle Gu. Gu Shuyan saw Xiao Su, who was grunting and groaning as he moved the flowers around. He was wondering what Xiao Su was doing in the child's room, but when he saw the flowers, he instantly understood. Qingqing, can I come into your room and take a look? Yes. The young girl had a soft temper, and as long as you spoke to her nicely, she would never say no. Gu Shuyan also walked in. When he saw Xiao Su moving the jasmine, he stepped forward and held his hand. Why are you here? Xiao Su looked up at him, a flash of surprise in his eyes, while a strong sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. Damn, I'm slow. Gu Shuyan is not here to compete with him for the flowers. Are these Qingqing's flowers? Xiao Su nodded, his eyes still alert. After receiving a definite reply, a flash of light passed through Gu Shuyan's eyes. The two looked at each other, and he asked with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. So where are you going to take Qingqing's flowers? Xiao Su's ominous feeling was confirmed, and he took the jasmine flowers away from her and held them tightly in his arms. I just asked Xiao Qingqing, and she said she was willing to give me these flowers, so what do you care where I take them? Gu Shuyan's heart sank. He looked back at the little girl, who was at a loss for words, and asked, Qingqing, did you promise to give him these flowers? The little girl's scalp tingled at the look of disbelief in his eyes, as if he were looking at a heartless man. She nodded her little head, her childish voice full of uncertainty. Yes, I gave them to him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Su laughed with satisfaction. After arranging the jasmine, he reached out to grab the dendrobium on the balcony. Gu Shuyan slapped his hand and turned to him angrily, Don't move. Then he walked up to Qingqing, his eyes full of grievance. You gave it all to Qingqing? What did he do to deserve you? The little girl replied in a baby voice, Uncle Xiao likes it very much. Gu Shuyan was desperate, I like it too, so give some to me too. Qingqing's soft and white face flushed, she really didn't expect her pots of flowers to be so popular. When she met Gu Shuyan's pleading eyes, the little girl stuttered for a long time before she managed to spit out a sentence. I didn't know you wanted it, I'll give it to you tomorrow, okay? The little girl pointed her plump little finger at the flower arrangement on the table, the bottle of which was also to be packed by Xiao Su and taken away. I can give you this tomorrow. Gu Shuyan looked over, and a flash of astonishment and dark light flashed in his eyes, before he withdrew his gaze and shook his head. No, Qingqing, you can't be so biased, Uncle is going to get angry. The little guy widened his eyes, pointed at himself with his little finger, and said in a soft, childish tone with a hint of disbelief, Me, I'm biased? Looking at these watery eyes, Gu Shuyan wanted to laugh, but he held back and resumed a serious expression. Yes, you are too biased. While the little guy was dazed, he said with a stern face, If you're not biased, why did you give him so much and only give me one? He spoke with reason and conviction, and it was hard to argue with him. Do the math yourself. You gave him 4 bowls, and only gave me 1. Qingqing nodded dazedly. It seemed that was indeed the case. Gu Shuyan suppressed a smile and continued, We are both uncles, so you have to be fair, right? You can't favor one over the other. Can you ask him to give me some of his share? Although the little girl didn't understand what it meant to favor one over the other, she seemed to understand from Gu Shuyan's tone. Chapter 29029, Bandits. But I already gave him some. Qingqing was a little embarrassed. The little guy was too young to go to school, and he was also very soft-hearted, so he was completely taken in by Gu Shuyan at the moment. She also realized that she had been a little unfair to the 2 uncles, so she was very anxious. Because she didn't have anything else except the 3 pots of potted plants. And just now, when Gu Shuyan hadn't arrived, Xiao Su had already coaxed the 3 pots of flowers away. Now, she didn't have anything to give Uncle Gu. Behind her, Xiao Su felt his heart tighten when he saw the little girl's hesitant expression on her face. The little girl was gullible and had already been convinced. Without thinking, he immediately walked a few steps in Qingqing's direction and pulled Gu Shuyan over. Qingqing already agreed to give me these flowers, and I want to take them back to give to my eldest sister. Don't you dare take them from me. Gu Shuyan snorted, brushing his hand off her arm without any courtesy. I don't agree. My father's birthday is coming up soon, and I must have a share of these flowers. Why should you? You're the one who's late, and I don't agree either. The 2 of them couldn't agree, so they came back to bother Qingqing. Qingqing, who should get these flowers? This is Xiao Su. Qingqing looked at the 2 of them with difficulty, feeling her head spin. The little girl let out a confused ah in a babyish voice, how do I choose? Oh, she's so difficult. Qingqing leaned against the doorframe, her face showing a look of despair. The little girl blinked her big eyes at them for a few seconds, nervously pawing at the doorframe. Finally, her big black and white eyes filled with water, and she let out a desperate cry. She turned around and ran away, her little baby voice with a crying tone reaching the ears of the 2. Oh, I want to find my dad. Why are all of Daddy's friends so scary? As they watched her flee, the 2 culprits couldn't help but laugh. After they finished laughing, they looked at each other and started arguing again. Xiao Su said, You know about my sister. She's been in a bad mood for the past 2 years, but this kind of flower can ease her mood swings, so I have to take these flowers with me. Gu Shuyan was not willing to concede. My old man loves to keep flowers and fish, especially orchids. His birthday is in a couple of days, so no matter what, I'm taking the Dendrobium nobile. Xiao Su looked down at the Dendrobium nobile. It was more beautifully kept than the other 2 pots, and it hadn't even bloomed yet. It was the most fragrant variety, Dendrobium nobile fragrans, and once it bloomed, the level of stunning beauty was unimaginable. Xiao Su didn't want to part with it, and he hesitated. Gu Shuyan didn't budge an inch, and even directly threw down a sentence. Either the Dendrobium officinale is mine, and you take the rest. Either neither of us leaves today, and we just stay at the Fu's, there are plenty of rooms anyway. Just now Qingqing promised him that she would get him another vase of flowers tomorrow, which is why Gu Shuyan only chose the Dendrobium officinale at this time. The 2 of them were at an impasse for a few minutes, and finally Xiao Su made a hard decision out of concern for his friend. Fine, you can take the Dendrobium. Good brother. Gu Shuyan was satisfied, patted his shoulder, and resumed their usual friendly banter. Even though Xiao Su had stolen the flower, their friendship remained unchanged. Xiaosu bent down and said, "Okay, what are we waiting for? Let's move it." They both drove here, so they can just carry the flowers to the car. Xiaosu also asked the Fu family maid for an airtight bag to cover the flowers and prevent the fragrance from escaping. A few minutes later, Qingqing sneaked back to her room. When she looked, she saw that the pots of flowers had all been carried away, and her room, without the flowers to decorate it, had become empty again. But flowers are a trivial matter, she can plant them again. For Qingqing, as long as those two uncles don't torture her, that's fine. Xiao Mo stood behind her and startled Qingqing by suddenly speaking up. "Miss, Mr. Xiao and Mr. Gu have taken all your flowers." She felt a little sad. Qingqing turned back and pulled her inside. Xiao Mo glanced at the time and suggested, "If you want to keep them, I'll take you to buy some more." She knew that Qingqing really liked to keep flowers, and the flowers she kept were really good, better than those kept by professionals. Qingqing nodded, took Xiao Mo's hand, and said softly, "Sister Mo, let's go." Xiao Mo called the Fu family's driver and asked him to drive to the door to pick them up. Unexpectedly, when the two of them walked to the door, they found Xiao Su and Gu Shuyan still there, standing together and whispering about something. These two people were now no less than demons in Qingqing's eyes. Seeing them, the little girl felt a chill down her back and turned to try to sneak into the house. But it was already too late, and Gu Shuyan had seen her with his sharp eyes. "Qingqing, what are you hiding from?" he asked knowingly, and walked over with Xiao Su, smiling. The little girl opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she shut it again, tensing her delicate little face. The two of them crouched down and teased her. "You're going to go tell your father about this." The little girl blushed. She looked at the two men grinning, and knew they were teasing her. "No." The voice was fierce and fierce. "So where are you going?" Xiao Su looked at Xiao Mo and asked. Xiao Mo was a little speechless. "You guys took the lady's flowers, so I'll take her to buy some new ones to grow back." After saying this, the eyes of the two bandits lit up. "Buying flowers, something like this should call on us." Xiao Su said seriously, "We two know flowers best." The little girl looked doubtful, as if she didn't believe him. Gu Shuyan didn't give her a chance to argue, and picked up Qingqing directly from the ground. "Let's go, uncles will go with you to buy flowers." He waved at Xiao Mo, "Tell your driver not to come, we'll drive Qingqing there." Xiao Mo took out her phone to call the driver, but before she could do so, Gu Shuyan had already gotten into the car with the little girl in his arms. Looking at the car's rear end, which had suddenly disappeared, Xiao Mo was left feeling disoriented. It wasn't like she hadn't gotten in the car yet. In the car, Xiao Qingqing looked at Xiao Mo, who had turned into a small black dot, and her childish voice carried an accent. "Sister Momo." Sister Momo didn't come. Gu Shuyan stroked her furry head and smiled like a fox. "It's okay, uncles can protect you too, it's all the same." Chapter 30:30, Childish. Flower Market. When Xiao Su got off the bus with Qingqing in his arms, their combination attracted the attention of many people around them. There was no other reason for this than their being too dazzling. The three of them were all outstanding in appearance, and their clothing and demeanor were also out of place in the flower market. Gu Shuyan stopped walking and stopped in front of a stall selling orchids. "Let's keep orchids." "Qingqing, orchids are beautiful and fragrant." Xiao Su was about to say something, but he was preempted by Gu Shuyan, who suddenly looked worried. "This variety is not easy to care for, so let's raise roses." "Orchids are good. Roses are pretty." Seeing that they were about to argue again, Qingqing felt overwhelmed. "Guys, stop fighting." The little guy was getting desperate, so she reached out her short arms and patted them both, feeling at that moment like the adult. "Can we raise them both?" Gu Shuyan and Xiao Su exchanged a glance, and the smile in their eyes almost overflowed. "Okay." Overbearing Qing always strongly spoils her. Qingqing didn't see it, and she was quite relieved. Who said that children don't have worries? She has a hard time too. After the trip, the little girl was full of numbness. Being caught in the middle of the quarrel gave her a headache. After shopping in the market, the two of them picked and chose and selected more than 10 pots. When they went back, they simply called a car to come and take them. "By the way, Qingqing, we were the ones picking out the plants the whole way, did you like any of them?" Qingqing pursed her lips and shook her head obediently. She didn't have a preference, she could grow any kind of plant, anything at all, as long as she didn't have any spare time. But thinking about it, Qingqing remembered something, and her big, intelligent eyes blinked as she spoke in a soft voice. "Uncle, Dad said that I'm going to start school in a couple of days, and you won't be able to come and pick them up for a long time. Neither of them had any objections. It's fine, it's important that you go to school, and we'll be in City A, so we can come and see you every now and then. The little girl was very obedient, and she watched the two of them restock the goods quietly the whole time without saying a word. As a result, Xiao and Gu, who had a sudden pang of conscience, felt itchy inside. How about this, Qingqing, since you've helped your uncle so much, how about we take you out to buy something delicious and fun? The two of them looked at what Qingqing was wearing. A pink and white dress, two fluffy little buns on her head, and delicate porcelain white skin that seemed to glow. Her long, curled eyelashes were like two thick brushes, and her big, round eyes were dark and intelligent. She was adorable. Xiao Su had a flash of inspiration, and he hugged Qingqing and returned to the car. Come on, your father won't raise a little girl, so your uncles will buy you pretty clothes to go to school looking pretty. Gu Shuyan agreed. Qingqing wanted to say that she had a lot of clothes, but the two of them simply wouldn't listen. Besides, her father was very good at raising children. The little girl couldn't bear to hear anyone say that her father was bad. The two took her for a stroll around Times Square. Xiao Su had an internal VIP card for a large department store, and after looking it up on his phone, he was immediately greeted by a specialist. Knowing that the little girl in front of him wanted to buy clothes, the receptionist took them to the children's clothing area. She was very patient and gently introduced the clothes to Qingqing. The little one's soft, white face was flushed, and once again, the fear of being dominated by sales rose in her heart. Miss, why don't you try this skirt? The color is very pretty, you'll look cute in it. Qingqing blushed, a little at a loss, and looked at Xiao Su and Gu Shuyan. She really didn't know what to say. But it seemed that the two men had misunderstood her. Xiao Su was so confident that he took whatever she looked at twice, and later gave them an address to send it there. The salesperson was so excited that his hands were shaking, and he quickly agreed. Yes, sir. This is a big customer. If the young lady in front of him casts a few more glances, she'll get her sales target for the year. Qingqing heard this and hurried back to pull Xiao Su, pleading in a baby voice. I have a lot of clothes already, you don't need to buy so many. The little one was a bit anxious, and she spoke seriously to reason with the two uncles. I grow up quickly, and if I buy too many clothes, I won't be able to wear them. This is what I heard from others when I was at the orphanage. Xiao Su was momentarily stunned, then bent down and picked up the little girl, rubbing his little face against hers, smelling of milk. You're so sensible, I really want to steal you home. The more he talked, the more he felt it was feasible, looking at Qingqing expectantly. Why don't you go home with your uncles? Your uncles have a very pretty aunt. Gu Shuyan was unhappy. If she had to go home with you after just a few hugs, then I'll be sitting next to Qingqing in the car. Does that mean she'll have to go home with me too? These two made Qingqing feel dizzy again. Adult relationships are so complicated. Obviously, these two uncles were just talking and laughing a moment ago, but where did it all go wrong and start with an argument? She didn't have time to think about it for long, and quickly went to pull them apart. No fighting. No fighting. The little girl's forehead broke out in a thin layer of sweat, and in the end she said something that really stuck in the hearts of the two men. Neither of you is coming back, Qingqing is going to live with Daddy. After these words were spoken, the two men did indeed stop. At the same moment, they both felt a little jealousy arise in their hearts, towards Fu Sihuai. That man, who never says much and is so boring, just has a good-looking face, and he attracts the little girl. Qingqing didn't know what they were thinking, but she was very happy that the two men had finally stopped. She sighed with a face full of worry. Alas! It was so hard. Today was truly the busiest and most exhausting day ever. She felt that she was more of an adult than these two uncles. It was better to hang out with Sister Momo. After Qingqing said she didn't want any clothes, Xiao Su didn't insist. He and Gu Shuyan selected a few outfits according to their own aesthetic, and asked the salesperson to wrap them up and deliver them to the Fu residence. Qingqing thought they could finally go home, but as it turned out, she was still too young. The two of them stood together and spoke for a few words, and suddenly they took her straight to the jewelry store. Inside the jewelry store at this time, Mrs. Shin was with Ruan Ruan, selecting a gold and jade collar. The Shin family had previously prepared the wrong gift when welcoming Ruan Ruan home, and they had never made it up. Today, Mrs. Shin took Ruan Ruan out and wanted her to choose for herself. Ruan Ruan immediately fell in love with the most expensive diamond crown in the store, which was placed the highest. She couldn't take her eyes off it, and pointed at the crown, saying she wanted it. Mrs. Shen looked up and saw that the crown was an adult size and had a not for sale sign on it, so she didn't ask and turned to look at the collars with Ruan Ruan at the counter. Ruan Ruan was not satisfied, and her little face kept falling. Mrs. Shen could put up with the little girl's temper, so she wasn't angry either. She still smiled and asked the clerk to bring out the collars, and she compared them to Ruan Ruan's body. At that moment, Xiao Su and Gu Shuyan walked in with Qingqing. The store was very large, and they didn't see Mrs. Shen and Ruan Ruan at a glance. But the crown was in the most conspicuous position, and the two of them saw it. Without even thinking, Xiao Su pointed his finger at the crown and said to the clerk, "Take that down and try it on my little girl." The clerk looked apologetic, saying, "I'm sorry, sir, that crown is only for display. It's too precious, so it's usually not taken out." From a distance, Ruan Ruan heard what the clerk said, and her mood finally eased. She looked at Qingqing triumphantly. If she couldn't have it, Qingqing wouldn't get it either. But then what happened next made her smile freeze on her face. Chapter 31031, Take It. Xiao Su rummaged around in his phone, not sure what he would find, and then turned directly to the shop assistant. "Can I take it now?" The shop assistant's face twitched slightly, and then she smiled respectfully at him. "Of course, sir, just a moment, we'll get it for you." She called over two shop assistants and carefully took the crown out of the display case. While she was getting the item, a new shop assistant next to her asked her in a small voice, puzzled. "Sister, what is that man holding in his hand?" "A VIP card." "A VIP card in your phone? What if it's fake?" "And there have been customers who tried to try on the crown with a VIP card before, and you refused them, right? This is no ordinary VIP card. It's a special background that comes up after logging in personal information on our official website. It has a number and personal information on it, and the page is black and gold, meaning it's for the highest level customers. So as long as they ask, we have to sell them face no matter what." After saying these words, the shop assistant walked up to Xiao Su holding the crown. "Sir, do you need me to help you put this on the young lady?" Xiao Su nodded. He put Qingqing on a chair and took 2 steps back. With his straight man aesthetic, anything shiny is the most beautiful. The shop assistant first tidied Qingqing's hair, then solemnly put on her gloves and opened the door of the glass cabinet. She carefully held the crown out. Other customers in the store were also attracted to this scene. Some of them were regulars here and always knew the value of this crown, but this was the first time they had seen it taken down. When the crown was placed on top, it had a sense of luxurious detachment, as if no one was qualified to touch it. Now that it has been taken down, this sense of detachment has disappeared a little. The surrounding customers couldn't help but exclaim. Looking at it up close is even more exquisite, so it's no wonder it is treated as the store's treasure. The soft eyes were wide open, and she looked at the shop assistant in disbelief as he took out the crown. "Why? Didn't you just say that no one could wear it?" Mrs. Shen looked up from the display case and saw the scene as well. When she saw clearly that the person surrounded by the crowd was Qingqing, her surprise was even greater. At the same time, her look at Qingqing was also a bit complicated. After hearing what Soft had said, she didn't know what kind of mood to face this little girl she once liked. Qingqing had no idea what outsiders were thinking, and she was very nervous. After the shop assistant placed the crown on her head, the little girl suddenly felt her neck getting heavier and heavier. It felt so heavy that it felt like her neck was about to snap. The shop assistant turned around and took a mirror, holding it at an angle where Qingqing could see it. The little girl glanced into the mirror and then froze. Although the crown was very big, it really looked good. The lighting in jewelry stores is specially designed, and the light shining on the crown made it look radiant, as if it had been given a special effect. The sounds of people around them exclaiming in amazement were unceasing. Xiao Su and Gu Shuyan also nodded in satisfaction. No matter if they could use it or not, they would buy it first. In case it was bought by someone else, they would have nowhere to regret it. Xiao Su spoke in a light tone, as if he were buying not a precious crown, but a green onion from the market. "Take it, we'll take this one, I'll give you the address and you can deliver it." The shop assistant clenched his hands in embarrassment. "Sir, we can't make that decision." "Uncle Xiao." An extraordinarily stiff little girl's voice came from the side. Xiao Su looked back and smiled. "Take it off first, the child is squishing it into Doraemon. The neck is squished." The shop assistant carefully took the crown off. The moment the weight disappeared from her head, Qingqing seemed to come back to life. She moved her neck as if she was relieved, then jumped off the chair and walked over to Xiao Su. Looking up at him, her pair of clear black eyes begged him. Uncle Xiao, it's too heavy, I don't want it. It's not heavy. Xiao Su comforted her with extreme insincerity. He looked up at the brand name and then entered 2 keywords into the WeChat search bar to find the WeChat of the company's CEO. Without thinking, he directly made a phone call. He said that he felt that this brand looked familiar, and indeed it was an acquaintance. After a few familiar words, he returned the phone to the manager. It's your boss's phone. Chapter 32032, Xiao Family. The manager took the phone call, trembling with fear. According to his current rank, he was not qualified to speak to the boss, but thanks to the gentleman in front of him. Boss? Give them the stuff, just tell him what they want. The boss also had a good voice, and I think he should be a handsome guy. The manager almost thought he heard it wrong. Just give away such precious things? This is a matter of great importance, so he asked again carefully, Boss, did you just say you're giving it away? Yes. The boss was very calm. The manager opened his mouth, dumbfounded for a few seconds, before saying yes with a strange look on his face. After hanging up the phone, he walked up to Xiao Su with a big change in attitude. Sir, do we deliver it to your home or? Hearing the manager's words, everyone around him looked incredulous. Who are these 3 people? Did they really buy them? Didn't you hear what the manager said on the phone? They're not buying them, they're giving them to these 3 people. It seems like these people are big shots, but I don't know which family they belong to. The whispers of the people around her kept entering Ruan's ears, and she clenched her fists, her eyes red. Why, isn't the Shen family the wealthiest family in City A? Even her mother couldn't buy the things that the owner of this store gave to other people? In Ruan's heart, anyone could buy this crown, except Qingqing. Qingqing felt even more miserable than if she had been killed. She had already climbed up the Shen family tree, so why did they still look down on her? What was the point of her climbing up the Shen family tree? Thinking about this, she couldn't help but look at Mrs. Shen. Mrs. Shen's expression was a little surprised, slightly better than that of a passerby, because she knew the identities of Xiao Su and Gu Shuyan. She just didn't expect these 2 to be so good to Qingqing. Mrs. Shen's eyes were fixed on Qingqing, and they were a little complicated. The Xiao and Gu families were both full of talent, so if Qingqing really was a bully with a bad personality, would these 2 still like her so much? But Ruan was her child, and Mrs. Shen felt that since she had adopted her, she had to believe what she said, otherwise she would be irresponsible. At that moment, Ruan tugged on her clothes and asked her with a tilted head. Mom, are those 2 uncles going to give the crown to Qingqing? Mrs. Shen nodded and helplessly rubbed Softy's head. After spending so many days together, she had already noticed that Softy was a bit competitive, especially when compared to Qingqing. So she explained a bit more, that the crown was indeed not for sale and had always been for display only, but the 2 people beside Qingqing and the owner of the store behind the scenes should be acquaintances, so they were able to buy the crown. Ruan let out a soft, muffled "oh" and stared into the distance, a little envious. But, Mom, aren't we rich? I heard the maid say that we're the richest family. Mrs. Shen sighed and thought about what the maid had been whispering in Ruan's ear all the time. But that was just what outsiders said. There are always people with deeper pockets and connections than you. The 2 people next to Qingqing are from the Xiao family of the capital and the Gu family, which is famous for medicine. They have deep roots and connections all over the country. She said this to correct Ruan's earlier view on the richest man, but Ruan didn't seem to care, her attention was entirely on the surname Xiao. Mom, you mean that man's surname is Xiao? Mrs. Shen nodded, yes. Ruan's eyes fixed on Xiao Su, and a flash of brilliance crossed her big, round eyes. The Xiao family. She had thought that she would have to use the Shen family as a springboard and grow up before she could go to them. She had never imagined that the current members of the Xiao family were so close to her. Xiao Su asked the jeweler to send the crown to the Fu family's address. Then the 2 of them didn't plan to leave, and they started browsing again. That one isn't suitable for a child to wear, let's buy a lucky charm, it looks good on a child. That's what Xiao Su said. His family also does this kind of business, and he thinks that a bracelet on a child's plump arm looks especially good. Green beans also look good, my niece has one on. Gu Shuyan suggested. Okay, let's buy them all. Qingqing looked a little disoriented. She hugged Xiao Su's leg and looked at him tearfully, Uncle Xiao, let's go home, don't buy it. She was only a little weight, and Xiao Su dragged her along easily. So everyone looked at this strange scene with a smile. A soft and plump little girl hung from Xiao Su's leg, just like a leg accessory. Xiao Su had a particular obsession with children wearing bracelets, and he had his eye on a gold one, so he asked the shop assistant to bring it out. The shop assistant squatted down, carefully pried Qingqing's little hand open, and tried the bracelet on her wrist. This hand is so plump, it looks great with a bracelet. It's so luxurious, take it. As the three of them walked around, they inevitably bumped into Mrs. Shen and her softie. Although Mrs. Shen felt a little embarrassed, she still nodded to Xiao Su to say hello. Xiao Su didn't make things difficult for her, and nodded in return after locking eyes with her. He was being friendly, not personal. This attitude was relatively friendly, and Mrs. Shen felt a slight relief in her heart, and asked the clerk to wrap up the collar she had just picked out. Her eye was good, and the gold and jade collars in this store were very suitable for children to wear, rich and elegant. Xiao Su was attracted by the sight and walked over to the counter over there. When he walked over to the counter with his leg pendant, the one who reacted the most was Ruan Ruan. Ruan Ruan was originally sitting in a chair, but when she saw him coming, she immediately sat up straight, and her big eyes stared directly at him. Last time, when she was at the Fu family's, she had already left a bad impression on the Xiao family, so now she wanted Xiao Su to change his opinion of her. Thinking about this, when Xiao Su walked over, she obediently called out, "Uncle Xiao." This sudden shout not only startled Mrs. Shen, even Xiao Su felt puzzled. Seeing Xiao Su's gaze fixated on her, Ruan Ruan clenched her clothes nervously and said with a forced smile, "Uncle Xiao, I'm sorry, I disturbed you when I cried last time." After she finished speaking, Mrs. Shen behind her let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was an apology, and she didn't say anything she shouldn't. Since adopting Ruan Ruan, her heart had been jumping up and down, back and forth, over and over again. After all, there were so many uncontrollable elements in children, and she hadn't found someone to teach Ruan Ruan things like etiquette, so she was afraid that she might say something she shouldn't. Now, if Ruan Ruan did something, it could directly affect their family. Mrs. Shen was relatively satisfied with Ruan Ruan's sudden apology. It was just that Xiao Su's eyes were a bit strange. Ever since he heard what Qingqing told him at the Fu residence, he has had a resistant feeling towards Ruan Ruan. Even after hearing her apology, he naturally still doesn't like her. His expression was cold and his voice was extremely indifferent, completely different from when he was just teasing Qingqing. Without mercy, he continued where Ruan Ruan had left off in her apology, speaking with a calm face. "You're also disturbing me now." Chapter 33033, Going Home. These ruthless words made Ruan Ruan's face turn white, and she looked at him in disbelief. It seemed that she did not understand why Xiao Su would treat her like this. She was just a little girl. And she had taken the initiative to apologize, so why did Xiao Su have such a grudge against her? Mrs. Shen was also embarrassed when she heard this. She saw how unpleasant Ruan Ruan's face looked, and she was afraid that she would say something else to offend Xiao Su, so she placed a hand on her shoulder and patted it. It was clear that Xiao Su really didn't like her family's Ruan Ruan. In that case, no matter what Ruan Ruan said, she would only be humiliating herself. She gave a smile and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao, but I'm going to take Ruan Ruan and leave. You guys have fun." Xiao Su didn't hold any animosity towards Mrs. Shen. The other person was smiling and talking to him, and he returned the courtesy. Mrs. Shen didn't say anything else, and after leaving the clerk her address, she took Ruan Ruan and hurriedly left. Once they were out the door of the jewelry store, she said to Ruan Ruan in a somewhat displeased tone, "Ruan Ruan, Mr. Xiao doesn't like you. In the future, when you meet, other than to say hello, don't say anything else to him, understand?" Ruan Ruan's face was already pale, and it became even more so when she was told this. She couldn't help but speak up in defense, "But mother, I just wanted to apologize to him." Mrs. Shen shook her head with a bad expression, "And in the future, there's no need to apologize. If he doesn't initiate conversation with you, don't say a word." She always spoke gently, and rarely used such a tone. Ruan Ruan knew she was angry, and pursed her lips, shutting up and not speaking. She was still a little resentful inside, wondering why she couldn't even speak, and why she didn't have any freedom. Mrs. Shen was so annoying, clearly she had been wronged, but instead of protecting her, she sided with the outsider. She cursed in her heart, but she still had to please the Shen family. After a while, she waited until Mrs. Shen had calmed down before apologizing to her with a grievance. The pitiful look made Mrs. Shen completely lose her temper. In the mall, it was almost dark when Xiao Su and the others came out. The two looked at their phones and realized it was already 7:30. Qingqing was a little anxious, but they were leisurely and unhurried as they returned to the Fu family. Fu Sihuai had returned long ago, and when he got home, he saw so many things piled up in the living room that he thought he had entered the wrong door. He asked and found out that Xiao Su and Gu Shuyan had taken Qingqing out. He didn't know when these two had become so close to his child. After waiting for nearly an hour, Qingqing was finally returned. However, Xiao Su and Gu Shuyan did not go inside. They drove away and spent the night looking for someone to transport the flowers they had coaxed from Qingqing's room back to their own home. When Qingqing entered, she wanted to faint on the spot when she saw so many things in the living room and many servants tidying up nearby. After turning her head, she saw Fu Sihuai. The little guy walked towards him. After a day of hanging out with the two of them, she looked quite haggard. The small, listless ball of a girl walked over to Fu Sihuai and softly bumped into his lap. Her cute little voice was weak and tired. Fu Sihuai looked at her little face and saw her listless expression. "What's wrong?" he asked in a low voice as he rubbed his long, white fingers over her little face. "Uncle Xiao and Uncle Gu." She was on Fu Sihuai's lap and for a moment she didn't know what to say. It was just that these two were unreliable in so many ways. They fought a lot and didn't listen. Fu Sihuai could probably guess. Xiao Su and Gu Shuyan are similar in character. When they were young, they were the more lively types, and it was for a reason that they could play together. Qingqing is too young and innocent, and being with the two of them is like a little lamb entering a den of wolves. Poor little guy. On the other side, Xiao Su delivered the flowers to the capital city overnight. When he arrived at the front door of the Xiao family mansion, he instructed the servants to carry the flower pot inside, and he also reminded them to be careful. In the middle of the night, the butler heard a noise and quickly got dressed and came out. "Young master, why are you back at this hour?" Xiao Su was personally carrying the vase, and the flowers were wrapped, but there was still a hint of fragrance coming out. The butler took a deep breath, his eyes lit up, and he asked in surprise, "Could this be the same kind of flower as the other day?" Xiao Su gave a smile, "Of course, right, where is my eldest sister?" The butler followed behind him, and the two of them walked inside while conversing. "The head of the household has already gone to bed. The flowers you sent back a few days ago were more effective than those sedatives. The flowers from Qingqing not only bloomed well, they also had a nice fragrance and lasted a long, long time. But after so many days, they have almost withered. I've brought back a lot more this time, and in addition, there are 2 potted plants. When your eldest sister wakes up, you can have someone put the 2 potted plants by her bed." The butler walked with small, happy steps, tearing at his handkerchief and wiping away tears of emotion. "This is wonderful, young master." At the same time, he was a little puzzled. "Young master, where did you get these flowers, from City A? We can talk to the flower seller and ask her to supply us on a long-term basis, so you won't have to run back and forth between City A and the capital." Xiao Su mysteriously curled his lips and shook his head. "There was no way to produce this in bulk, but I've found a source now." The butler was extremely curious, but knew not to ask any more questions, so he shut up and followed Xiao Su into the room. Inside, Xiao Su carefully untied the bag containing the flowers, and instantly, a domineering floral fragrance swept through the entire house. "It smells so good." The butler couldn't help but feel invigorated, and looked at the bouquet in shock. "The quality of these is really good. If they were to be sold on the market, they would definitely be something that is in high demand. Even an old man like him feels relaxed and younger after just one whiff." Hearing this, Xiao Su felt a little relieved. Luckily, he had discovered it early and had established a good relationship with Qingqing. But no one would have guessed that this flower had been cultivated by a little girl. Xiao Su placed the flower in the living room and instructed the butler. "Tomorrow, after my eldest sister wakes up, put this flower in her room." After saying this, he walked back to his courtyard to go to sleep. The Xiao family home was very large, designed in the Chinese garden style, with many trees and plants in the courtyard. On the way back, Xiao Su couldn't help but think. If Xiao Qingqing were tricked into going back to his home and staying there for a while, would the flowers they grew at home all smell as sweet as that vase of flowers? Then he would be able to smell the fragrance every moment of every day, which would be a wonderful thing. The more Xiao Su thought about it, the more excited he became, and his desire to trick the child reached a peak at that moment. What he didn't know was that Gu Shuyan was thinking the same thing at that moment. Gu Shuyan also returned home in the middle of the night. He bagged the Dendrobium candidum and quietly took it to his room, thinking of surprising the old man on his birthday. But the old man happened to get up to go to the bathroom, and saw the lights in the yard come on through the window, so he went out. Now he looked at him sneaking around, and his heart was very confused. "Gu Shuyan, what are you doing up in the middle of the night?" Gu Shuyan just closed the door and shuddered a little from this forceful voice. After making sure that his room door was closed, He looked at the old man with a face full of flattery. I went for a walk. The old man snorted. How could he not see the boy's guilty conscience? He walked closer, and he originally wanted to tap him with his cane, but as he got closer, he smelled a faint floral fragrance. Chapter 34034, Birthday Banquet. Wait a minute, what is that smell on you? Grandpa Gu narrowed his eyes, and a flash of brilliance flashed in his old and turbid eyes. Gu Shuyan's back suddenly felt cold, and his face changed several times before he finally smiled sheepishly at him. It's nothing, it's the smell of perfume. Upon hearing this, the corners of Grandpa Gu's lips tightened, his gaze fell, and he snorted to cut him off. What the hell perfume are you wearing? I'm your father, I know you well enough. His words were sonorous and forceful, questioning what the hell it was. Running home in the middle of the night, and sneaking around hiding things from him, obviously something was wrong. Gu Shuyan subconsciously wanted to pull the doorknob to take out the orchid, but as soon as he pressed the doorknob, he hesitated again. Wait, that's the birthday present he was going to give his grandfather. Gu Shuyan's face expressed helplessness as he walked over to his grandfather and pushed him towards his room. You'll know in a couple of days, can you keep it a secret for now? His grandfather grunted, preparing to say something else, but Gu Shuyan was quick-witted and stopped him. Okay, just go. It's late, go back to bed. With that, the old man was sent back to his room with a mixture of pushing and coaxing. After seeing him off, Gu Shuyan went back into his room and let out a long sigh of relief. Holding the flower pot, he was worried that if the old man saw it while he was away, he would try to lock it in the cupboard, but he was afraid that it would suffocate. He agonized like this all night, and in the end, Gu Shuyan put the flower on the edge of the balcony. He locked his room door, went to the housekeeper and asked for the spare key to his room, making sure that no one could enter his room when he was not at home, before going to the hospital with peace of mind. His mysterious appearance aroused the curiosity of his family. As soon as Gu Shuyan left home, Gu Laoshi would bring the housekeeper and listen curiously to the door for sounds. He wondered if there was any living creature in the house. This went on for several days. On the day of Mr. Gu's birthday, all the Gu family members came, along with some of the families that were close to the Gu family. The birthday banquet was not too big, but it was definitely lively. The butler and the servants welcomed the guests in the front yard, while Gu Shuyan was in his room, wrapping the orchid. At that moment, the door was suddenly knocked on. Who is it? He was very vigilant. He had hidden the flower for so many days in order to surprise everyone at the birthday banquet, and he could not let his efforts come to nothing now. Gu Shuyan, are you a thief? Hearing Xiao Su's voice, he let his heart return to his stomach and opened the door. After Xiao Su came in, he closed the door again and locked it carefully. Xiao Su scanned his room and finally fixed his gaze on the edge of the balcony. Gu Shuyan had got a very beautiful flower pot and replaced the one Qingqing had originally used to grow flowers. There was soil on the ground. The flowers are in full bloom and really fragrant. Xiao Su couldn't help but exclaim, and squatted down on the ground with Gu Shuyan to help. Find something to wrap the fragrance in, otherwise everyone will be able to smell it as soon as you enter the hall. Gu Shuyan nodded. Okay, I'll do it after I change the pot. While covering the flowers with a glass cover, he couldn't help but laugh. My father-in-law will be so happy to see this. Xiao Su agreed wholeheartedly. After the two tidied up the flowers in the room, Gu Shuyan found a cloth to cover them and called the maid to find a cart to take them to the banquet. After tidying up, the two glanced at each other. Let's go, to see the old master. Xiao Su came to the banquet today on behalf of the Xiao family. In the past 2 years, his eldest sister had had an accident and her temperament had become unstable, so he attended similar occasions. Everyone in the family also knew that whenever they saw him, they would ask how his eldest sister was doing. This time was no different. As soon as they entered, the old master's gaze fell on Xiao Su. The two of them walked directly up to the old master, chatting and laughing, the envy of the rest of the Gu family. The Gu family was very large, with many descendants, but Gu Shuyan was arguably the most beloved. The surrounding collateral relatives of the Gu family were watching with sore eyes, especially a man standing 2 meters away from the old master. He was the same generation as Gu Shuyan, but their fates were very different. No matter how hard he tries, he can't compare to Gu Shuyan's position in the old man's heart. When he thought about this, a dark light flashed in the man's eyes. Then, hope rose in his heart. But it doesn't matter, he finally found a Chinese painting master to paint an orchid picture for the old man after looking for a long time this time. This gift will definitely please the old man. He couldn't help but look forward to the gift-giving session. After the previous process was over, the younger members of the Gu family successively presented their gifts to the old man. Most of them were precious things, but in his current position, Grandpa Gu had seen it all. He smiled as he watched the gifts pass before him, but his heart remained unmoved. It was the same every year, and he had seen it all before. Just then, a man stood before Grandpa Gu holding a long brocade box. He said something like the others had, wishing Grandpa Gu good fortune, but then he changed the subject. I know you like orchids very much, so I asked Master Tan Shishan to draw an orchid painting for you. With that, he opened the brocade box and took out the scroll inside. People around him started to talk. Master Tan Shishan has a bad temper, so this kid must have spent a lot of effort to get him to do an orchid painting. Yes, everyone knows that Master Gu likes orchids, but only his gift has reached his heart. Although the discussion was quiet, a few words still reached the man's ears. He smiled proudly, and then opened the scroll. A very vivid orchid leapt onto the paper, with every drop of ink just right, painting the orchid's style and characteristics vividly. Master Gu's eyes brightened, and he laughed approvingly. It was clear that he really liked the gift. Seeing how happy he was, the butler came over and helped put away the scroll. At this time, the man couldn't help but look proudly at Gu Shuyan, who was standing next to the old man. His eyes were full of provocation, but Gu Shuyan was whispering to Xiao Su and had no time to look at him. He held his breath in his chest and glared at Gu Shuyan fiercely. Humph, let's see what kind of gift you can come up with. Everyone at the banquet had already given their gifts, and he didn't believe that anyone could come up with something that would please the old man more than his gift. Moreover, Gu Shuyan was going to be the last to give his gift, and if what he gave was not good, it would only make a bigger fool of him. Thinking about this, the man raised the corners of his lips and stepped aside. Gu Shuyan scanned the room and, after noticing that everyone had finished giving their gifts and that he was the last one left, he curved his lips. Push my gift in. After he said this, everyone's attention turned to the door. They saw two Gu family servants pushing a small cart on either side of them as they walked in. On top of the cart was a large, square object that looked like a box, but it was covered with a cloth, so no one could see what was inside. What is this, so big? I don't know, it's so mysterious, it can't be a jade carving, can it? A jade carving that big? Don't be ridiculous, how much would that cost? No, do you smell a fragrance? It's so nice. Chapter 35035, Gift Giving. Everyone's attention was drawn to the mysterious large box, even Grandpa Gu. As the cart moved forward, he caught the scent that was overflowing. Grandpa Gu was extremely familiar with this scent, and he immediately thought of the night a few days ago. You brat, is this what you've been tinkering with in your room these days? Gu Shuyan nodded with a smile. Yes, in order to surprise you today, do you know how hard I've been concealing it these few days? When I went to work, all I could think about was whether you and the housekeeper would break into my room and peek inside. His expression of feigned pity made Gu Shuyan's grandfather laugh. Don't be so glib, just show me what it is. He was curious, but he wasn't quite ready to break into his own room. Gu Shuyan reached out and pulled the corner of the black cloth, then carefully lifted it, revealing the orchid inside, covered by a glass case. There was a chorus of wow. The orchid in the glass cabinet was blooming quietly. Its graceful posture was like that of an elegant woman. The leaves were so green that they almost dripped with water, setting off the flowers even more. This was something no one had ever seen before. It was so beautiful that it looked fake. While everyone was entranced by its beauty, they couldn't help but doubt whether such a flower was real. Grandpa Gu even stood up straight, walking around the flower with a gleam in his eyes. Everyone knew that this gift had really touched the old man's heart. But just then, Gu Shuyan spoke again. Dad, please sit back down first. This flower has one more surprise, let me introduce it to you. Reluctantly, the old man Gu sat back down in his seat. Everyone around couldn't help but look at Gu Shuyan, wondering what he was up to. Gu Shuyan just gave a mysterious smile, took hold of both ends of the glass cover with his hands, and carefully took the cover off. In an instant, the fragrance inside was released and spread throughout the living room at a tremendous speed. It smells so good. Why does it smell so good? This fragrance smells so good, I feel like I've got a whole new lease on life. The commotion in the room grew even louder, and even those who didn't like the smell couldn't help but be enchanted by it. Because it wasn't just a fragrance, it also had something in it that could make people feel happy and carefree. Even people who were far away could feel it, not to mention Grandpa Gu, who was closest to the flower. He took 2 deep sniffs, looked vigorous and energetic, and laughed heartily, saying, "Good. This gift really wins his heart. He couldn't help but look at Gu Shuyan, full of admiration and curiosity, saying, "Kid, where did you get such a pot of flowers?" Gu Shuyan curved his lips, deliberately not saying anything. The old man didn't get angry, and laughed, giving him a light kick. There was no anger, but instead, it was all intimacy. When the man who had just presented the orchid painting saw this scene, he clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with resentment. If it wasn't for Gu Shuyan's last-minute introduction of this orchid, the orchid painting would have been the old man's favorite thing. But now, this flower was in the spotlight, and his work was completely overshadowed. Everyone would only be talking about Gu Shuyan's strange flower, and would never remember that he had also gone to great lengths to obtain the orchid painting. No one would be happy with this. Grandpa Gu took a few deep breaths of the aroma around the flower, then instructed Gu Shuyan, cover it quickly." Gu Shuyan immediately covered the glass cover. A flash of regret crossed the eyes of the guests around them. "Send it to my greenhouse, no, directly to my room." He directly told the butler to take someone to push it back, while carefully reminding them to be careful. The people in the hall watched the flower leave. The fragrance of the flowers in the living room had not yet dispersed, and after everyone came back to their senses, they hurriedly paid their compliments to Master Gu one after the other. At the same time, many people also walked up to Gu Shuyan and asked him about the origin of the flower pot. They were all wealthy, and after witnessing the magic of the flower pot just now, they were itching to get a few pots to put at home. After all, the fragrance smelled so refreshing, as if it could clear the body of impurities, and if they got a few pots to put at home, there would definitely be many benefits. But no matter who asked, Gu Shuyan would smile and avoid the topic. He would never tell. He still had 6 pots of flowers growing at Qingqing's place, and if these people found out, what if they went to downtown A to look for the little guy? It would delay the child. There were so many people, and no matter how good their relationship with Gu Shuyan had been before, there was no way to get a word out of him. After the banquet was over and all the guests had dispersed, Master Gu hurried back to his room. He and the butler opened the glass cover and leaned very close together. The butler had already been amazed at the banquet, but now he couldn't stop praising it. The second young master also didn't know where the young master got it from. "I've lived most of my life, and I've never seen flowers bloom so beautifully. Who knows where the kid got it?" Old Master Gu couldn't hold back his smile. He kept saying that Gu Shuyan was running around outside all the time, and kept asking for leave from the hospital, but he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. "He's just arrogant," but in fact he couldn't be happier for anyone. Just then, the maid came and knocked on the door. After the butler opened the door, he heard her say, "Young master just said he's going to go to City A for a trip, and this time it might take about a week. I wanted to let you know." Just now, the old Master Gu was praising him in his heart, but now, upon hearing this, he was furious and blew his mustache. This kid, he just can't be praised enough. But after 2 days of being good at home, as soon as the birthday banquet was over, he started running around again. At this time, Gu Shuyan had already arrived at the airport with Xiao Su. The two had arranged to go to Sitia together, and it had been a week since they had left last time. They wondered how Qingqing was doing. Xiao Su called Fu Siwai and learned that Xiao Qingqing had just been dropped off at school by him today, her first day of school. After asking the name of the school, the two of them went straight to the school to surprise Qingqing. Meanwhile, in Xingdu Kindergarten, Qingqing stood on the podium. She couldn't help feeling a little shy at the innocent, curious looks of the many children up there. The teacher took her hand and spoke gently to calm her down, telling her not to be afraid and to introduce herself to everyone. Qingqing nodded with a blush on her face. Although she had mustered up the courage in her heart, when it came time to speak, her voice became very small. It was as if she was whispering. The children below started to make a racket. "We can't hear. The teacher." The teacher raised her hand and pressed downwards, indicating that everyone should be quiet. "Okay, children, the new student is a little shy, so let's all clap our hands to cheer her on, shall we?" The teacher took the lead and started clapping, and the children below joined in. Qingqing clenched her hands. After the applause stopped, she finally took that step and said the words she had prepared in her heart before coming here. "My name is Fu Qingqing, and I want to be good friends with you." Chapter 36036, Going to School. After Qingqing had finished speaking, the children in the audience applauded. The teacher said with a smile, "Qingqing is new here, so can we all be friends with her?" The children all said together, "Yes." Qingqing squeezed her hands together, her eyes shining as she looked at the children below, excited and happy. The teacher glanced around the classroom and finally pointed to an empty seat. Qingqing, you can sit there for now. Qingqing walked over with her fluffy little panda school bag. As soon as she sat down, the girl at her table and the children at the tables in front and behind her began to gather around curiously. Wow, your school bag is really cute. Can I touch it? Me too. And me. Qingqing didn't expect so many children to want to talk to her, and her nervous face immediately turned red. She handed them her little panda school bag. You can touch it. My brother bought it for me, you can all touch it. The little ones all reached out their hands and felt the fluffy panda bag. Wow, the fluffy bag is really fluffy. It feels just like a kitten. I'm going to ask my mom to buy me one when I go home. The children chattered away and soon started chatting with Qingqing. Qingqing unzipped the bag and took out a few roses. Auntie Lu had helped her cut them, and all the thorns had been removed. Qingqing first gave the flowers to the little girl sitting next to her, and then gave one to each of her classmates. The flowers had a very strong fragrance, and soon the whole classroom was filled with it. The children who received the roses couldn't help but exclaim. They were so beautiful. Thank you, Qingqing. I want one too. The girl sitting next to Qingqing took a deep sniff, then looked at her happily. My mother loves roses the most, I'll give her this flower after school. After that, she grabbed Qingqing's soft little hand and said solemnly with a cute, innocent face, thank you for giving me flowers. My name is Wen Yu. I'll look after you at school from now on. MMHM. Qingqing was very touched. Thank you, sister. After class, all the children in the class who were far away were also attracted over. They gathered around Qingqing's seat, looking at the beautiful roses, their eyes full of envy. Qingqing, I want one too. Qingqing, do you have any more flowers? Qingqing, can you give me one? Children at this age are very sociable and immediately started calling Qingqing by her name. Qingqing felt in her bag, but she didn't have any more flowers. She opened her little backpack and showed it to the other children, apologizing, sorry, I don't have any more. Before coming here, she wasn't sure if she would be able to make friends, so she only took a few flowers. But she didn't expect so many children to talk to her, so she didn't have enough flowers. Seeing the disappointed expressions on the children's faces, Qingqing quickly said, I have some at home. How about I bring them to you tomorrow? After she said this, the disappointment on the children's faces disappeared. Great. Thank you. Because Qingqing promised to get them flowers, many of them were willing to help her learn to read and play games. Some even rushed to be in the same group as her. The little girl soaked up the atmosphere, and even though she was very shy at first, she gradually became integrated with these children. Also today, also a kindergarten, also a first day of school for Ruan. She was led into the classroom by her teacher, and when she saw the room full of chattering children, her head almost exploded. She hated children the most. When the teacher asked her to introduce herself, she just said her name. The teacher thought she was shy and called on the whole class to encourage her. But Ruan found it all very childish. Not only did the teacher sound like she was coaxing a child, but the simple questions from the other children below also seemed childish to her. She didn't want to speak, and the teacher didn't want to force her, so she just let her go back to her seat. When class was over, many of the other children came to talk to her. They had a lot of questions, but Ruan was impatient and didn't want to answer them. But she thought that the children in this kindergarten came from wealthy families, so she replied to a few of them in a perfunctory manner. Although the children were very young, they were still sensitive to emotions. They noticed that Ruan's attitude was not good, and gradually, no children wanted to come and talk to her. Because their attention was currently very scattered, they would be attracted to new things after a while. So after they lost interest in Ruan, they went to play with others. Ruan's deskmate was also a little girl. She really wanted to talk to Ruan, but every time they talked, Ruan's tone was very impatient, and the girl behind her stopped talking to her. When the teacher asked them to play games during class, Ruan just lay on the table and slept. The same thing happened when she was learning to read. At first, the teacher thought she was just shy and came over to her twice to remind her kindly. But every time she finished talking, she would go back to her old ways and fall asleep on the table. In addition, no matter what she did in kindergarten, Ruan was always out of place with the other children. While the other children were having fun, she sat expressionless in the corner, isolating herself from the rest of the class. The teachers always felt that there was something strange in Ruan's eyes, as if she were looking down on them with contempt, but they thought that a 3-year-old should not be like that, so they assumed that they were wrong. At the end of the day, Ruan Ruan felt that her ears were about to explode from the noise of her classmates. She had been an adult in her previous life, and it was very tiring for her to pretend to be young all day with these children. So she didn't want to pretend unless it was necessary, and she maintained her image of not talking much until school let out. After school, the Shin family's housekeeper came to pick up Ruan Ruan. Although Mrs. Shin doted on her, she didn't always have time. After the housekeeper carried her out the classroom door, she suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her. Ruan Ruan turned her head and saw Gu Shuyan and Xiao Sudi standing to the left and right of Qingqing, talking to the teacher. They had smiles on their faces, and when they looked at Qingqing, their eyes were soft and unknowing. One would think they were real uncles. Ruan Ruan couldn't help but clench her fists, and a strong sense of crisis rose in her heart. Was this the power of blood? No. It seems that she needs to recognize the Xiao family soon, and then cut Qingqing off from Xiao Su. The farther apart these two are, the better it will be for her. Holding on to this thought, Ruan Ruan was carried away by Butler Shen. Chapter 37037, Kidnapping. At this time, Xiao Su and the teacher still had some misunderstandings that had not been resolved. When the two of them came to pick up Qingqing just now, Xiao Su was smiling. He took Qingqing's little hand and said, "Your father is busy and can't come to pick you up, so let us two help you go back. Come with us quickly." These words caused the teacher, who was about to turn back, to pause for a moment. She quickly took Qingqing behind her and protected her. It was really that what Xiao Su said just now was so classic. Isn't this the classic line when abducting a child? That's why it aroused the teacher's vigilance. She protected Qingqing and looked warily at Xiao Su and Gu Shuyan. "What are you two to the child?" Xiao Su was taken aback, and then laughed and answered, "Uncle, can't you see how much I look like the child?" This was originally a joke, but the teacher pulled Qingqing over and looked closely at her little face, then at Xiao Su. It was true that they looked a little alike. But even so, her guard was still up. "Call the child's father, otherwise I can't let you take her." Xiao Su raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at the responsible teacher. He didn't make things difficult for her, took out his phone and called Fu Sihuai, explained what was going on, and then handed the phone back to the teacher, letting her speak for herself. 2 minutes later, the teacher realized that this was a misunderstanding. She let go of Qingqing's hand and smiled apologetically at the two of them. "Sorry, you can take the child now." Xiao Su bent down to pick up Qingqing and nodded to the teacher. They finally took Qingqing back. Qingqing leaned on Xiao Su's shoulder. She looked at Gu Shuyan walking behind them and sounded a little puzzled in her little baby voice. "Uncle Xiao, Uncle Gu, why are you back again?" The word "again" was used very well. Gu Shuyan gave a little grunt and rubbed the little girl's furry head with his big hand. "Why again? We haven't seen each other for a week. Didn't you miss us?" He looked into the little girl's eyes, but Qingqing's big, expressive eyes just sparkled and wouldn't look at them. What should he do? She really didn't want to. But it didn't sound good to say that. Gu Shuyan felt like something had snapped. He looked down. Oh, it turned out to be his heart. Xiao Su patted Qingqing on the back, his voice tinged with laughter. "So what should we do? You don't want your uncles, but your uncles miss you." While talking, the three of them walked over to the car. Xiao Su put Qingqing in the back seat and then sat in himself. "Go start the car," he instructed Gu Shuyan, who had just helped pull open the car door. Gu Shuyan snorted and didn't argue with him, taking the car keys and sitting in the front. On the way back, Xiao Su stared at Qingqing's soft, plump little face for a long time, and he really couldn't resist pinching her. This action caused Qingqing to look back at him blankly. "Uncle Xiao, why did you?" The little one's face was deformed by the pinch, and she was a little slurred, but even more adorable. "Little Qingqing, why don't you come back to my house and stay for a while?" His long eyes curved up, and he let go of the hand a little, showing that he really treasured this little girl. Before Qingqing could say anything, Gu Shuyan, who was driving, was unhappy. "Why did you go home with you?" He glanced in the rearview mirror and called out Qingqing's name. "Qingqing, you go home with Uncle Gu. Uncle Gu's house is big, and there is a very interesting little old man to play with you. Do you understand the concept of first come, first served?" I spoke first. "Really don't understand." Qingqing's eyes were terrified. Here I come, that familiar feeling is back." She raised her voice slightly, and her childish voice sounded menacing. "I want to go to school." This yell stunned the two people in the car. After the car became quiet, Xiao Qingqing's tone also weakened. I'm not going to any family, I still have to go to school. This is really regrettable. But it's not the first time these two people have been rejected by Qingqing, and they are now used to it. It's just that the yell the little guy just yelled made them feel quite strange. Xiao Suyang poked her little face with his lips and teased her with a smile, asking her to yell again. The little girl puffed up her cheeks and refused to say a word no matter how he teased her. The point was that Xiao Su didn't find it boring either. He now discovered that this little guy really had a good temper. If this were any other child, he would have been so angry that he would have hit him. In her heart, Xiao Qingqing wondered if Uncle Xiao knew that she was annoying. Before she could come up with an answer, they arrived home. Qingqing wanted to walk, but Xiao Su disagreed and picked her up. After the three of them arrived home, Fu Yuezi had already returned. He was supposed to pick Qingqing up from school, but the driver said that Xiao Su had gone, so he returned home with regret. He felt a bit lost that he wasn't the one to pick up his younger sister on her first day of school. His brother saw Fu Yueqi, and Xiao Qingqing hurriedly got down from Xiao Su's arms and pounced on him. The little bit of loss that had just risen in Fu Yueqi's heart instantly vanished. Although he didn't pick up his sister, she came back and pounced on him first. He was happy again. Brother Yueqi, how did you feel going to school today, little sister? Fu Yueqi asked. He felt Xiao Qingqing's little cat backpack, which had the outline of a water bottle inside. Have you given all the flowers away? How many friends have you made? Xiao Qingqing's eyes lit up at this. Her voice was full of excitement, and she held out her small, rosy hands for her brother to count. Lots. Lots of people have become my friends. Seeing how happy the little one was, Fu Yuezi was happy too. So this is what it feels like to witness your sister grow up. Looks like it was a good first day. Xiao Su sat next to him and said slowly. Hearing a noise, Auntie Lu also came out of the kitchen. She didn't come close, but instead watched Qingqing from afar, smiling as she recounted her experiences at school. Qingqing now felt that this was probably the happiest day of her life. Xiao Su and Gu Shuyan followed Qingqing to her room to take a look at the flowers she had been longing to see. Then they stayed here contentedly to have dinner. It had to be said, Auntie Lu's cooking was just great. After dinner, the two of them left together. Half an hour after they left, the maid came in. Fu Sihuai was in the study, and in the living room there were only Fu Yuezi and Qingqing. Young master, someone who says he is the orphanage director wants to come in. Upon hearing this, Qingqing was taken aback and hurriedly got off the sofa and ran towards the door. It's Director Mama. Director Mama has finally come to see her. Fu Yuezi put down her phone and hurriedly followed her out. Outside the Fu family's door, the dean was dressed plainly. She was carrying a basket made of woven bamboo strips, covered with a piece of yellowish cream-colored floral fabric. From time to time, the sound of a small puppy whimpering could be heard inside. It's Dean Mother. Qingqing threw herself into her arms, hugging her legs. When she smelled the long-lost but familiar scent, big tears uncontrollably flowed down her face. The dean put down the basket in her hands and bent down to stroke her head. Her voice was gentle. Good girl, Qingqing, how are you getting on in the Fu household? Have you been listening to Mr. Fu? Chapter 38038, Surveillance. At this time, Fu Yuezi also came out from inside. The dean looked up and smiled at him. Master Fu, I want to come and see Qingqing, am I disturbing you? She had wanted to come before, but was afraid that the Fu family would not be happy about it. After all, Qingqing was now their child, so she had held back. Fu Yuezi said no. He walked over and bent down to help the dean lift the basket that was on the ground, slightly surprised when he felt something move inside. The next second, it seemed like he thought of something, and a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. After the three of them entered the living room, the dean pulled the floral fabric on the basket open, revealing the chubby little puppy inside. A few days ago, I heard from a volunteer that you went to the orphanage to look for me and played with Da Huang for a while. I thought you might want to adopt a puppy, so I brought one here when I came today. Having said that, she added a little carefully, if you don't want it, I'll take it back later. Qingqing crouched down and poked the puppy's head with her small hand. The puppy whimpered and barked at her, its milk-white fur and round, black eyes very cute. Qingqing's brother turned his head and looked at Fu Yuezi with pleading eyes. Fu Yuezi, of course, would not refuse. He had wanted one last time he visited. He nodded at Qingqing, giving her a reassuring look. The little guy immediately became excited and said happily to the dean, it's okay to keep it. Mama Dean, brother says it's okay to keep it. The puppy in the basket seemed to know that it would be eating and drinking well with Qingqing in the future, and it turned around inside. Fu Yuezhi picked up his phone and said, "I'll call the driver now and ask him to buy some things for puppies first. We'll go to the pet store together at the weekend to buy what it needs." Good. After Fu Yuezhi had walked out, the dean waved at Qingqing, who was petting the puppy. She took the little girl in her arms and said in a low voice with a somewhat solemn expression, "Qingqing, there is something else I want to tell you this time I came." Qingqing looked at her with wide, innocent eyes. "Have you seen Wan Wan?" Qingqing nodded blankly, her voice childish, and said, "Yes, I have." The dean's expression became even more complicated. Ruan Ruan seems to have become a different person. You have to be careful with her. And it seems that she took your necklace. I don't know what Ruan Ruan wants with your necklace, but that necklace is related to your identity. When I found you, you were wearing that necklace. If you get the chance, you must find a way to get it back. I understand, Dean Mother. The dean touched her hair with some guilt and let out a long sigh. It was her fault. She couldn't get in touch with the Shin family, and she was afraid to tell the Fu family. The Shin family was so wealthy, and she was afraid that the Fu family would think she was trying to drive a wedge between them. She also has an orphanage to support, and she dares not take the risk. So she just hopes that Qingqing will tell her family about the necklace at the right time. Qingqing doesn't know what the director is thinking at this moment, but she can feel that her mood is not good, so she opens her arms and hugs the director. Outside, Fu Yuezhi returned from making a phone call. When he came in and saw the little one holding the director in a dependent manner, his expression was momentarily stunned. The director is equivalent to the role of a mother to Qingqing. Thinking about this, Fu Yuezhi spoke sincerely to the dean. "Qingqing is going to kindergarten now and will be home at 5 p.m. If you have time, you can come and see her often." Hearing this, Qingqing happily nuzzled into the dean's arms. "Dean Mama, come and see me more often when you're free." The dean was also very happy and smiled, rubbing her head. Hearing Fu Yuezhi say this, she knew that the little one was doing well in the Fu family. While chatting, she glanced at the sky outside and knew she should go. Before leaving, the dean took out a small USB flash drive from her pocket. She handed it to Fu Yuezhi and looked him in the eye. "I don't know why you came to the orphanage last time, but there are some surveillance videos on this USB flash drive that are important to Qingqing." When she said this, a dark light flashed in Fu Yuezhi's eyes. Obviously, he already knew what was on the USB drive. The director's emotions were extremely complex. She knew that if the Shin family saw the surveillance footage, they might send Ruan Ruan back to the orphanage. After all, she had raised the child herself since he was so young, and it was no different than if she had given birth to him herself. She was still a little soft-hearted, so she pleaded with Fu Yuezhi. If she stopped bullying Ruan Ruan and stopped hurting others, could she not give the Shin family the footage from here? Fu Yuezhi froze for a moment, suppressed the thoughts that welled up in her heart, and nodded without changing her expression, saying yes. After seeing the dean off, the driver also brought back the puppy's things. The little guy was busy preparing a nest for the puppy and quickly forgot about it. At 9 p.m., Fu Yuezhi returned to his room. He closed the door and took out the USB flash drive the dean gave him and inserted it into the computer. There were several folders inside, and just looking at the number, Fu Yuezhi couldn't help but frown. He clicked on one, which happened to be the day when the Shins came to pick someone up, and when Qingqing was tricked into going to the woodpile. It started in the corridor outside the dormitory. At around 6 in the morning, two little girls walked out of the dormitory, one in front of the other. Little Qingqing was the one following behind. She was so stupid that when she was about to go out, she tried to hold on to Ruan Ruan, but was knocked back by an elbow strike from the other person. Fu Yuezhi was furious when he watched it. "No? Is that softie really that good at acting? Last time he came, he cried and said he was being bullied. But didn't he look pretty strong on the security footage when he threw that elbow? He knocked his sister right off her feet." At the same time, Fu Yuezhi felt some resentment well up in her. She always knew the little guy had a soft temper, but she never imagined he was this soft. He should have known better than to follow someone who had just punched him. Just watching him sitting in front of the computer makes him furious. This is the end of the surveillance footage. The next one is of the playground. At this time of day, there is no one in the yard. In the empty footage, there are only two potato-sized figures walking in a certain direction. Little Qingqing obediently follows like a clockwork doll, following the person's buttocks. Even if she talks to Soft Soft doesn't want to pay any attention to her, but she still follows the person's buttocks. Fu Yuetsi was so angry that she wanted to punch the computer screen. Stupid Qingqing. She followed so closely at the time, not thinking that this Ruan Ruan was going to take her to play. This is a perfect interpretation of what it means to have a warm face but a cold butt. Fu Yuetsi really wanted to travel through the screen, kick Ruan Ruan away, and then pick up little Qingqing to give her a good education. Why does she have to play with that Ruan Ruan? At such a young age, she's already following people around like a little lapdog. It makes me so angry. The two children behind her ran off to a place where the surveillance camera couldn't reach. Further down, it was just Ruan Ruan running back alone, while Qingqing, who had left with her, disappeared from the screen. Fu Yuetsi knew that this was the day when Ruan Ruan had trapped Qingqing. Chapter 39039, Brother and Sister. The next day, after Qingqing woke up, she sat at the dining table eating breakfast while Auntie Lu stood next to her cutting the branches of the rose. The little girl was very happy to think that she would go to school again today. She swung her little legs about, and anyone could tell that she was in a good mood. This was in stark contrast to Fu Yuezi, who was full of resentment about going to school. Fu Yuezi really envied such a vibrant little ball of energy. When he grows up, he will love going to school as much as she does. After dinner, Auntie Lu puts Hua Hua in her little backpack and smiles as she tells her to drink plenty of water. Little Qingqing nods obediently, then waves at her, her young voice trailing off as she says, "Auntie, I'm going now, bye." Auntie Lu waves back, and waits until Qingqing has gone before she looks away and gets on with her task. Fu Yuetsi had dropped off at school today. The two schools were very close to each other, and after the driver dropped off Qingqing, he drove a little further to Fu Yuetsi's school. In the car, Fu Yuetsi straightened the little girl's face and looked at her confused eyes. He said seriously, "Qingqing, I have something to tell you, so you must listen carefully." Qingqing looked at him for a few seconds with her eyes wide open, and then suddenly sniffed. "Brother, you're so serious," she said. Fu Yuezi nodded solemnly. "Yes, I am very serious, and you must be very serious too." "Okay." Seeing that the little one was so obedient, Fu Yuezi felt slightly relieved. "At school, if someone bullies you, you must tell me, okay? No matter who bullies you, no matter how awesome they say they are, as long as you can hit back, then don't hold back. Our family is definitely not inferior to them." Xiao Qingqing was dizzy from listening. Her voice was soft and a little helpless. Her brother said slowly. The driver in the car in front couldn't hold back a laugh when he saw the little one's dumbfounded expression, and kindly reminded Fu Yuetsi. "Young master, young lady is only 3 years old, I'm afraid she won't understand if you tell her all this." Fu Yuetsi held Qingqing's little face in his hands, his eyes firm. "No, this little one is smart, she will definitely understand. The more he says it, the more she will be able to remember." He didn't let go of her hand until they reached Qingqing's kindergarten. He glanced at the teacher standing at the school gate to greet the children, and finally let Qingqing recite it. "If someone bullies me, I must tell my brother, our family's super awesome." The little girl recited it fluently, and after she finished, Fu Yuezi finally let her go. He opened the car door, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "I told you were smart." Qingqing felt relieved, as happy as someone who had just been released from prison. She jumped to the ground, turned around, and waved at Fu Yueqi with a bright smile. "See you tonight, brother." Then she skipped along, carrying her little panda backpack, and ran over to her class teacher. After watching her being led into the school, Fu Yueqi looked away and told the driver to leave. He had arrived at the school gate about 10 minutes later than usual, and there were very few people at the gate, so he saw Shinjinua, who was also late, at a glance. After getting out of the car, Fu Yuezi walked over, a little curious. "You're late today." Shinjinua's face wasn't looking too good, and after looking at him, he said, "You're not any better." "How can I be the same?" Fu Yuezi was a little proud. "I was late to drop off my sister." After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly realized. "You also dropped off your sister?" "No, I didn't see your car in front of the kindergarten." Shinjinua's face turned even uglier, and he interrupted him out of the blue, which was rare. "Forget it. She was crying this morning because she didn't want to go to school. My mom was comforting her while telling me to wait by the side until she was ready to go to school, and then I could take her there." When he got to this point, his tone started to rise. "As a result, I waited until it was almost time to go to school, but she still didn't want to go. So now I'm hanging out with you." Although what he said was miserable, Fu Yuezi couldn't help but laugh. He didn't hold back, and in return, Shinjinya got a sad look from him. "You're still laughing." Fu Yuezi held back, feigning sympathy. Alas, children are like this. But I can't empathize with you because my sister is sensible as a dummy. She is so eager to go to school that it's like she needs to eat. Shinjinya's eyes darkened, and his look became even more resentful. I don't want to talk to you, you're so annoying. Fuyuezi didn't get angry, patted him on the shoulder, and laughed without saying a word. Silly boy, your suffering is still to come. Kindergarten. At the end of the class, the children in the class all lined up in front of Qingqing's seat and waited for her to hand out the flowers in an orderly manner. Auntie Lu had called yesterday evening to ask about the number of people in the class, so the flowers she had prepared were just right. After everyone had received a flower, Qingqing still had one left in her hand. This one was for her own use, and Auntie Lu had counted her in. Now all the children in the class had a rose in their hands, and every teacher who came in would exclaim in surprise. It smells so good. Seeing that almost everyone had a rose, she was curious and asked them, Children, where did you get the flowers you're holding? Everyone pointed at Qingqing and said at once, Teacher, they're from Qingqing. Qingqing gave them to us. Everyone has one. Qingqing was embarrassed by what everyone was saying, and her face turned red. The flowers she gave the children today didn't smell very good, not as good as the ones she had grown before, but they weren't too bad. They were the kind of flowers that were very pretty, but could be bought for a price. The teacher looked at them closely, then reluctantly returned them. She envied them, and wished she were a child again. After this incident, Qingqing became even more popular. She was the youngest in the class, so naturally she was treated like a little sister. A chubby little boy, the strongest one in the class, came to see her every time the bell rang. He called her little sister affectionately and said he wanted to be her big brother and protect her at school. No matter who said they would protect her, Qingqing obediently nodded. So in no time, she had several big brothers and sisters. If Fuyuezi knew, she would be furious. If she wasn't the only one, she would be the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. And the softie in the next classroom was finally sent over by Mrs. Shen to continue her boring and childish day. She didn't like studying, and looking at the other children, a sudden flash of inspiration came to the softie's mind. These children's families are rich and powerful, and when they grow up, they may even inherit their family's business. Then she can get along well with these children, make all the children listen to her, and think about how glorious it will be when they grow up. Chapter 40:40, Clean Freak. Ruan began to try to blend in with the other children. At first, the children were very happy to see that she was willing to talk. Even the teacher felt that Ruan was just a little scared on the first day of school yesterday, which is why she didn't speak. Now that she is actively talking to the children on the second day is already a big improvement. The teacher also specifically told the children next to her to get along with her. So even though the first day left a bad impression, the children were still very willing to play with her. But gradually they noticed one thing: no matter what game they were playing, Ruan always wanted to be in charge. For example, when forming teams for games, she always wanted to be the leader and give orders to others. If other children didn't know any words, she would be the first to jump out and scold them for being stupid. By the end of the morning, all the children in her study group had been scolded one after the other. She used all kinds of insults, calling this one stupid, that one dumb, and the other's eyes opening to the sides. The children she was scolding were the ones who had been the first to want to accept her. However, after just 2 lessons, their enthusiasm from the morning had faded and they no longer wanted to play with Ruan. A few of the children secretly discussed the situation, and at lunchtime they went to the teacher together and said that they didn't want to be in the same group as Ruan. The teacher asked why, but didn't think much of it. She just thought that their personalities didn't match, so she reassigned Ruan to a new group. After arriving in the new group, Ruan still got along with the other children in the same way. She likes to take the limelight in everything she does, and her words carry a hint of bullying. The other children are not stupid. If she were to be constantly bullied by her parents at home, she might be able to win them over. But the children in this class all come from wealthy and powerful families, and have been brought up as little emperors since childhood. How could they be fooled by such bullying tactics? Not only did they not do what Soft wanted, they also came to hate her. In this way, by the end of the day, she had offended almost half the class. The second group of children also united to find the teacher at the end of the class and said that they did not want to be in the same group as Ruan. The teacher was extremely puzzled, but because these children strongly requested it, she agreed with them and assigned Ruan to the third group. There were a total of 4 large groups in the class, with 7 people in each group. After this back and forth, Ruan also realized that there might be something wrong with her approach. So when she got to the third group, she changed her strategy. This time, she didn't use a bullying method, but chose to remain passive, resisting the urge to take the spotlight and yell at people, as well as some other verbal tics, and just being honest. So for the rest of the time, the children in the third group got along with her quite well, and didn't go to the teacher again to ask to switch groups. Even so, the record of offending half the class in one day was already remarkable. After school, Ruan came out of the classroom and, unsurprisingly, saw Qingqing again. A lot of the kids from class 2 followed her, protecting her in the middle, chatting away. She was like the center of attention, surrounded by a group of people laughing and joking. When they reached the school gate, the group of kids started to say goodbye to Qingqing. They were led by their nannies and chauffeurs while waving to Qingqing. "Goodbye, Qingqing. See you tomorrow." "No, we'll see you after the week is over." Qingqing's classmate when you couldn't bear to let go of her hand before they left. "Qingqing, you promised me, you must come and find me at my house on Sunday, you can't lie to me." The little boy nodded seriously to give his word, his young voice soft and tender. I will definitely ask my brother to take me to your house to play." Hearing this, Wenyu was relieved and was carried away by his nanny. Qingqing also saw her family's car in the same place in the morning, and she ran over with her little school bag on her back. "Brother!" Qingqing shouted happily after the car door opened. After shouting, she realized that there was someone else in the car besides Fu Yuezi. This person she also knew was the Shin family's older brother. Shin Jinhua now had mixed emotions towards Qingqing. He sighed silently, his heart full of regret. If there had been no accident that day, he would have been the one to pick Qingqing up and take her to and from school. Fu Yueqi seemed to be able to read his thoughts. He reached out and took Qingqing into his arms, rubbed the little one's head, and asked her about school with a smile. The little girl nestled obediently in her brother's arms, not moving an inch, and answered whatever he asked, as obedient as a robot. On the other side of the car, Ruan was also picked up by the driver. She was a little confused when she saw the empty car. "Has the second young master not returned?" "The second young master is leaving with the fourth young master of the Fu family tonight, saying that he wants to go see the Fu family's puppy." Upon hearing the driver's words, Ruan's face instantly turned ugly. "Puppy? Is it the dog from the orphanage? Did the Fu family go adopt it or did the director send it to them?" Ruan's heart was in turmoil. She was terrified at the thought that what she had done might be exposed. But on the way back, she thought about it and felt that something was wrong. If the Fu family really had evidence, they would have told her family. So far, she hadn't heard anything, and Mrs. Shin's attitude towards her was still as indulgent as ever, so for the time being, nothing had happened. But she had to find a way to reduce contact between the Shin family and the orphanage, so that nothing would happen in the future that she couldn't control. In order to prevent Shin Jinsha from going to the orphanage to adopt the dog there, as soon as she returned home, Ruan immediately made a fuss and asked Mrs. Shin to go buy the puppy. Mrs. Shin was annoyed and had no choice but to agree. That night, at the Fu family home, Shin Jinya could clearly feel the difference in the Fu family's atmosphere when he played there. He had been to the Fu family home before, but back then it had felt like an emotionless, cold container. But now the house smelled delicious, there were beautiful flowers everywhere, and a small puppy chasing after people's butts and jumping around, clearly giving the impression of a home. Shin Jinya couldn't help but think of his own home. Their family used to be harmonious, and anyone who met them would say how envious they were. An enlightened father, a gentle mother, and a big brother who didn't care about anything. Although the presence of the eldest brother was somewhat of a blemish, it didn't prevent their family from still being warm. But now? A wife-submissive father, a blind mother, an unreasonable sister, and a weak him. Oh yes, there's still an older brother who doesn't care about anything. Since Softy came, his family has really become more and more strange. Shin Jinhua sighed. He felt depressed whenever he went home now. Fu Yuezi sat next to him and patted his shoulder, unable to empathize but offering words of comfort. At that moment, Fu Siwai's figure appeared at the second-floor escalator. Qingqing. His gentle and handsome expression was indifferent, and his cold voice carried a touch of gentleness and helplessness. "The puppy has sneaked into my room again." Qingqing stood up with a whoosh and ran upstairs, her tiny figure like a running projectile. She yelled excitedly in a baby voice as she rushed upwards. "Daddy, I'm coming." Fu Yuezi and Shin Jinhua, who were sitting downstairs, only felt a gust of wind pass by them. The expressions on their faces were the same, confused. What the hell just flew past?